Chapter 241. For Lannister, Tyrion's show of weakness was effective, and it didn't take long for the Lannister lioness to become angry. And then she froze on the spot. The lioness cried. Why did she cry suddenly? Tyrion Lannister would not have been more surprised if his father had invited him to join him in the women's wing and asked for advice on the art of pleasure. When a sister cries, the younger brother should comfort her. But this was a lioness. Tyrion approached awkwardly, then stood on tiptoes. He hesitated, then tentatively stretched out his hand to pat her shoulder. "Don't touch me," Cersei said, turning away. Tyrion's outstretched hand froze in midair. He had known since he was a child that she hated him. Maybe his comfort was an insult to her. This was normal. He shouldn't feel sad, but he did. It was very painful. The Lannisters are indeed a family that loves each other. Cersei's face was red, a mix of sadness and anger. She gasped and said, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me like this. You're not allowed to do this." Tyrion withdrew his hand, stepped back slightly, and said respectfully, "I was just making a little joke with you. I'm sorry, Sister Queen Mother." Queen Cersei turned her crying face to the other side and said, "Didn't you say you could rescue Jaime? Why haven't I seen him yet?" Tyrion scratched his cheek and said, "There was an accident, chapter 230, but he is safe for the time being. I will think of other ways." Queen Cersei picked up a towel and wiped her tears while saying, "It would be great if I were a man, then I wouldn't need you at all, and these things wouldn't happen. What happened to Jaime, that he fell into the hands of that boy from the Tully family? And my father, I am stupid, but I actually trusted him. Where is he when I need him now?" Tyrion shrugged and said, "My good sister, I think you will be able to see our old father soon. After all, your chief affairs officer has brought in the Tyrell family's army." Queen Cersei snorted softly and said, "In the end, don't we have to rely on outsiders' help?" Tyrion grinned. "My good sister, the Tyrell family are not outsiders. We will soon be a family that can hug each other." Queen Cersei turned her face away, her voice filled with anger. If father could defeat Stark and Tully earlier, do we still need to give up the position of queen to the Golden Rose? What is father waiting for? If I were a man, I would never have dragged on the war for so long, nor would I have watched Jaime imprisoned in Riverrun. Tyrion blinked and said, "Sister Queen Mother, war is not a tournament. We need to wait for the right opportunity." Queen Cersei mocked, "Didn't Lord Greene conquer Seagull Town in one night?" Tyrion shrugged his small shoulders and said, "That's because he happened to catch up with the civil strife in the valley. This was the time to fight." He added, "The lion wags its tail to rest. Sooner or later, the prey it targets will be eaten, and it knows it." Queen Cersei asked suspiciously, "Are you sure? Tywin is the lion?" Tyrion pointed to the things hanging on the wall of the dining room and said with a smile, "Isn't there a lion painted on the Lannister family's flag?" After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei said softly, "Tyrion, can you guarantee it? Stannis may come to the city at any time. Can you guarantee that my father's army will support King's Landing in time?" Looking at his sister, whose eyes were red, Tyrion felt a pang of sympathy and comforted her softly. "Lord Tywin knows what he should do. Our old father is still relatively reliable." Queen Cersei turned her face to the other side again, paused, and whispered with a hint of crying in her voice, "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just too worried about my child." Seeing this, Tyrion first sighed secretly, and then left his seat again. He felt that he was really like a daughter-in-law of a mud sect. As long as a customer threw a bronze star, he would immediately smile. Tyrion picked up the jug and poured a glass of wine, and while handing it to Sister Cersei, he said, "Here, have a drink. It will help calm your nerves. King's Landing has tall walls, and it will not fall in a battle. Moreover, from Harrenhal to here, it's a straight and fast King's Road, and the old lion will surely arrive in time." Cersei's white and slender hand took the wineglass as she spoke softly, "Thank you." She took a sip of wine and then slowly turned around. Her long eyelashes still sparkled, making her look like a frightened girl at this moment. Who could bear to hurt such a charming and delicate flower? Is this his Queen Mother's sister? Tyrion couldn't help but blink. Cersei's moist eyes were as clear as lake water, and Tyrion quickly calmed his beating heart. Her slender fingers gently brushed Tyrion's face. Tyrion, I have always been afraid. Thump, 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 thump. In addition to his disobedient heart still beating wildly, the strange behavior of his sister gradually made Tyrion feel inexplicable fear, and he couldn't help but retreat a little. Cersei's red lips parted slightly, and she seemed to whisper in his ear, Tyrion, please bring Greene back. He will be a good helper for you. After Cersei finished speaking, the little devil prime minister suddenly woke up. Tyrion leaned back a little, while holding the wineglass, and said with a smile, Cersei, I admit that the Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula is very good at fighting, but he cannot come back at this time. Many people have reported to me that the relationship between the Crabclaw Peninsula and Dragonstone is unusual. Stannis's fleet has never harassed the ports on the Crabclaw Peninsula, and even allowed merchant ships from across the strait to dock. Cersei lowered her face sadly and said, But, Tyrion, my brother, it was Earl Greene who negotiated the alliance between Lannister and Tyrell. He is loyal. She glanced at Tyrion weakly. Besides, you are just doubting, aren't you? Tyrion, Earl Greene's loyalty is well known, and he has just made a great contribution. This is unfair to him. Tyrion took a sip of wine. Grim was her other sword. That's what everyone knew. Tyrion grinned, realizing his sister's ploy to deal with her sweet little brother. My sister, this is a battle between Lannister and Stannis Baratheon. We can only rely on ourselves. A flash of anger crossed Cersei's eyes, and she said softly, Lord Greene is the Queen Mother Lannister's chief affairs officer, and he is one of ours. Tyrion spread his hands and said, Unfortunately, he is not a real Lannister. Cersei's voice trembled slightly. Just don't let him bring his own soldiers. In that case, you don't have to worry. Tyrion tilted his head and said, Sister Queen Mother, Lord Greene still has many supporters in the Golden Cloak. I dare not bet that he will not open the door for Stannis quietly. Cersei gritted her teeth and said, Earl Greene is loyal. Tyrion laughed and said, My Queen Mother sister, how can you guarantee his loyalty? Is it based on your beauty? Will you open your breasts for him? Slap! Queen Cersei slapped Tyrion in the face. Bastard! Her green eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, like an enraged lioness. Tyrion rubbed his burning cheek, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised. This was the good sister he was familiar with. It was too uncomfortable to pretend to be a delicate woman just now. He still liked the current lioness. He grinned. Dear sister, do you have any other doubts? For the sake of Lannister, you and I must continue to be harmonious and friendly to each other. Queen Cersei said angrily, Don't think that I don't know you want to imprison me in Meg's tower. We are a family that loves each other, and I'm just protecting you. Besides, didn't I leave Lancel for your entertainment? Tyrion smiled evilly. And then, Tyrion deftly avoided Cersei's slap. Cersei scolded, How dare you hide? With a smile on his face, Tyrion asked, Why wouldn't I avoid it? I don't have such a hobby. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. After a while, Cersei's breath gradually calmed down. She raised her chin slightly and said contemptuously, Tyrion, don't think you have control of everything. You are just as big a fool as other men, spending half your time thinking with the worm between your legs. Tyrion stared at Cersei, bent down slightly, and said, Yes, at this moment, my dear sister, I am thinking. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. Tyrion had already planned to have as little contact with his sister as possible until the war was over. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Dinner has just started, Cersei said with a strange smile. Tyrion placed the wineglass in his hand on the table and replied, Your well-behaved brother is scared because of his charming sister, especially since you have never been interested in my body before. Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, I'm not interested in your dirty affairs. It's just that someone reported to me that you did something our father dislikes the most. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, but he said calmly, Oh, I am my father's favorite son, but looking at your expression, I am a little curious about what is going on. Queen Cersei leaned forward, raised the corners of her lips, and said, My brother, I heard that you have another female bride. I plan to tell our father the good news as soon as possible. Who told Cersei about Shae? I thought you were only interested in men, Tyrion said, reaching for the wineglass again to buy a little time to collect his thoughts. Cersei smiled proudly. Father asked you to perform the duties of the Hand of the King on his behalf, but you are in love with a mere whore. You are truly a clown." Seeing Tyrion's silence, Cersei felt even more triumphant. "With Tywin's character, it seems I have to choose a replacement for you as soon as possible." Tyrion's eyes moved slightly. He was now certain that Cersei had not yet found out Shae's whereabouts. Otherwise, given her character, she would have already sent someone to capture Shae as a hostage, because that would be more threatening. He deliberately showed a flattering look and said, "Dear sister, we are a family, and we have a common enemy, Stannis." "A Lannister always pays his debts." Cersei snorted coldly and continued, "Since the first day you took the position of hand, you have been against me in every possible way. Why do you think you are still alive now? It's not that I don't want to cut your throat, but because I know if I did, Jaime would never forgive me." His previous feeling was correct. His sister really wanted to kill him. This was an unpleasant truth. Although he also disliked Cersei Lannister because she was his biological sister, he never wanted to really hurt her. He was a hopeless idiot. Tyrion stared at the proud-looking Cersei for a while, then suddenly laughed and said, "Cersei, your girl-like innocence fascinates me. I don't know where you got your information from, regardless of its accuracy, but as Queen Regent, you actually want to threaten the hand of the king with a whore?" After saying that, he laughed again. Queen Cersei frowned. She looked at Tyrion suspiciously and said, "Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? I don't even know if I can survive Stannis' attack. I think our kind father will be a little more tolerant of me at this time, but I also feel that he has no time to discipline his son now." With a bang, Tyrion put the wine glass back on the table and grinned. "Tonight, I have to thank you for your honesty." His smile faded, and he imitated his father's calm tone. "Cersei, you let me live because of Jaime, and I only tolerate you because of Jaime. But this tolerance does not mean cowardice. You have exhausted my patience, Queen Regent, who wants to slit my throat." Queen Cersei said contemptuously, "What can you do? The roar of a dwarf?" Tyrion sneered and said, "I can marry you to a cripple. The Red Keep doesn't actually need a troublesome queen mother. I think our old father also." Tyrion understood this very well. After he finished speaking, Queen Cersei's eyes seemed to burn with anger. "What do you mean by this?" she demanded. Tyrion bowed slightly. "Please allow me to take my leave, Your Majesty the Queen Mother." "Stop! Don't leave!" Cersei roared, but Tyrion ignored her. His father had once taught him that when two armies confront each other, the battle is over as soon as one side shows signs of disintegration and escape. Even if the opponent remains strong and fully armed, they are defeated and can no longer pose a threat. This is exactly what Cersei was doing at this moment. Tyrion clasped his small hands behind his back and said as he walked away, "I suggest you take a closer look at the Treaty of the Lannister-Tyrell Alliance. One of the clauses is very suitable for you." "Coward!" Cersei screamed after him, but Tyrion paid her no mind. Outside the door, Tyrion glanced at the two Kingsguards standing watch, a proud look on his face. He waved to his young attendant and walked away directly. As he and his little attendant turned a corner in the corridor, they suddenly quickened their pace. The young squire, Podrick, was momentarily stunned, but quickly followed closely behind. Chapter 242, Past and Present. Tyrion finally exhaled, relieved that Cersei had not gone mad. Thank the seven gods for his old man. He turned his head and looked at Mecta under the moonlight, then resumed walking. As long as Cersei lived here, he couldn't come again, at least not until the war was over. After leaving Magda Garden, Bronn, who had been vigilant, approached Tyrion and whispered, "My lord, while I was guarding the door, Sir Lancel quietly sent an important message." Tyrion looked at him, and Bronn continued, "The Queen Regent plans to secretly send Prince Tommen to Rosby City to hide. She has entrusted the matter to Earl Gales, who is now the Queen's Chancellor of the Exchequer." Tyrion thought for a moment and then said, "Earl Gales is too sick to run and too cowardly to fight. My poor little nephew. His mother is so good at selecting people." However, Tyrion had to admit that letting young Tommen leave King's Landing was one of Cersei's few good ideas. Even if King's Landing was captured and Joffrey was executed, the Lannister family would still have a legal heir to the Iron Throne. This would put Stannis in a tricky situation. "Let's help my nephew's good mother," Tyrion said after a pause. According to the information revealed by Lancel, go tell Sir Jacelyn, the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, to ambush on Rosby Road and bring Earl Gales and Tommen together to Rosby City. As you command, wise Prime Minister, Bronn replied. Tell him he must keep my little nephew safe. Then ask him for me, Lord Jacelyn. How does that title sound? My lord, Lord Bronn, sounds better, Bronn said with a lewd smile. I can also do things like robbing children. As long as I can get a title for fun, I can hold him and sing a lullaby. Tyrion reached out and patted Bronn, grinning. Bronn, you are my captain of the guard. I need you more here. If something happened to Joffrey, the Lannisters would have to rely on young Tommen to keep the Iron Throne. Tyrion admitted that he trusted his guard captain very much, but this matter was too important. He did not trust Tommen's protection to the mercenary Bronn and his men. For this kind of task, he felt more assured with Sir Jacelyn Byward, who had the honor of knighthood. His good friend, Earl Greene, once told him that human nature should not be tested, and he agreed with this point of view. He ordered, Tell Sir Jacelyn that if he needs to kill someone, it must not happen in front of Tommen. My nephew is soft-hearted. Bronn shrugged and said, My lord, are you sure he is a Lannister? I'm not sure about anything. I just know that the war is coming. Let's make arrangements quickly. After a pause, Tyrion added with a smile. Brother, are you still happy getting along with Miss Loras? When you come back, I want to hear a sweet love story. A house somewhere in Gushiang. My lord. Seeing Tyrion push the door open, Shae smiled. Tyrion had to admit that he liked Shae's smile. It was a smile that appeared naturally on her pretty little face without thinking. Shae was wearing purple silk clothes and a silver belt, which perfectly reflected her black hair and smooth white skin. She approached him happily. The corners of Tyrion's mouth couldn't help but turn up. At least here, he was welcome and needed. After closing the door, Shae pulled Tyrion to a chair. After he sat down, she knelt and took off his shoes. Tyrion pulled Shae over to sit next to him and said, Shae, you are not safe here. There was some doubt in Shae's big, intelligent eyes. She poured a glass of wine, handed it to Tyrion, and said, My lord, I have a guard given by you. Tyrion took a sip of Dorne's strong wine, which was as red as blood, a taste he had recently come to prefer over the sweet and sour summer red. He took another sip and said, Shae, someone discovered that the Prime Minister is hiding a lover. You mean the Prime Minister's daughter-in-law, right? Shae's innocent and charming eyes stared at Tyrion. Tyrion looked at Shae for a moment, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. My lord, I truly wish to be your lover, she said earnestly. I want to wear all the beautiful clothes you give me, the jewelry you gift me, hold your hand, and be by your side at dinner. I can give you a son. I know I can, and I promise I will never embarrass you. Tyrion reached out and stroked Shae's dark hair, sighing inwardly. His love for her was enough to embarrass the Lannister Prime Minister. Shae, my sister, the Queen Mother, has her sights on you. She will stop at nothing to catch you. Shae shook her head slightly. The Queen Mother? Noble ladies may fear her, but I do not. Tyrion also shook his head slightly. I am afraid. I fear she will hurt you. Shae held his hand tightly. Then kill her. I know you hate her, and this will end it all. Tyrion's eyes trembled at her words. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Shae, she is my biological sister. Murdering a blood relative will arouse the anger of both humans and gods, condemning her to eternal damnation. Besides, no matter what I think of Cersei, she is deeply loved by my father and brother. Thank the gods, I have enough brains to deal with anyone in the Seven Kingdoms, but facing Jaime with a sword in his hand, I am powerless. Shae tried to comfort him. Stannis has a flaming sword, but he doesn't scare you. Tyrion sighed again. To fight Stannis, I have the support of the entire Lannister family, but against Jaime or my father, I am alone. You have me, Shae said, wrapping her arms around Tyrion's neck. Despite the stench of King's Landing, Shae's body exuded an intoxicating aroma. But now was not the time to enjoy it. Cersei wouldn't give him much time. He needed to arrange for Shae's safety as soon as possible. Tyrion gently broke away from her embrace. I was thinking that maybe I could let you sneak into the kitchen of the Prime Minister's tower. Kitchen? Shae's face stiffened. Tyrion nodded. I want you to dress up as a cook. His words were interrupted as Shae's hand moved downward, causing him to gasp. Her deep eyes became moist, and she murmured sadly, "Are you tired of me, my lord? Or do you want to have sex with the cook? You can sprinkle flour on me and suck the broth from my body, or—" Stop talking. Tyrion grabbed her busy hand, trying to calm down. "Shay, your safety is in danger. I want you to hide in the kitchen. If you are careful, you can easily avoid Cersei's eyes and ears. You will be safe there." Shay pouted slightly. "My lord, if I wash the stove and wipe the dishes all day, my hands will never be soft again. When they become red, rough, and cracked from hot water and soap, will you still need their touch?" Tyrion reminded himself that Shay was still young and ignorant, which was normal. He said patiently, "Jewelry can be bought new and clothes can be made again. They will be twice as beautiful as the old ones, I promise. My arrangement is to prevent you from being hurt, not just by my sister, but also by my father. Given the current situation, my father will know about you sooner or later, and you must not fall into the hands of my family. I am not exaggerating, believe me, Shay." Shay flicked her black hair angrily. "You have grown up. It is your business to raise as many daughters as you want. Does he still think you are a child? What can he do to you? Beat your ass?" "Slap." Tyrion slapped her, not hard, but not lightly either. "You fool, don't mock me. You can't." For a while, Shay didn't speak, and all that could be heard was Tyrion's rough breathing. Finally, she stood up and knelt in front of him, sniffing. "I didn't mean to be presumptuous." Her voice trailed off. Tyrion's voice was low and wooden. "Please forgive me, my lady." This scene, and seeing Shay like this, made Tyrion's heart ache. He looked at his palm, questioning himself. "Why did I hit her? Gods have mercy. Am I becoming like Cersei? I'm sorry, but—" He paused, the words he didn't want to mention spilling out of his mouth like a murmur. "When I was a child, I married a farmer's daughter, or at least I thought she was a farmer's daughter. I was blinded by love and believed she felt the same for me. It was my father who forced me to see the truth. It turns out my bride was a prostitute hired by Jaime to make me experience the things between men and women. In order to make the lesson more thorough, my father gave my wife to the entire battalion of soldiers, allowing them to enjoy her as they pleased, and ordered me to watch the whole process. After everyone was done, he made me have sex with her again, one last time. He said this was the only way I could remember the real her. I should have disobeyed him, but my wife betrayed me. After that, my father annulled my engagement. The monks also said that this marriage never happened." Tyrion climbed off the chair, took Shay's hand, squeezed it, and said, "I'm sorry. I just want you to stay in the kitchen for a while. Once we defeat Stannis, I will give you a new house and many silk garments as soft as your hands." Shay followed Tyrion's lead and stood up slowly. She lowered her eyes and replied, "I will obey your orders, my lord." Tyrion wanted to reach out and rub Shay's slapped cheek, but he wasn't sure if his touch could take away her pain. Has he fallen in love with her again? Cersei was right. He was a fool, a complete fool. "I will send someone to pick you up," he said hurriedly before leaving. The horse's hooves made a crisp sound on the cobblestones. Tyrion sat on the horse, moving silently towards the Red Keep. He kept regretting why he had told Shay about Tisha, his ex-wife. Some secrets should never be mentioned, some shames a man should take to his grave. What did he want from Shay? Forgiveness? After hearing these words, how could she still love him? Or perhaps she would still love him because she loved him for his gold and jewels, not for the dwarf he was. In the study of the Hand's Tower, Tyrion called the guard captain who had finished his errands. "Brother, I want you to bring Shay into the Hand's Tower without telling Cersei," Tyrion said, succinctly describing his kitchen plan to his captain of the guard. After listening to Tyrion's words, Bronn was a little surprised and said, "Are you serious? Are you sure you want to put your little beauty in the kitchen, noble lord?" Tyrion looked at the wretched-looking Bronn with his small hands behind his back and said, "Is there a problem?" Bronn grinned and said, "You put such a delicate little beauty in the kitchen. She will be touched, pinched, patted, and caressed. The boy who washes the pots will crawl into her blanket in the dark, and the baker will squeeze her with his flour-covered hands." He added, "The most important thing is, my lord, your kitchen is not a safe place. There are many eyes and ears there." Tyrion scratched his hair with slight embarrassment and said, "Mr. Mercenary, help me come up with an idea. You know what I want." "Happy to serve you." Bronn bowed gracefully, but he mentioned another matter. "My lord, I heard that your knight cousin plans to join the vanguard in the upcoming war." Tyrion stopped pouring the wine and said in surprise, "Lancel? If he wants to die young, this is a heroic method." Bronn said with a smile, "These young knights always think they are invincible." Tyrion's eyes moved slightly. He stared at Bronn for a while and then said with a smile, "Well, Bronn smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly disappeared. He bowed deeply and said, "I will always be yours, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion laughed and replied, "Sir Bronn, despite your rough exterior, I must admit that I like you very much." Bronn chuckled and added, 2 days ago, Miss Loras mentioned that some of her jewelry had gone missing. I think she might need a more astute maid." Tyrion grinned, recognizing the mercenary's cunning. "I will suggest to Countess Tanda that the shy Miss Loras stay in the Prime Minister's tower for a while. We need a reason that is both polite and convincing." Tyrion's mood suddenly lifted. The noble lady's maid was dressed far better than the cook, and she could even wear a piece or two of jewelry. He thought Shay would be delighted to hear the news. "Bronn, I will ask the Archbishop to anoint you with holy oil when the time comes." In the north, the 5,000-strong Northern Army, led by Eddard Stark, and the 3,000-man Neckled Army, commanded by Howland Reed, father of Mira and Jojen, launched an assault on the Ironborn-occupied Bay of Kaelin. After 5 days of relentless attacks, Moat Cailin was recaptured, and the Ironborn were routed. King Balon's brother, Victarion Greyjoy, the Ironborn commander who had invaded the Gulf of Kaelin, was personally executed by Duke Eddard in the name of the Warden of the North. Chapter 243, Battle of Seagull Town, near the Bay of Carlin. Eddard Stark mounted a black horse after executing the criminals. The northern vassals surrounding him also mounted their horses. The ground beneath the horses' hooves was so soft that it slowly sank under their tread, and everyone moved slowly towards the Kaelin Bay Tower. Howland Reed, riding side by side with Duke Eddard, said, "Lord Ned, these damn pirates have caused a lot of bloodshed in the north. Your execution was wise." Duke Eddard's frown relaxed slightly as he replied, "Howland, I'm worried about Catelyn and Robb." Howland's strong shoulders shrugged. He really couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. After a pause, he asked, "Lord Ned, will you go south?" Duke Eddard's brows tightened again. He pondered for a moment and said, "I plan to take my family home." Tat, tat, tat. Their horses slowly walked across the wooden plank bridge laid over the black and green mud. "Lord Ned, I always suspect that Roose is an ice sculpture." Howland pointed at the Earl of the Dreadfort in the distance. The corners of Duke Eddard's lips curled up imperceptibly. Over there were the Stark vassals, who had just arrived at Moat Cailin. As Duke Eddard approached, they all knelt down on the dirt towards him. "Get up!" Jumping off the horse, Duke Eddard's tall and sturdy figure walked slowly among the crowd, looking at each of his vassals. Lord Ned, it is such a relief to see you. Lord Ed, I will always be your vanguard." "Very good. How wonderful to see you well, my lord. We must teach the cunning Southerners a lesson. Blood debt must be paid with blood." "Lord Ned, I am always at your disposal. Always at your disposal." Duke Eddard stopped in front of a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old. He rubbed the little boy's head with his big hand and said, "My child, your father was a brave warrior, and the North will never forget him." Many of the Stark vassals that Robb left to Roose Bolton had died in battle. Duke Eddard had experienced many battles and was used to life and death, but he was saddened by the loss of his vassals. He always considered them as part of the Stark family. The corners of the little boy's eyes were red, and he loudly said in a clear voice, "Sir, I will continue to fight for you in place of my father. I believe in you, my child." Duke Eddard patted the little boy's shoulder and said, "My children are in Winterfell. They are still young, and their parents are not around. They need the protection of good soldiers. Can you help me?" The little boy nodded excitedly. He straightened up and said loudly, "Sir, I will never leave my sword. I will guard you day and night. I will definitely do it well. I swear to the old and new gods." "Okay, I'm busy now." In the camp, Duke Eddard first asked his vassals to prepare for a banquet, and then only Earl Roose remained. Count Roose's usually cold voice was filled with a hint of respect. "Duke Ned, the Dreadfort is at your disposal. Sit down and talk." After Earl Roose sat down, Duke Eddard pondered. "Roose, I need to use your wisdom." Count Roose's light eyes moved slightly, and he caressed his chest and said, "Serving you is the honor of the Dreadfort, my lord." Duke Eddard tapped his chin and said, "The current chaotic situation in the Seven Kingdoms reminds me of the war more than 10 years ago. The North has been deeply involved in it. We must consider our next step." Earl Roose's small voice sounded. "Lord Ned, will you wear the crown? This is very important for our next step." After the words of the Earl of the Dreadfort fell, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. After a moment of silence, Duke Eddard slowly said, "Roose, Robert is my eternal king, and the North will not be an enemy of his Iron Throne." Lord Roose put his hand on his chest and said, "Lord Ned, it is my honor to listen to your heartfelt words. If I am not wrong, you will support Stannis to sit on the Iron Throne, and you will even—" Duke Eddard hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. "According to legal principles, Stannis is the rightful heir of Robert Fuss." Count Roose Bolton's pale fingers lightly touched the armrest of his chair. "Lord Ned, can a man who assassinated his own brother still be considered the legal heir?" Duke Eddard stared at the candlestick on the table for a while. "Roose, do you think—" "I doubt whether this is the truth." A rare smile appeared on Roose Bolton's face. "The North can only worry about one thing. If this is true, what should we do if we support Stannis? What if we don't discover the truth until after he sits on the Iron Throne? How will the North choose then?" Rubbing his index finger with his thumb, he added, "To be honest, if I hadn't read your handwritten letter, I would never have believed that Lady Lysa Arryn would poison her husband, Lord John Arryn, with her own hands." After a pause, Rose's voice softened. "Lord Ned, you might need to worry about Lady Catelyn's safety in the Eyrie. A woman who can do such a thing would not care about blood ties." Duke Eddard's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Thank you for your advice, Rose." His gray eyes met Rose Bolton's. "I want to hear your counsel." Rose Bolton nodded slightly. "Lord Ned, we don't have to join the fight for the Iron Throne, but I think the North must stand with the winner, whether he is Baratheon or Lannister. Have you heard about the royal bloodline, Roose?" A trace of bitterness crossed Duke Eddard's face. Roose nodded. "Yes, Lord Ned. Before the war, almost all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms received letters from Stannis." After a moment of silence, Duke Eddard sighed. "Roose, Stannis did not fabricate it. The 3 children Cersei gave birth to are not Robert's. This is why the Lannisters want to kill me." After hearing the royal secrets from Lord Eddard himself, Roose Bolton sat motionless for a long time, not even blinking. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them, his voice slightly raised. "Lord Ned, I sincerely advise you." He stood up from his chair, leaned down, and continued. "Now Stannis has the advantage, and the Kingslayer is in our hands. If you leave the matter to me, I am confident that they will let Myrcella marry your eldest son." He took half a step forward. "This is a rare opportunity. Later, as long as we seize it, it is entirely possible for you to sit on the Iron Throne. The North." "Roose Bolton." Duke Eddard coldly interrupted. "Robb has made an agreement with the Frys. Breaking the engagement is against Stark's honor." Rose's eyes flashed. "Lord Ned, the engagement may not count. I heard that Lord Frey had done something to force him. After all, Robb is only a teenager." "Enough!" Duke Eddard stood up slowly. "As my heir, Robb is responsible for his own honor. His honor is the honor of Stark and the honor of the North. Lord Ned, we are at a critical time. That's it for today." Duke Eddard waved his hand. "Step back, Lord Bolton." After a short period of rest, the Stark-Tully coalition led by Robb Stark captured the west and the Brand city of House Malbrand, located northwest of Golden Tooth. Later, Robb detached a part of his army, led by Galbert Glover of Deepwood Motte, Rickard Karstark of Carhold, and Mage Mormont of Bear Island, to plunder the coast of the Westerlands. Robb occupied 5 Lannister gold mines and headed directly towards Lannisport. After news of the King in the north and the King of the Trident sweeping across the west reached Riverrun, the morale of the vassals in the Riverlands soared. Around the same time, Edmure Tully, the heir to Riverrun, was eager to restore his honor. He received intelligence that the Lannister army was returning to the west to provide reinforcements. Driven by a sense of family, responsibility, and honor, Edmure immediately summoned his vassals and troops. This time, he fought not only to restore his honor, but also for his nephew. Edmure deployed over 10,000 Riverland troops at the fords along the Red Fork River, vowing to block the Lannister army from crossing and returning to the Westerlands. Seeing that the Riverlands were well prepared at these critical points, Tywin Lannister sent small groups of troops to launch tentative attacks, seeking weak points in the Riverlands' defenses. However, the natural barriers of the Red Fork River and the strict defense by the Riverlands army thwarted these attempts. In the end, Duke Tywin, desperate to return with reinforcements, launched a large-scale attack at more than a dozen crossings of the Red Fork River simultaneously. After a fierce battle, during which it is said Edmure Tully shouted himself hoarse to motivate his soldiers, the Riverlands army finally defeated the Lannister forces, successfully preventing Lord Tywin from returning to the Westerlands. Unable to continue the fight, the Lannister army had to withdraw. Duke Tywin led the remaining troops back to Harrenhal, awaiting reinforcements from the Golden Rose family. On the eve of the battle between Crabclaw Peninsula and the Vale, the heavy rain that had lasted for 2 days finally ceased. The dark clouds in the night sky gradually dispersed, revealing bright stars. Greene Kleb raised his eyes to the twinkling sky and murmured, "Gods bless us." The night wind after the rain was chilly. Brienne walked over, picked up a cloak, and draped it over Greene's shoulders. "Good work, Brienne," Greene said. Brienne glanced at Greene with her dull blue eyes, then silently fastened the accessories on his cloak. After a pause, she suddenly said, "Master Greene, tomorrow, please allow me to guard you." Greene's brown eyes moved slightly as he looked at her and said, "Brienne, according to my mother's last wish, unless it concerns the life and death of the Kleb family, I will not fight in person. Tomorrow is a good opportunity for you, and I look forward to your performance." Brienne knelt on one knee, showing a firm expression. "My lord, please allow me to protect you." Greene had originally planned to assign Brienne to the decisive beam led by Perpili to earn some military glory, but Renly's incident still seemed to worry her. Respecting her reasonable request, Greene said, "I agree. Rise, my loyal warrior." Brienne smiled happily, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Lord Greene." Greene smiled back and said, "Keep ice for me tomorrow." Brienne's smile widened. "As you command, my lord." Not long after, Sir Pell and Sir Amparo entered Greene's camp. Greene walked toward the long table covered with maps. As he walked, he asked, "How is the situation over there?" Sir Pell replied, "Tonight, the camp of the Alliance of Justice is still full of laughter. They enjoy the free drinks provided by Seagull Town." In a good mood, Greene quipped, "Didn't you ask them for a glass of wine, Per?" Sir Pell slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "My lord, I just want to sit on their heads and have a drink." Amparo hesitated for a moment, and then reminded in a low voice, "Sir Pell, you can't drink during the battle. This is Kleb's military regulation." After Amparo finished speaking, Greene couldn't help but laugh, and Sir Pell's eyes twitched. Standing in front of the map and staring at it for a while, Greene said, "Amparo, look here." He pointed to a place on the map and continued, "I took you to this place. This area can accommodate 5,000 Kleb-long archers, and it is surrounded by woods on the left and right, providing excellent cover. Horses in the valley. Children can't gallop inside. It's a natural barrier," Amparo observed, glancing at the location Greene pointed to on the map. She nodded and added, "Lord Greene, the terrain there is favorable to us. Do the people in the valley have any objections?" Greene lightly tapped Zhuoyan and replied, "With the honor of the Valley Knights, they will not have any objections. For them, this battle is a fight to the death between the weak and the strong, and they see the Crabclaw Peninsula as weak." His eyes narrowed slightly. "For Goody, who is proud and considers himself powerful, tomorrow is just a grand martial arts competition and a hunting ground for honor." After a pause, he slowly glanced at Pell and Amparo, speaking in a deep voice. "The time has come to pay for the blood debt. How are you prepared?" Sir Pell and Sir Amparo clapped their breastplates with their fists and shouted, "Long live Kleb!" After Pell and Amparo left, Greene's young butler, Leighton, brought the latest news about the true alliance of the righteous. Greene raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "How many mercenaries do they have?" Leighton rubbed his hands and said respectfully, "My master, it is said that there are more than 6,000 mercenaries in total, and they have hired 3 mercenary groups." Chapter 244, Battle of Seagull Town, Part 2. Greene Kleb raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Earl Leonor Corbray?" Leonor Corbray was the Earl of Hartstown in the Vale. When his father died, he left Leonor the fief, title, castle, and all the money, but passed the family sword, Lady Forlorn, to his younger brother, Lynn Corbray. It was said that Leonor always felt his rights were violated in this matter. Little butler Leighton nodded and said, "Yes, my master. According to the information obtained, the 3,000 troops of the True Righteous Alliance are also commanded by him. Including the mercenaries, they have a total of nearly 10,000 troops." Greene stared at the map in silence. Leighton added, "I heard that Earl Corbray once publicly stated that his purpose in coming to Seagull Town was to retrieve the family's relics. This is the news I heard from an alcoholic. I think he probably came here just for the master's sword." Chapter 220. Tapping his fingers on the edge of the table, Greene said, "It seems that Lady Forlorn is one of the rewards promised to Earl Corbray by Earl Petter." After a moment of silence, Greene's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly said, "Leighton, do you think our information came a little too easily?" Leighton blinked, scratched his head, and said with some doubt in his respectful voice, "My master, in order to get their information, I paid a lot of gold dragons." He held out 5 fingers with a look of pain on his face. "At least 500 golden dragons." Greene smiled. Although there were millions of golden dragons lying in Kleb's vault, Kleb had not yet adapted to his status as a rich man. After the Usurpers' War, Crabbe lived frugally for more than 10 years because of Prime Minister John Arryn's methods, and Leighton grew up in that environment. Which makes sense. Greene pinched his chin. He actually thought of the issue of confidentiality. Westeros has no so-called principle of confidentiality in this regard. When faced with this kind of problem, the methods used are often rough and brutal or more dependent on personal talent. Moreover, gathering information and the like is not an honorable job in the eyes of Westeros people. How does Kleb's Corps protect its secrets? They relied on the vigilance of the Survey Corps, and their methods were equally rough and brutal, especially during the war. Greene tapped his fingers on the table again. Unknowingly, the Survey Corps has taken on many roles. If it is not adjusted in time, Sir Pell will probably be confused sooner or later. Kleb needs a dedicated intelligence organization. What should I call it? Jin Yue, out of the play, crossed out? KK Bo, cross out? Lord Greene knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and he was very patient. He said, "Loyal Leighton, we will have many wars in the future. We must have means to protect intelligence and prevent intelligence leaks. This is very important." After a pause, Greene added, "Although I really hope that it can be done tomorrow, I know that this needs to be done step by step." He beckoned. Come, my loyal Leighton." Leighton walked over blankly. Greene pointed at the location of the Crabclaw Peninsula and continued, "If you have enough confidence, I can make an exception for you and reward you with a piece of land in advance. Leighton, I want you to build it for me." The wilderness looked particularly fresh after the rain. The dewdrops on the wild grass were crystal clear. The morning sun shone through the clouds on the moist earth, like covering them with a light golden gauze. The horse under Greene was pacing back and forth, and he was watching Kleb's longbowmen move slowly towards the predetermined location. They were the last of the 5,000 Kleb longbowmen. 2 consecutive days of heavy rain had made the soil underfoot soft and moist. When you stepped on it, you would find a shallow puddle. The swamp Marigold flag was advancing slowly, and the soldiers maintained good order. Greene pulled the reins, adjusted the direction of his horse, and looked in, to the distance, where the flags of the valley were waving. Rhaena rode her horse forward, the horse's hooves making a gurgling sound as they stepped on the wet ground. Stopping the horse, the petite Rhaena sat tall, caressing her chest as she saluted, "Lord." With a nod, Greene asked, What's the situation over there, Reyna? Sir, although the muddy areas have caused some trouble for our march, everything is proceeding smoothly. We are setting up our formation as per your orders. We have not left any reserves. All Kleb longbowmen will face the enemy directly. Greene turned his head and inquired, "Are the stakes and hammers ready?" Reyna's light hair glistened in the morning light as she replied, "Ready, Lord." Greene's brown eyes locked onto Reyna, who was brimming with fighting spirit. "Reyna, I leave this to you. I look forward to your performance." "As you command, Lord Greene." The voice of the messenger rang out. "Lord Royce, each of Kleb's archers is carrying a wooden stake with 2 sharp ends." There was a moment of silence before the nobles of the valley, clustered around Bronze Yon, burst into laughter. Sir Simon Temperton of 9-Star City laughed the loudest. "Ha ha ha! The war is about to begin, and they still want to build a wooden wall in front of the Knights of the Valley?" Everyone laughed together again, their laughter filled with ridicule and contempt. The Countess of Iron Oak City, Lady Anya, looked at the frowning Bronze Yon and asked, "Count Yon, is this a battle that violates honor?" "Lady Anya, what kind of honor do savages know? They will only kneel and beg for mercy under the charge of the Valley Knights." "Ha! If they really do this, the Valley Knights will have to use the wooden stakes they worked so hard to move. Ha! To impale the heads of every Crabclaw Peninsula savage." "Sir Temperton, I must say your idea is quite good. Do they already know that today will lead to their death? Are those wooden stakes for some kind of savage ritual?" "Ha ha! A savage ritual? It's very possible. Count Kleb is still a brat and can't stop the strange traditions of his savages. Do those wooden stakes allow the dead to rest in peace? 7 hells, do the noble knights of the valley still have to help them complete the ritual after the battle?" Ha ha ha. Bronze Yon made a quiet gesture. As time went by, Bronze Yon's reputation in the Alliance of the Righteous grew even greater, and everyone quickly stopped taunting him before the battle. He looked at Lady Anya, pointed to a place, and said, "Lady Anya, please look over there." In the direction Bronze Yon pointed, thousands of spectators had gathered. He continued, "In addition to the people of the valley, there are bards, singers, harpists, learned scholars, merchants from afar, and mercenaries. They will spread the word about today's scene to all 7 countries. Therefore, no one will do anything that violates honor today." Bronze Yon's sharp eyes slowly swept across the crowd. "Everyone, pride and underestimation of the enemy are the shortcuts to falling into the arms of strangers on the battlefield. This is a battle related to the highest honor in the valley." He raised his chin and declared loudly, "I, Yon Royce, hope and command you to take your enemies' seriously." He waved one arm and shouted, "Long live the Vale of Arryn!" Everyone echoed in unison, "Long live the Vale of Arryn! Long live the Vale of Arryn! Long live the Vale of Arryn!" "Sir Simon Temperton, you are the vanguard of the Vale. Leave it to me, Count Yon. Count Benetta Belmore, you will lead the next charge." "At your disposal, Count Yon." 2 hours later, the Kleb soldiers and the Valley cavalry faced each other across a wheat field, about 1,500 yards apart. The cavalry in the valley stretched as far as the eye could see. Greene stared ahead, focused and determined, stood in front of the formation. His eyes were a mix of indifference and sarcasm. Greene nudged his horse forward, with Brienne following closely behind, holding high the banner of Swamp Marigolds. On the other side, Bronze Yon approached on horseback almost simultaneously. The wheat field made the horse beneath him struggle. Greene gently pulled the reins to slow its pace. The sound of hooves trampling the mud filled the air, making Greene feel increasingly pleased as he secretly planned his next move. The treacherous ground caused Bronze Yon to furrow his brows. Despite his battle experience, he sensed something was amiss. Even after 2 days of rain, the land shouldn't be this soft. Before he could ponder further, he and Earl Greene met. According to tradition, they would, friendly, choose the side that blows the bugle. When the bugle sounds, the battle begins. The breeze lifted Greene's long, ink-colored hair as he spoke energetically. "Dear Earl Royce, you seem to be in a bad mood." He raised his chin slightly and added contemptuously, "If the Valley Knights are willing to kneel and surrender, I might consider pardoning your crimes." Bronze Yon's lips, which were about to form a smile, froze. His eyes sharpened, but he remained silent, trying to confirm if he had heard correctly. The flag officer's angry voice quickly assured him he had. "Despicable savage Earl, you have committed an unforgivable offense," the flag officer shouted. "Dismount immediately, kneel on the ground, and beg Lord Royce for forgiveness." "Earl Savage," the flag-bearer of Bronze Yawn demanded angrily. Greene's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the glaring flag officer. "Who are you?" he asked. Grinding his teeth, the flag officer replied angrily, "I am Harlan Hunter of Longbow Hall." Bronze Yawn added coldly, "He is Sir Harlan Hunt." Greene raised an eyebrow and mocked. "How dare a little knight of the valley offend the Earl of the King's territory? Is this the honor of the Knight of the Valley?" Sir Harlan Hunter gritted his teeth and said, "I am a knight conferred by Lord John Arryn himself." Greene's first earldom was one John Arryn had hardly begged Robert first to confer upon him, but now was not the time for bickering. He wasn't in the mood for a verbal confrontation with a dead man. Ignoring Sir Harlan, Greene addressed Bronze Yawn directly. "Count Royce, the 2 days of heavy rain have made the land absorb water, affecting your horses." After a pause, he continued, "I'm worried your horses can't run. Do you still want to go to war as agreed? As the ruler of the Crabclaw Peninsula and an honorary knight, I can give you a direct admittance." Before Greene could finish, Sir Harlan interrupted angrily. "Even in the swamps, the Valley Knights can still charge at the savages." Bronze Yawn also said coldly, "Young Earl, a few wooden stakes cannot withstand the charge of the heavy cavalry." Greene spread his hands and said, "Count Royce, you have a burning gaze. I hope those wooden stakes can resist the attack of the Valley Knights." Bronze Yawn stared at Greene and said, "Young man, I hope you can make it in time. The heroic Valley Knight will not give you much time." Greene extended his hand towards Brienne, who immediately handed over the knight's spear. Taking hold of the lance, Greene said, "According to tradition, we use a lance duel to decide which side will blow the bugle." Sir Harlan's face twisted as he watched Greene turn his horse around. He showed a cruel smile. After Sir Harlan adjusted the direction of his horse, Bronze Yawn warned, "Harlan, be careful. Earl Crab was the lance champion at the last King's Landing tourney." With a clang, Sir Harlan pulled down his visor and replied, "Lord Royce, the tourney is just a knightly game for entertainment. I will teach him a lesson." When Greene and Sir Harlan were about 100 yards apart, they stopped their horses in a tacit understanding. This was not a tourney, and no trumpet call was needed. After adjusting the direction of their horses' heads, they paused briefly before clamping down on their horses' bellies almost simultaneously, galloping towards each other. The distance between them closed rapidly. Sir Harlan focused intently on the oncoming Greene through the gap in his visor. His upper body leaned forward more and more as his horse ran. The tip of his knight's spear glowed coldly in the morning light, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised into a smirk. The horse's hooves thundered, and the distance grew even shorter. The eyes in Sir Harlan's visor were filled with fierceness. He wanted more than just to teach a lesson. He wanted to dominate. Just as he was about to strike, the veins in his arms bulging with effort, his expression froze. His eyes filled with shock and pain, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Greene's knight's spear had pierced his chest first. The horse beneath him continued to run, and Sir Harlan was left hanging on the spear. Tat, 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 tat. The horses slowed to a pace. Greene suddenly raised the spear, with Sir Harlan still impaled on it, using one hand. The nearly 5-meter-long spear bent under the weight. Then, with a powerful motion, Lord Greene threw Sir Harlan directly towards Bronze Yawn. With a bang, mud and water splashed onto Bronze Yawn's body. Flicking his cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds, Greene's voice rang out, "Valley people, Kleiber's bugle sounds. Let's start the war." Chapter 245, Battle of Seagull Town, Part 3. Brienne held up the swamp marigold flag and swung it left and right. Suddenly, Kleb's bugle sounded, a low and long wail that echoed through the valley. The Kleb long archers thrust the sharp wooden stakes they carried with them into the ground in front of their formation, creating a dense fence. From a distance, the Kleb military formation seemed to be squirming. Greene Kleb personally took the initiative to sound the bugle, signaling the start of the battle. The Kleb long archers, having trained in this skill for a month, were very skilled at setting up their defenses. The knights in the valley, however, still needed to prepare for their charge. Although the time was short, it was precious to the Kleb long archers. Greene rode slowly through the wheat fields. The ground had become soft after 2 consecutive days of heavy rain. Lord Greene had recently used his nearly 2,000-strong oxen to plow all the wheat fields near Seagull Town for free, earning the praise of the local farmers who saw him as a generous and benevolent lord. The wheat field between the Kleb army formation and the Valley army formation was one of these fields, or rather, it was one of the battlefields prepared in advance by King Greene. The news that Greene had stabbed the Vale Knight to death in front of the formation spread quickly among Kleb's army, boosting the soldiers' morale. The simple soldiers of the Crab Claw Peninsula were more convinced by powerful warriors. When Greene returned to the military formation, the soldiers around him smashed their fists on their chests to show their respect and loyalty. Lord Greene passed through with a serious face, leaving his gentleness for the warriors who could walk to him on their own. The soldiers standing far away only needed to see the power and mystery of their lord. All the necessary preparations had been completed, and Lord Greene did not need to explain again and again. The rest was left to his warriors. Kleb's bugle sounded again, its long note like the cold wind from the north. Bronze Jan glanced at Sir Harlan, who lay almost deformed on the ground, and ran towards his army formation with his horse. Bronze Jan had discovered Greene's little moves, and this passive feeling not only made him wary, but also angry. The Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula had made it clear with his actions that today's battle was not a beautiful martial arts tournament, but a fight to the death. 2 men, go and bring Sir Harlan back, Bronze Jan ordered upon returning to the army. His plain words reignited the Valley Knight's anger, which then burned fiercely. Previously, they were angry because they felt provoked by the savage count. Now, only the blood of the enemy could calm their raging anger. Everyone, don't let our opponents wait impatiently, Bronze Jan commanded. Under his leadership, the more than 20,000 Valley cavalry accelerated their preparations for battle. More than 1,000 full-plate knights gathered in a wedge formation. Most of them wore armor passed down through generations in their families. These were only a small number of the Valley Knights under the rule of the High Glory and Aelin families. The armor of the Valley Knights shone brightly in the morning light, and behind them were more than 500 knight attendants wearing breastplates and chainmail, also part of the vanguard. The loud noise of the valley echoed with the sound of bugles. Immediately after the vanguard officer, Sir Simon Temperton, gave an order, more than 1,500 Valley cavalry advanced slowly. The bugle sounded again in the valley, its notes echoing through the air. When the Valley cavalry led by Sir Simon Temperton was about 500 yards away from Kleb's army position, the tension in the air was palpable. More than 3,000 Valley cavalry, led by Lord Beneda Belmore, began to leave the Valley army's position. "Damn it!" cried Sir Simon Temperton. As the cavalry set off, he noticed that the closer they got to the enemy, the softer the ground became, making it more difficult for the horses to move and maintain a dense formation. This was not only due to the lack of training among the Valley Knights, but also the poor ground conditions on the battlefield. Lord Beneda Belmore, who followed, was forced to advance through the muddy ground trampled by the vanguard of Sir Simon Temperton's cavalry. The distance of 250 to 300 yards was almost the effective range of Kleb's longbows, but Emperor, standing at the front of the military formation, did not give the order to release arrows. When the distance closed to 200 yards, Emperor gave the order to draw the bows. Under the command of Kleb's commanders, more than 5,000 longbowmen slowly drew their bowstrings to full length. At about 180 yards, Sir Simon Temperton's horse passed an arrow stuck in the ground, its fletching conspicuous among many set arrows fired in advance by Kleb's archers. "Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows!" The Knights of the Valley saw large, dark clouds suddenly rise from Kleb's military formation. Then, swish, 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 a rapid and violent rain of arrows fell from the sky. The frightened war horses neighed and struggled uncontrollably, causing the Valley Knights to fall on their backs. Another large cloud of arrows rose from Kleb's army formation, flying down at a steeper angle into the disordered Valley cavalry. Because the ground was too soft, most of the wooden stakes had sunk and were very strong. Some frightened horses struggled to charge forward, but were often nailed to death on the wooden stakes. As if blessed by the gods, the tall and strong horse, under Sir Simon Temperton, allowed him to escape the rain of Kleb's arrows. Unfortunately, his horse slammed into a wooden stake, throwing him straight out of the saddle and landing in front of little Reyna. Before Sir Simon Temperton regained consciousness, the dagger in Reyna's hand penetrated the gap in his armor, taking his life. The frightened horses ran away, crashing into Count Beneda Belmore's relatively neat cavalry formation. "Steady! Steady!" Earl Belmore roared loudly. Wounded and frightened horses dashed wildly through Lord Temperton's ranks, spreading chaos like a wave among the 3,000 horsemen. At this time, they were more than 100 yards away from the overturned vanguard cavalry and more than 300 yards away from Kleb's archers. The battle was not going well, but the proud knights of the valley would never back down in front of the savages. Immediately, Count Beneda Belmore gave the order to dismount and advance. More than 2,000 knights wearing plate armor threw away their lances, dismounted, and moved forward under Count Beneda Belmore's order, with nearly 1,000 knights in attendance following closely behind them. The Valley Knights, now heavy armored infantry, endured rounds of Kleb's arrow rain and trudged through the ground that had been trampled into a large mud pond. The knights, wearing full plate armor, had to lower their heads and advance slowly to prevent the dense arrows from penetrating through the gaps in their face armor. As fewer and fewer frightened horses hit like stones thrown by a trebuchet, the formation of the heavy infantry in the valley became more and more dense, many of the full-plate knights among them. The vanguard cavalry had now become part of the valley's heavy infantry, while the knight attendants, clad only in breastplates and chain armor, suffered almost total casualties. During the march, people slipped and fell frequently, and the increasingly dense formation of heavy infantry had no time to assist their fallen comrades. Earl Beneda Belmore gasped and roared loudly, "Brave knights of the valley, move forward! Move forward! Keep moving forward!" There were still about 100 yards left, a distance that could usually be covered in a blink of an eye, but now seemed insurmountable. The armor, combined with the soil stuck to it, felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. More and more Valley Knights fell to the ground from exhaustion. As they neared the sharp stakes, Lord Beneda Belmore shouted again, "The savages are right in front of you. Move forward. Move forward." In his effort to raise his voice, he habitually lifted his head. Through the gap in his visor, he saw a tall woman in black leather armor aiming a bow at him. Time seemed to slow down. He saw the arrow heading towards him and noticed the woman's beautiful brown hair, which shone golden in the sun. Phew! The arrow fired by Sir Impero Thorns pierced through the gap in Lord Beneda Belmore's faceplate, and his bulky body fell into the mud. The Earl of Hongji City, the commander of the valley's heavy infantry, Beneda Belmore, was dead. As they finally approached the fence in front of Kleb's archers, more than 1,000 valley heavy infantry collapsed almost instantly. 7 levels of hell. Bronze Jan closed his eyes in pain. The gentle voice of the Earl of Red Base, Holden Redford, a member of the Alliance of Justice, sounded, "Lord Jan, we are ready to fight at any time." After a pause, he added, "Perhaps you can leave this attack to me. We can't do without you here." Bronze Jan shook his head slightly. He took the helmet from his attendant, put it on, and said solemnly, "Count Kleb is a cunning fox. I will hunt him with my own hands." Earl Holden Redford pointed to the 3 young men beside him and said, "Lord Jan, please allow my 3 sons to join you in the battle. Victory belongs to the valley." Bronze Jan glanced at Earl Redford's 3 sturdy sons, nodded slightly, and said, "Victory belongs to the valley." In addition to Earl Redford's 2nd son Clayton, 3rd son John, and 4th son Michael, Bronze Jan's 2nd son Robert and 3rd son Weimar also joined the attack. Do-do, 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 do-do-do-do-do, the bugle sounded in the valley. More than 6,000 heavily armored knights from the valley, who had dismounted their horses, advanced in a dense formation under the banner of Bronze Yon. Bronze Yon shouted, "Long live the Vale of Arryn!" All the knights responded, "Long live the Vale of Arryn! Long live Count Royce! Long live Runestone City! Long live Iron Oak! Long live the Red Base! Long live Hongicheng! Long live Nine-Star City!" Surrounding Bronze Yon were the descendants of knights who had been passed down from generation to generation in the Arryn Valley for thousands of years. They were the best and most precious knights of the valley. Both waves of attacks by the Knights of the Vale had suffered heavy setbacks, making him feel like the sinner of Arryn Valley. But the Knights of the Valley must not lose to the wildlings of the Crabclaw Peninsula. If the Knights of the Vale lost to the wildlings of the Crabclaw Peninsula in this battle known to the Seven Kingdoms, it would be their eternal shame. The proud Knights of the Valley must not lose. Bronze Yon's eyes were filled with determination. Even if he had to die, he would win this battle. Swish, 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 swish. Ding, 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 ding. It was as if the previous scene was reappearing. The infantry, composed of valley knights, braved the rain of arrows from Kleb and moved slowly through the muddy pond with incomparable courage. When Bronze Yon personally experienced the 7 levels of hell here, he couldn't help but feel a deep despair in his heart. The constant clanging of metal echoed around him as he moved forward with a knight's shield. He deeply regretted not ordering every knight in the valley to prepare a shield in advance. They had only managed to collect a few hundred knight shields in total. Underestimating the enemy had proven to be a shortcut to disaster. The relentless sound of metal striking metal filled the air. Bronze Yon, walking with his shield, could hear the continuous ding, ding, ding as arrows and weapons clashed against armor and shields. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, the mudmen lying in the mud, survivors of Sir Simon Temperton and Lord Beneda Belmore's forces. Bronze Yon shouted coldly, "Knights of the Vale, forward! Only by defeating the Crabclaw Peninsulars ahead could they hope to rescue their comrades." "Gods bless you," he muttered, shaking off any thoughts of surrender. The idea of yielding to the wildlings was unthinkable. A glorious knight of the valley would rather die in battle. As the distance between the two sides closed to 100 yards, the Kleb longbowmen ceased their firing and took aim. The archers, the best among the Kleb forces, shot their arrows with deadly precision, targeting the gaps in the Valley Knights' armor. The dense formation of the Valley Knights worked against them. As many fell, those behind them tripped over the bodies, leading to increased casualties. By the time they reached the fence made of wooden piles, the Valley Knights were exhausted. The wooden piles, firmly embedded in the soil, were strong, and behind them stood the soldiers of the Crabclaw Peninsula, who had put down their longbows and taken up various long weapons. With great despair, Bronze Yon shouted, "Jump over! Attack! Attack! Attack!" The battle raged on, a grim testament to the ferocity and determination of both sides. The new year was approaching, but for now, the only focus was survival and victory. Chapter 246, Battle of Seagull Town, Part 4. At the command of Bronze John, Earl Fred's 3 sons, along with his 3rd son, climbed over the fence that was slightly higher than their waists. Only the 2nd son, who was protecting him and holding the knight's shield, stayed behind. Most of the Valley Knights who climbed over the fence fell directly into the mud. The clumsy, heavy armor and their exhausted physical strength made it impossible for them to land without falling. Once on the ground, it was extremely difficult for them to get back up. "Oh gods!" Bronze John roared in extreme grief. Countless long weapons fell upon the fallen knights, and his eyes were filled with anguish. The essence of the Valley Knights was gathered here. Before Bronze John could change his order, they slashed their swords at the wooden stakes in front of them. The dense military formation left the Valley Knights with no room to dodge the spears thrust from behind the fence. Their advancement was blocked, and the formation became even more congested. When one person fell in front, several others, or even a large group, would fall with him. Finally, many holes were cut in the fence by the Vale Knights, who were not afraid of sacrifice, but most of these holes were quickly filled by the fallen bodies of their comrades. The killing continued, and this place had become the 7th level of hell for the Valley Knights. Their pride had allowed them to persevere until now, but as they trudged through the quagmire under the rain of arrows, their belief in victory began to waver. The best knights of the Arryn Valley were gathered here. Their bodies were already exhausted, and their eyes began to grow vacant. Ahead, Kleb's spear and fence seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, harvesting their lives every moment. At their feet, the wails of their companions echoed one after another, as if strangers were calling in their ears. The knights of the valley were crowded together, and despair spread in the air, shrouding everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. Bronze John kept shouting for an attack, but the pride and courage of the Vale Knights had been exhausted. The knights of the valley suddenly collapsed, and their retreat was like a flood bursting its banks, out of control. However, they forgot that there was a large mud pond behind them, which they and their warhorses had created. This pond was still a death trap for them at this time. They were knocked down, stumbled, slipped, and fell. The Valley Knights, who had exhausted all their strength, desperately fled towards the rear, trying to escape from this mortal hell. Not long after, a dark cloud rose up from Kleb's army formation again and struck like a strong wind towards the retreating Valley Knights. Count Royce was defeated by the savages? The nearly 10,000 Valley Knights who stayed behind also began to stir. Uneasiness and fear spread like a tide, and almost everyone felt as if they were shrouded in darkness. The heir to the Hall of Longbow, Sir Jerwood Hunter, who was sitting at the back, didn't know how to deal with this unexpected situation. He was usually arrogant, but he seemed so at a loss at this moment. "Attack!" someone suddenly shouted, and the voice seemed particularly harsh at this moment. Sir Hunter looked angrily in the direction of the sound, but before he could see clearly, there was another response from the military formation. "Attack! Attack! 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 Attack!" First, there were a few people, then a group of people. Finally, almost everyone was shouting, "Attack!" They thought it was a game of hunting savages. That sudden voice made the flustered Valley Knights suddenly find a way out of the situation in front of them. Some people galloped towards the front, and with the first one came the second. They all ran towards the direction of Kleb's army formation without receiving orders. Sir Hunter and Lady Anya tried to stop them, but their voices were drowned in the thunder of horse hooves. Why did Bronze John let the Knights of the Vale he command dead were forced to dismount? The wheat fields ahead were no longer suitable for horses, turning the knights into infantry. "Gods, this is suicide!" Sir Hunter exclaimed, watching the Valley cavalry break away from his command. "Attack! Attack!" Some of the cavalry shouted as they slowed their horses, using their riding skills to gradually separate from the charging team. Among the Valley Knights were hired free riders, totaling more than 1,000. However, some of these free riders had been bribed with extra gold, and it was they who suddenly shouted the attack slogan. To them, the small amount of money from the Valley Knights was nothing compared to the private bribes they received. Their mission was simple. Someone had approached them privately, saying that this war was known across all 7 kingdoms. Only by killing the wild men of the Crabclaw Peninsula could they uphold the nobility and honor of the Valley Knights. Their task was to secretly encourage the knights to use their swords to spill as much blood as possible from the wild men. While many were still contemplating how to earn this extra gold, another person came to them with specific slogans to shout at the right time. These slogans emphasized that a true knight of the valley would never retreat. It seemed that all their employers had the same goal. As a result, some lucky freelancers received a double windfall with peace of mind. The committed free riders encouraged the Valley Knights to fight decisively at the right time in accordance with their private agreements. As for the consequences of launching a decisive battle, how could the noble knights lose to those savages? Even if there were setbacks, it was unthinkable to lose a battle tied to the honor of the valley. Why did the free riders slip away from the charging team? They were only hired for odd jobs and were not eligible to participate in the honorable battle of the Valley Knights. Who were the 2 men who secretly bribed these free riders? One was Littlefinger, and the other was Lord Grim. Littlefinger's goal was to ensure both the Crabclaw Peninsula and the righteous forces suffered heavy losses, making it easier for him to control the valley. Lord Grim aimed to eliminate as many obstacles as possible for the next valley conquest. Both used covert means to intensify the war. For the glory of the Vale of Arryn, the knights struggled forward in the muddy ground, their horses neighing and the cavalry shouting. However, pride and courage alone could not make the horses move smoothly through the mud. More and more war horses fell, throwing their riders to the ground. For the glory of the Valley Knights, the frightened horses became uncontrollable, causing chaos in the cavalry formation. The sound of the retreating bugle pierced the air, awakening most of the cavalry to the harsh reality: they had been defeated. The Valley Knights had lost to the despicable tactics of their enemies, who were already seated, and said, "I apologize for the intrusion, but the situation is dire, and we must act swiftly." Countess Anya Waywood wiped her tears and looked at him with a mixture of hope and despair. "Lord Corbray, what news do you bring? Is there any hope for us?" Leonor Corbray's face was grim. "The news is not good, I'm afraid. The Kleb forces are advancing rapidly, and our defenses are crumbling. We must rally our forces and prepare for a counterattack, or we risk losing everything." Sir Gerwood Hunter clenched his fists in frustration. "We cannot let these savages overrun us. We must stand our ground and fight back with all our might." Earl Horton Redford, still shaken by the loss of his son, nodded in agreement. "We must avenge our fallen and protect our lands, but we need a plan, a strategy that will give us a fighting chance." Leonor Corbray leaned forward, his eyes intense. "I have a plan, but it will require all of us to work together and make some difficult decisions. We must send word to our allies and gather reinforcements. We must also fortify our positions and prepare for a prolonged siege if necessary." Countess Anya looked at him with determination. "Whatever it takes, we will do it. We cannot let the sacrifices of our loved ones be in vain." Sir Gerwood added, "And we must ensure that the Seven Kingdoms know of the atrocities committed by the Kleb family. We must seek justice and hold them accountable for their crimes." Earl Horton sighed deeply, but there was a newfound resolve in his voice. "Very well, Lord Corbray. We will follow your lead. Let us prepare for the battle ahead and show these invaders that the spirit of the Valley Knights is not so easily broken." As the leaders of the Alliance of Justice began to discuss their plans in earnest, the weight of their losses hung heavy in the air. But amidst the sorrow and anger, there was also a flicker of hope, a hope that they could still turn the tide and reclaim their honor and their homeland. The night was long, and the discussions were intense, but by the time the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the leaders had forged a plan. They would send messengers to their allies, fortify their positions, and prepare for a counterattack that would strike at the heart of the Kleb forces. And as the sun rose, casting its golden light over the camp, the warriors of the Alliance of Justice steeled themselves for the battle to come. They knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger and hardship, but they were determined to fight for their homes, their families, and their honor. For the Valley Knights, the battle was not just about survival. It was about reclaiming their legacy and proving that even in the face of overwhelming odds, they would not falter. And with that resolve burning brightly in their hearts, they prepared to face the enemy once more. With solemn expressions, they said, "I can feel the grief emanating from here, even from a great distance. As a member of the same Aelin family, sir, I have no choice but to disturb you." Lady Anya, Earl Horton, and Sir Gerwood exchanged glances. Lady Anya spoke up. "Earl Corbray, I would rather see a straightforward character from a man in the valley than hear an insincere excuse." Earl Leonor shrugged and replied, "Lady Anya, Earl Horton, Sir Gerwood, in the name of the Duke of Eagle's Nest City, I have brought reinforcements for you tonight." Earl Horton frowned. "Duke Robert, following Lady Anya's instructions, I will be more direct." Count Leonor raised the corners of his lips and continued, "It was Duke Robert's adoptive father, Lord Baelish, who ordered me to send support to the Alliance of the Just." Sir Gerwood sneered. "You really came in time. I have to tell you, Lord Corbray, you are late." Count Leonor spread his hands. It is precisely because of the defeat of the Alliance of the Just that I have the temerity to appear here. According to Lord Petter's instructions, if you had won, my mission was to recover the fallen Seagull Town from the hands of the savages and return your possessions. Sir Gerwood snorted coldly. We will take back Seagull Town ourselves. The Alliance of the Just will never accept Lysa Tully's help. We have not forgotten that she was the murderer who poisoned Lord John Arryn. Lady Anya echoed. Earl Corbray, as vassals of the Arryn family, we must ensure the murderer receives the justice they deserve. Earl Horton nodded in agreement. Earl Lenore sighed, paused, and with a serious expression said, Lady Anya, Earl Horton, Sir Gerwood, I want to tell you. Not long ago, Lysa Tully could not forgive herself. She chose to die because of the sins she committed. Chapter 247, The Feast of the Fire Ox. Sir Gerwood stared in disbelief. How? Is this possible? I've heard that Lady Lysa has countless suitors. How could she be willing to? Lady Anya interrupted him with a glance before addressing Count Leonor. Count Leonor, as far as I know, the Lady of Winterfell is a guest in the Eyrie? Count Leonor's eyes flickered slightly. He nodded. When I went to see little Duke Robert, I saw Lady Catelyn from a distance. She looked very haggard. Thank you for your candor. Lady Anya paused, then fixed her gaze on Count Leonor. Can you tell me whether Lady Catelyn was one of the witnesses to Lysa Tully's passing? Count Leonor's fingers twitched slightly. He was silent for a moment before sighing. Lady Anya, Earl Horton, Sir Gerwood, although I don't know the specifics, I want to believe that Lady Lysa's death was her own choice. Want to believe? Lady Anya sighed deeply. Earl Leonor tapped his chin, glancing around the room. To be honest, this is a pretty good outcome for the entire valley. His expression turned bitter. In other words, there is no better outcome than this. After Count Leonor finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Earl Horton broke the silence. I have to admit, this is also a fortunate turn for little Duke Robert, alas. Sir Gerwood suddenly spoke up. Did you just say that Earl Baelish is the adoptive father of the young Duke? According to Duke Robert's mother's will. Earl Leonor began, but Sir Gerwood interrupted him rudely. What qualifications does Peter Baelish have to be the adoptive father of the young Duke? With a few sheep on the small rocky ground of the Five Fingers Peninsula? Earl Leonor shrugged. Sir Gerwood, I had the same reaction when I first heard the news. Sir Gerwood's voice was full of distrust. Are you telling me you changed your mind for some reason? Well, I heard that Earl Baelish is good with money. Could it be that the treasury of the Eyrie was emptied by someone? Is Lysa Tully so desperate to find a profitable adoptive father for young Lord Robert? Lord Leonor, do you share this view? Count Leonor stared at Sir Gerwood coldly. Gerwood Hunter, are you questioning the honor of the Corbray family? Lady Anya intervened softly. Earl Leonor, please forgive Sir Gerwood for his presumption. The vassals of the Arryn family are very concerned about the safety of little Duke Robert. She glanced at Sir Gerwood, who snorted and turned away. She continued, I believe you must have a reason to support Earl Baelish. The Just Alliance wants to hear the real reason. Count Leonor leaned back in his chair. My lords, Lord Baelish has brought real support to the valley. He has formed an alliance with Tywin Lannister on behalf of the valley. A smirk played on his lips. According to the agreement, Myrcella Baratheon will become the fiancée of young Duke Robert. The little princess will arrive in the Eyrie soon, and the wedding will be held when she comes of age. After hearing Count Leonor's words, Lady Anya and the others couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. The fire in the brazier flickered. After a moment, Lady Anya clasped her hands and murmured piously, Gods bless us. Sir Gerwood of Longbow Hall fixed his gaze on Count Leonor, disbelief evident in his eyes. Lannister is willing to send Princess Myrcella to the Eyrie? They are. He trailed off, though his thoughts were clear. Are the Lannisters fools? Lord Horton's eyes narrowed. Lord Leonor Corbray, I must admit this is surprisingly good news, but I want to know what the Valley has to pay for Lannister's generosity. Sir Gerwood nodded in agreement, while Lady Anya gracefully picked up her wine goblet. Lady Anya poured wine into her flask and said, I'm also very curious. She glanced at Lord Horton and continued, How do the Knights of the Vale serve Lannister? Count Leonor spread his hands and replied, Lannister's conditions are very simple. Lord Baelish told me that, in addition to asking us to continue supporting King Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne, they want us to send troops to quell the rebellion. Earl Horton's eyes moved slightly as he asked, Stark and Tully? Seeing Earl Leonor nod, Sir Gerwood suddenly exclaimed, Lannister wants to destroy the alliance between Arryn, Stark, and Tully? Before anyone could respond, he added doubtfully, to be honest, after Lysa Tully poisoned Lord Jon, this alliance can be said to have died. Lady Anya shook her head slightly and said, If the daughter of the Stark family marries little Duke Robert, the alliance between the eagle, the wolf, and the fish will remain firm. So the Lannisters are willing to send their only princess to the Eyrie. After a pause, she added, Moreover, the North and the Riverlands have Robb Stark, who claims to be the King of the North and the King of the Trident. He is an enemy that the Lannisters must deal with. Sir Gerwood scratched his head and said, There is Stannis with a strong military presence to the south of King's Landing. Count Leonor, with a relaxed expression, said, Lord Baelish told me that Lannister and Tyrell of Highgarden have reached an alliance. And Stannis, do you really want to see him sitting on the Iron Throne? Not just us. I think most of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms are not willing to let that lord become their king. Mrs. Anya's eyes were deep as she exhaled and said, It seems that the young lady of the Tyrell family is going to wear the Queen's tiara. Count Leonor smiled and said, I have to say you are truly a wise lady. Lord Baelish's guess is similar to yours. The proud Golden Rose must have seen Lannister's sincerity in advance. After a pause, he continued, Let the noble Princess Myrcella hold a wedding with young Lord Robert after she reaches adulthood in the Eyrie. I think this is the sincerity Lannister offers to the nobles of the valley. Earl Horton suddenly muttered to himself, If there had been no turmoil in the valley, maybe there would be more sincerity in the valley. Sir Gerwood laughed and said, This is already very happy news. His tone then changed to a deep one as he said, Count Leonor, since we are allies, can we ask the Lannisters to evacuate the Crabclaw Peninsula from our valley? An imperceptible contempt flashed across Count Leonor's face. He smiled slightly and said, Sir Gerwood, as the heir of Longbow Hall, don't you intend to regain the lost honor with your own hands? Sir Gerwood was startled, his eyes a little evasive, and said, The Knights of the Valley need to rest for a while. Count Leonor raised his chin slightly and said, Tomorrow I will cut off Count Kleb's neck with the sword in my hand, and I will hang his head in the square of Seagull Town. Earl Horton frowned slightly and said, Count Leonor, Sir Gerwood's words are right. The Valley Knights have just experienced an unprecedented defeat. We really need to rest and recover. His expression became pained. Of the more than 20,000 Valley cavalry who went out to fight today, only more than 6,000 returned to the camp. Many of them are still injured. They will not be able to participate in the battle in a short time. Count Leonor's lips curled up slightly as he said, I have brought 10,000 soldiers, and they are full of fighting spirit at the moment. Earl Horton's frown deepened. 10,000 soldiers? You? Could it be? Count Leonor looked at the three people whose expressions had become solemn and said, I have actually been here for a long time. I saw that you have been staying here to rest, so I didn't let anyone disturb you. As his words fell, Sir Gerwood stood up suddenly, holding the handle of his sword with one hand, and said, The soldiers of the Longbow Hall of the Hunter family will not listen to you. What did you do? Count Leonor placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, and the atmosphere grew tense. Alas! Mrs. Anya sighed, standing up slowly. She handed a filled wineglass to Count Leonor and another to Sir Gerwood. We must be patient. If Count Leonor intended us harm, he wouldn't have come here. Thank you for your trust, Mrs. Anya, Count Leonor said, taking a sip of ale. I am merely following Lord Baelish's orders. I brought doctors and wine for the weary soldiers, and my men have been helping to carry the wounded into the tents. Mrs. Anya frowned slightly and said softly, You are very considerate, Count Leonor. As she turned to sit down, she gave Sir Gerwood a warning look. Sir Gerwood snorted, but ended his glare at Count Leonor. After sitting down, Mrs. Anya took a sip of her wine and said, Count Leonor, we appreciate Earl Baelish's goodwill towards the Alliance of the Righteous and his contributions to the Arryn Valley and Duke Robert. She paused, then added sincerely, Earl Peter Baelish is a wise and good man. We welcome him as the adoptive father of young Duke Robert. May the gods bless all good people on earth. The night was deep, and the stars shone brightly. Greene Kleb stood high, looking at the valley camp in the distance. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and said, According to our information, there are 20,000 horses gathered in the valley. He reached out and patted Sir Pell, who stood beside him. Pell, tonight's battle is in your hands. Sir Pell puffed up his strong chest and said, My lord, I am at your disposal. Greene nodded slightly. Are the 2,000-strong cattle ready? Sir Pell nodded. The horns of the cows are tied with sharp knives, and their tails are tied with oil-soaked reeds. We are well prepared. Greene took a step forward. Pell, the timing of lighting the oxtails is crucial, but lighting the passage is even more important. I don't want to see them running towards our soldiers. The passage referred to a wall of fire formed by igniting prepared flammable materials. As a time traveler, Greene knew that without the passage, the fireballs could run wildly and crash into their own formation. He added, also, the war drums. Sir Pell responded respectfully, Lord Greene, the cow trainers have been preparing for tonight for a long time. They know what to do. Please rest assured. Greene paused, looking at his retainer knight. Pell, master the fireball tactic, and you can teach it to your children in the future. Sir Pell immediately knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. My lord, the Peely family will always remember your kindness. Greene helped Sir Pell up. He looked at the night sky and said, Go, my loyal Pell. Remember, Kleb does not need prisoners tonight. In the camp, Leiden was wiping the bronze armor he had taken care of. It was the ancestral armor of Bronze Yon. Greene entered the camp and looked at the shiny armor, nodding slightly. Leiden, you did a good job, Leiden smiled shyly. He pointed to the magic charm engraved on the armor. My master, it is said that this armor can protect the warrior wearing it from harm. Is this true? Greene raised the corner of his mouth. Leiden, you might want to ask our Sir Amparo whether this legend is true or false. Leiden was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. The magic of the valley is vulnerable to Kleb's sword. He put away the oiled soft skin. My master, I am ready and can set off tomorrow morning. Greene sat down on the folding wooden chair next to the fire pit. Leiden, when you get to King's Landing, enter the city through the steel gate. Gate, he added. The matter of giving the bronze armor to King Joffrey is very important to Kleb. Leiden, I'll help you. Leiden bowed and said, My master, thank you for your trust. I promise to fulfill your instructions. Greene nodded slightly. This was a trophy that proved Emperor Joffrey's great military exploits. There should be no delay. The power game can only be broken quickly. For the next situation in the valley, Lord Greene would have to compete with the power players. In the tent of the valley camp, Earl Leonor, Lady Anya, Earl Horton, and Sir Jerwood toasted each other. After taking a sip of wine, Lady Anya said, Count Leonor, the 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry left in the camp during the day. We will all leave them to your command. Count Leonor raised his wineglass again and said, My lords, the glorious victory belongs to the Duke of Eagle's Nest City. Earl Horton also raised his glass, paused, and reminded, Count Leonor, please be careful of the arrow rain from the Crabclaw Peninsula. The people of the Crabclaw Peninsula are well trained. Maybe we shouldn't call them savages anymore. Chapter 248, Attack of Kleb. Mrs. Anya's eyes moved slightly as she glanced at the arrogant Earl Leonor. She spoke warmly. The Kleber savages are well equipped. They deserve some attention. Count Leonor's face showed unconcealed contempt. When the sun rises, the savages without the mud will not withstand the charge of the Valley Knights. Sir Jerwood's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. True, there is no muddy ground, but they do have the tall city walls of Seagull Town. Earl Horton shook his head slightly. The Crabclaw Peninsula archers are still resting in the camp outside the city tonight. Earl Kleb could not have imagined that the counterattack in the valley would come so quickly. And he looked at Count Leonor. If I remember correctly, Count Baelish once served as a tax collector in Seagull Town. I think he should have many friends there. Count Leonor's lips curled up slightly. Count Horton, your eyes are as bright as fire. Sir Jerwood laughed. This is another piece of good news I heard tonight. Count Leonor raised his chin, lifted his glass, and said, "My lords, for the honor of the valley." Mrs. Anya had an elegant smile on her face. As she reached for the wine glass on the table, she suddenly felt something strange. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that the silver wine glass was vibrating slightly. Anya quickly realized that the strange feeling came from the ground beneath her feet. She grabbed the table with one hand, stood up from the chair, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Outside the camp, various noisy sounds suddenly erupted. Sir Jerwood, who had a bad premonition, lifted the curtain and walked out of the camp. He cursed a few times angrily, and then when his eyes moved to one place, his whole body suddenly froze. He murmured, "7 levels of hell." In the distance, he saw seas of fire rushing towards the camp in the valley, the flames dancing in the night as if they were alive. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the earth was dark. Only the faint firelight flickered in the camp in the valley. Suddenly, a deafening sound of cow moose and hoofbeats broke the tranquility of the night, and the ground seemed to shake. Immediately afterward, countless fire oxen rushed towards the camp in the valley like a flood from the darkness. The fire cattle herd rushed into the camp. This sudden change caused the valley soldiers and mercenaries to collapse almost instantly. They could only flee in panic. The fire bulls were rampaging. Some soldiers were pierced by the sharp blades on the horns, some were trampled by the bulls' hooves, and some were burned by the flames. The screams, wails, and cow moos intertwined, and the entire camp fell into chaos. "Fight for Lord Grim!" Sir Pell raised his sword and shouted. Under his order, more than 3,000 Kleb soldiers followed the firebull herd and rushed into the valley camp. Mrs. Anya's pupils dilated. "Gods, save us!" Count Leonor looked at the chaos in front of him, his eyes blank. "It's over. It's all over. This is magic. This is evil magic. Ugh!" Suddenly, a strong bull with red eyes and a flame on its tail charged towards him, knocking Count Leonor directly into the blazing fire. That night, it was not until the sky was slightly light that Kleb's soldiers put away their bloody weapons. At noon, Seagull Town, shrouded in a dull atmosphere, started a grand banquet that everyone could participate in. The main course was roast beef. In the Lord's Hall, Lord Greene, who usually controlled his drinking, drank one cup after another, celebrating with everyone. Sir Pell, his face red from drinking, stood up. He raised his glass and said loudly, "For Lord Greene's health." Everyone shouted in agreement, "Long live Lord Greene." Sir Pell shouted again, "Long live Whispering Castle." The crowd echoed, "Long live Kleb, for Lord Grim, long live, long live, long live. Ho, roar, roar." Sir Pell staggered, leading a group of people in a jubilant dance, performing Kleb's Victory Dance, Chapter 74, with a broad smile. Watching the dancing crowd below, Greene leaned back in his chair, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. He couldn't help but think about how amusing it would be when the serious retainer knight sobered up and recalled his actions today. In the seat of the Thorncore, Rhaena gasped before bursting into laughter. She patted Amparo on the back and exclaimed, "Female leopard, is that really our Sir Pell? Wow, ha!" Amparo observed carefully for a moment and said, "He must be drunk." She reached out and rubbed Rhaena's head, adding, "Stop laughing, you're spraying your drink everywhere." Rhaena nodded, clutching her stomach uncomfortably. She suddenly glanced in Greene's direction and whispered, "Amparo, look at our lord. He wants to laugh too, but he's holding it in. Trust the hunter's eyes." Hearing this, Amparo curiously shifted her gaze and happened to meet Greene's eyes. He smiled and raised his glass to her. Amparo, feeling slightly guilty, raised her glass in return. Rhaena, who saw everything, immediately laughed again. Rhaena hugged Amparo, joking, "Female leopard, I don't mind sharing yours with others." Amparo pushed Rhaena's forehead with 3 fingers, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." Seeing Amparo's serious expression, Rhaena changed the subject. "Amparo, I heard that according to Kleb's military merit, at least 100 people will be canonized as knights." Amparo took a sip of wine and replied, "Your military merit is sufficient." Rhaena blinked and asked, "Will you and Sir Pell preside over our canonization ceremony?" Amparo glanced at Rhaena and replied, "I don't know about others, but you should be canonized by Lord Greene himself." Rhaena's eyes lit up. "Really? Did Master Greene tell you that?" Amparo shook her head slightly. "I guessed it." Towards evening, Greene put down his glass, feeling the need for some fresh air. He stood up from his chair, gesturing for those around him to remain seated, and walked out of the Lord's Hall, with Brienne of Tarth following closely behind. As the sun set, the clouds on the horizon were dyed golden. The flowers in the garden swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a light and refreshing fragrance that was invigorating. Noticing Brienne's hesitation, Greene smiled and said, "Loyal Brienne, you seem to have something to say." After a moment of silence, Brienne spoke. "Lord Greene, I have witnessed a legendary war. It is my honor." Greene paused, stretched, and said, "This victory belongs to everyone in Kleb, including you, Brienne." He turned to look at her, his eyes softening. "Whether on the battlefield or behind the scenes, doing your duty faithfully is the best contribution." Brienne glanced at Greene with her dark blue eyes and said, "I am worried about you." "Are you worried that all 7 countries are our enemies?" Greene asked. Brienne hesitated before nodding. Greene resumed walking and said, "Brienne, you saw the Knights of the Valley shed a lot of blood, but you didn't realize that this was actually a continuation of the war, 16 years ago." "The war 16 years ago? The war when Robert first conquered the Mad King?" Brienne asked. Greene nodded. "Some call it the Usurper's War. When Robert killed Prince Rhaegar on the Trident and King's Landing fell, I was still in my mother's belly. When Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands raised his army, I was still enjoying a peaceful, carefree childhood. But I learned the cruelty of war from Maester Al's teachings." He looked at Brienne. "The war sung in the ballads is beautiful and desirable. In the land where it is always summer, all the knights are heroes, all the girls are beauties, and the sun always shines on the earth." Brienne nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Lord Greene." Greene smiled and said, "Yesterday's battle, if placed in the war history of Westeros, is actually quite ordinary. At least after entering the valley, Kleb did not burn, kill, or loot ordinary people." He rubbed his head. "The only trouble is that too many nobles have been eliminated. Find a plull, ace to sit down." After Greene sat down on the bench in the garden, Brienne said, "Lord Greene, I am worried that they will hate you because of fear, just like. Greene chuckled and said, "Like Stannis Baratheon?" Brienne nodded and said, "Many people in Stormland hate him." After a pause, Greene said, "Thank you for the reminder, loyal Brienne." Brienne showed a shy expression, and there was a glint in her eyes. "Lord Greene, this is my duty." Greene nodded slightly, rubbed his temples, and said slowly, "There are only more than 100,000 people in Kleb's Crabclaw Peninsula. We cannot withstand the consumption of a long-term war." Under Brienne's confused eyes, he continued, "The battle between the Valley and the Crabclaw Peninsula, which is known to the 7 kingdoms, gathers the essence of the Valley Knights, or they are the backbone of the Valley people. For the future of Kleb's strategy, as a ruler, I cannot waste the hard-won opportunity. I must interrupt it with a fight. Brienne, this is war." "Lord Greene, our war with the Valley is not over yet?" "Well, I'll fight until I'm satisfied." 3 days later, the runestone city of the Royce family, the northern neighbor of Seagull Town, was captured by Kleber soldiers disguised as remnants of the Alliance of Justice. The next day, more than 1,000 soldiers transported by Kleb's fleet made a surprise attack on Candlehole City, located on the coast of Crab Bay and northwest of the Crabclaw Peninsula. The Weekly family, who saw the Swamp Marigold flag, directly chose to surrender and swore allegiance to the Kleb family. Rumor has it that Lord Greene personally met many of the down-and-out knights in the valley while leading more than 8,000 soldiers toward Iron Oak City. After the news of Stannis' fleet arriving at Dragonstone reached King's Landing, ladies and noblewomen began to sing for the Mother of Mercy in the gorgeous sept. "Tender Virgin, source of mercy, bless your son through the fierce war. Stop the arrow, resist the sword, let them see a better tomorrow. Tender Virgin, the hope of women, help your daughter not suffer, calm down the anger, tame the madness, teach us to be tolerant of one another." Huge, colorful beams of light slanted in through the high crystal windows. The surroundings were filled with candles, and the flames flickered like stars. Cersei Lannister stood in the crowd. She comforted the frightened women in a perfunctory manner, but her expression became increasingly impatient. The royal steward had to whisper in her ear, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, please." The Lannister lioness glanced coldly at the Lord Chamberlain, and he swallowed back the next words. After a while, under the respectful eyes of everyone, Queen Cersei walked out of the temple. After sitting in the sedan chair, Queen Cersei said coldly, "I would rather face the sword than pretend to comfort these frightened hens." The steward who was following her wanted to tell Her Majesty the Queen Mother that most of the ladies there were invited by her, but he responded with a silent smile. He thought for a while and said respectfully, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, your decision is wise. When they return to their husbands and fathers, they will tell various stories about how brave you are, how strong you are, how inspiring you are. They will tell how unwavering you were in the face of powerful enemies, never doubting for a moment." Queen Cersei showed a look of satisfaction and said, "These hens themselves are worthless, but the roosters in the same group. With them lies the key to the moment. My son needs their protection." Queen Cersei's expression suddenly turned angry. "I really can't wait to go to the battlefield with a sword." She recalled her childhood. Jaime looked so much like her that even their father often couldn't tell them apart. Sometimes, for fun, she and Jaime would swap clothes and pretend to be each other for an entire day. But when Jaime received his first sword, she realized she would never have one. Their father taught Jaime how to wield long swords, spears, and maces, while she had to learn how to smile and please people. At that time, she couldn't understand why she and Jaime, who were so similar, were treated so differently. Jaime was the heir to Casterly Rock, while she was sold to strangers like a horse. Her new owner could ride her as much as he wanted, beat her as much as he wanted, or discard her if a new mare came along. Thinking of this, the anger in Queen Cersei's heart flared up. Just because she was a woman, the gods gave Jaime glory and strength, while she was given fertility and menstruation. After pulling herself from her thoughts, Queen Cersei said coldly, "Master Chamberlain, as soon as Stannis' army appears outside King's Landing, your mission is to, in my name, invite all those hens to Mecta." "As you command, Your Majesty the Queen Mother," the Chamberlain replied. Chapter 249, Wailing and Pleading, Red Keep, Throne Room. Tyrion Lannister leaned against the long table, swirling the wine in his glass. "Haha, maybe I should prepare armor and a sword for myself. Last night, I dreamed about dueling Stannis. He ducked just as I swung my sword at him." Everyone burst into low laughter. Tyrion grinned and added, "I also need to prepare a very tall horse. I don't want to win without honor." Sir Jacelyn Bywater, the golden-robed commander-in-chief, placed a hand on his chest and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I will fight for you." The finance minister, Earl Giles Rosby, coughed a few times and said, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, please forgive my presumption. Your duty is to stabilize the hearts of the people in King's Landing, not to charge into battle. No one can guarantee safety on the battlefield, and this could easily destabilize all of King's Landing." "Ha, Earl of Kells, thank you for your gentle advice," Tyrion replied, glancing first at the sleepy Grand Maester Pycelle and then at the others. "May Stannis be defeated before he reaches King's Landing." As soon as he finished speaking, the oak door of the throne room was pushed open, and a herald announced, "We all stand in silence to pay tribute to Her Majesty Cersei of House Lannister, the Keeper of the Realm, the Queen Regent." Queen Cersei appeared, wearing a white dress with long sleeves revealing a gold silk lining. Her thick golden curls draped over her bare shoulders, and a dark green gemstone necklace hung around her slender neck. Tyrion blinked. Cersei's white attire gave her a strange innocence, like a summer girl. Her appearance could confuse most men, but not him. Everyone stood to salute as Queen Cersei, surrounded by the Kingsguard, walked through them, took the head seat at the long table, and sat down. After the other ministers were seated, Cersei's green eyes moved slightly. She looked at Tyrion with a gentle smile and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, hasn't my son arrived yet?" Tyrion was about to take a sip of wine. To be honest, he almost dropped the glass in fright. He smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, I heard that King Joffrey just got an interesting toy. He should be at the shooting range at this time. What happened to the Lannister lioness? Why were her familiar, threatening eyes gone?" Tyrion's eyes rolled slightly, thinking that his threat, Chapter 240, had finally made the lioness feel afraid. For Tyrion, as long as Cersei behaved well, he was happy to act alongside her. As for the marriage between Lannister and Tyrell, he felt certain that their kind father would marry his good daughter to Highgarden, but he didn't want to tell Cersei about his speculation. He was worried that the lioness would go mad. Tyrion took a sip of wine. He had personally sent away her despised alcoholic husband, only to find a crippled new husband for her. He suddenly felt a bit of pity for Cersei, but he hoped that the lame Willis Tyrell, the eldest son of Duke Mace, could perform to Cersei's satisfaction. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Oh, there aren't many things that interest him," Cersei said, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Tyrion recovered his thoughts and replied, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, your steward sent someone to deliver his trophy, which is said to be a pair of shining bronze armor." Queen Cersei's eyes widened slightly. "Grim? Bronze armor?" Tyrion nodded, put down his wineglass, and grinned. "The magic armor of the Royce family in the Vale. It is said that if you wear it, you will not fear the enemy's swords and guns. By chance, Joffrey has also heard about this, and he can't wait to verify the authenticity of the legend." After speaking, he looked at Grand Maester Pycelle and gestured. The Maester's necklace jingled softly as Maester Pycelle, tremblingly. Tyrion picked up a piece of parchment from the table and handed it to Queen Cersei. She took it suspiciously and lowered her eyes to read. After a moment, her slender fingers trembled slightly, and her legs shifted under her snow-white skirt. Queen Cersei calmly placed the parchment back on the table and said, "Tyrion, did you convene the Royal Council today just to publicize Earl Greene's victory in the Valley?" She curled her palms slightly and continued, "And why am I only reading Earl Greene's letter at the Imperial meeting?" The lioness was back. The brief honeymoon period between the Lannister siblings had ended before it even began. Tyrion shrugged helplessly. Queen Cersei's eyes slowly swept over everyone in the room, finally settling on the hunched Grand Maester Pycelle. "Pycelle, tell me the answer," she demanded. Grand Maester Pycelle shrank back, trembling. "Your Majesty, this is the Prime Minister's order." Seeing Queen Cersei's eyes turn towards him, Tyrion smiled. "Sister, I thought we had already made a friendly agreement. I thought you needed the help of your well-behaved brother. It seems I need to persuade our father to consolidate the alliance between Lannister and Tyrell as soon as possible." Queen Cersei's face stiffened. "You dare to threaten me?" she hissed. Tyrion grinned. "Dear sister, you should get used to it." "You." Queen Cersei clenched her fists. Tyrion smiled at her, then picked up his wineglass and took a sip. "Everyone, the topic of today's royal meeting is the war in the Valley." Queen Cersei suddenly raised her wineglass and extended it to Sir Lancel, who was standing behind her. "Here, pour the wine." Ignoring her childish behavior, Tyrion continued, "Everyone has read the letters sent by the messenger crow from the Eyrie. Yes, they are protesting, and I saw blood and tears in their words." "Cowardly Valamon." Queen Cersei sipped her wine gracefully. Tyrion looked at his sister, who curled her lips. "Dear Queen Regent, your current behavior reminds me of the young sister in Casterly Rock. We are truly pleased." Queen Cersei snorted coldly. "Did you call me here just to listen to the wails of those losers?" Tyrion spread his hands. "No, the people of the Valley are poor losers, but they are luckier because they can still come to the Red Keep to cry. But we are different. If we become the losers, we can only cry to Stannis." "Pleading," Queen Cersei muttered, then raised her chin coldly. "Stannis may be able to storm the Red Keep and seize my son's Iron Throne, but I will never let him capture me." Queen Cersei knew that although she could be worth a large ransom if the city was defeated, after a crazy battle, the soldiers were often more interested in flesh and blood than money. If it were anyone else, she might have tried to coax him before the city fell, but the enemy was Stannis Baratheon, so she might as well coax his horse. Therefore, as long as she loses the battle, her choice is to end her life immediately. Tyrion raised his glass with a smile. "It's rare for us to have the same ideas, my dear sister." Cersei glanced at Tyrion contemptuously. "What a pity. I can't see you begging Stannis so hard." "The gods and old men bear witness," Tyrion shrugged, then continued the original topic. "The wails of the people of the Vale have not only reached King's Landing, but also Harrenhal. The messenger crow who arrived this morning brought a message from our ever-vigilant hand of the king, Lord Tywin. He has ordered the Imperial Council to immediately command Kleb's troops to withdraw from the valley. Queen Cersei stopped drinking. She put down her glass and said calmly, "Tyrion, does father want us to bring?" Tyrion looked at his sister, the Queen Mother, and paused before grinning. "No, dear sister, our wise father has instructed the Royal Council to order Earl Greene to attack Dragonstone Island. He has promised him the title of Duke of Dragonstone Island." Queen Cersei picked up her wineglass again, took a sip of summer red, and said, "Pycelle, Gales, Tyrion, Lord Tywin's suggestions are not advisable. If Stannis breaks through King's Landing and the Red Keep, what good is it for Lord Greene to occupy Dragonstone? Can it bring Joffrey and us back to life?" After a moment of silence, Earl Gales coughed a few times and said, "Queen Mother Lannister, I am concerned that even if the Royal Council issues the order, Earl Greene, who is in the valley, may not be able to return with his army in time." Queen Cersei nodded solemnly. "This is a valid concern. It does take time to mobilize an army, but we know that Stannis' fleet has just arrived at Dragonstone, and he will need to rest for a while. Perhaps we can order Lord Greene to return to King's Landing first and have his army march as quickly as possible." She sighed softly. "It's not just that we need him, but the King and King's Landing need him. Greene has proven his combat ability by defeating tens of thousands with just a few thousand men, comparable to the famous General Landau." Queen Cersei turned to Tyrion gently. "My dear brother, everyone can see your determination to fight Stannis, but you need more help." Her eyes were slightly red. "I can feel your fatigue. With Greene's help, I believe you will feel much more at ease." The silent commander-in-chief in gold robes nodded in agreement. Cough, cough. Earl Gales remained silent, coughing intermittently. Maester Pycelle glanced at Tyrion and said, "Your Majesty, the Eyrie is protesting against Earl Greene's actions in the valley." Queen Cersei was about to angrily rebuke Grand Maester Pycelle, who was becoming increasingly senile, but Tyrion interrupted him first. "Speaking of atrocities, Westeros rarely gets nicknames wrong. Half-barbarian noble, bloody Earl. In the valley, Earl Greene has left such a deep impression on the people that they will never forget him, not for generations." Tyrion shook his head slightly. "If Earl Greene stood on the walls of King's Landing, the attacking soldiers might be scared to death, but it is a pity." He blinked at his sister. "Greene only loves you, not the Lannisters. This is something everyone knows. Not only me, but even our kind father would not let his well-behaved children stay beside the bloody Earl without any worries." Queen Cersei clenched her fists under the table, forcing a smile. "My Tyrion, your sister will take a good look at Earl Greene." Tyrion smiled. "Dear sister, I remember we reached a consensus on this matter during a warm and pleasant dinner. Perhaps you can try to persuade Lord Tywin." He grinned. "He likes smart children best." Queen Cersei stared at Tyrion for a while, then drank all the wine in her glass. "Then I will listen to your wise words. Come on, pour the wine." Tyrion leaned back in his chair, sipping his drink comfortably. "Queen Cersei, I invited you here today to hear your decision. Without your consent, I don't think Earl Greene will be obedient." Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of pride. "You're not too stupid, Tyrion." Tyrion had become somewhat accustomed to his sister's arrogance, and he reminded her patiently. "Sister, I am referring to our father's order. How should we deal with it?" Queen Cersei frowned, and then Grand Maester Pycelle suddenly said, "Your Majesty, Duke Tywin may have his own deeper intentions." Queen Cersei frowned and asked, "Deep meaning? What deep meaning could he possibly have?" Archmaester Pycelle, trembling, replied, "I haven't discerned it yet." Tyrion's sigh reached Queen Cersei's ears. Her eyes shifted, landing on Tyrion, who seemed hesitant to speak. Their gazes met, and after a moment of hesitation, Tyrion finally spoke. "Myrcella." Queen Cersei clenched her wineglass, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's ridiculously profound." Seeing this, Tyrion curled his lips as he took a sip of his drink. He was a reliable ally. Queen Cersei declared, "The people of the Vale have been crippled by the Grim. They are no longer worthy of our attention." Grand Maester Pycelle opened his mouth to protest. "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, we cannot ignore the barbaric atrocities." Queen Cersei's accumulated anger found an outlet. "Shut up! The defeated don't deserve nigh sympathy, and neither do we, you old fool. But, this is related to. No buts. Tell the people of the Vale to crawl over and kiss my son's boots, or else they will roll into the arms of the stranger. And you. She fixed Pycelle with a dangerous gaze. The experienced Tyrion immediately guessed her next move. Her glittering wineglass would soon fly towards Pycelle's head, followed by the hip flask. Tyrion hurriedly climbed off his chair, trotting close to Queen Cersei, and tried to placate her. Charming sister, I must say, Greene is such a lucky man. No wonder he only loves you. His words had no effect. Cersei threw the goblet in her hand in Pycelle's direction. Tyrion quickly turned his head to look, but where was Pycelle? Why had he suddenly disappeared? He tilted his head, realizing Pycelle had hidden under the table. Chapter 250, Lioness and True Dragon. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Grand Maester Pycelle's plea echoed from beneath the long table. His groveling seemed to dissipate most of Queen Cersei's anger. She lowered her eyes to look at Tyrion, who was standing in her way, and said, My brother, the Prime Minister, have you thought this through? Tyrion heard the threat in Cersei's words. He shrugged and replied, My sister, the war may be over soon. A sneer appeared on Queen Cersei's lips. I hope you can survive, Tyrion grinned. May the 7 gods bless him. With a cold snort, Queen Cersei turned and walked out of the throne room, surrounded by the King's Guard. In the training ground, King Joffrey's voice rang out. My dogs, if they dare to move again, break their legs. As soon as his words fell, cries and pleas began to fill the air. Joffrey's expression of contempt mirrored that of Cersei's. It's so noisy. If you can't quiet down, I'll hang you directly. Cersei happened to witness this scene and looked satisfied with Joffrey's display of strength and majesty. Her son was a born king. Joffrey, Queen Cersei called. Mother, my dogs, I leave this to you. I guarantee your satisfaction, Joffrey replied, approaching Cersei. He raised the corners of his lips and said, Good day, beautiful Lady Cersei. Cersei couldn't help but smile. She caressed Joffrey's cheek lovingly. Good day, brave Mr. King. Joffrey invited, Mother, do you want to see the bronze armor? I intend to expose the stupid legend myself. Walk with me. Queen Cersei held her eldest son's arm. It seems you like Earl Greene's gift very much. Joffrey, slightly impatient, raised his chin and held the handle of his sword. This is just a small lesson I gave the Duke of the Eyrie. When Greene captures Robert Arryn, I will give him a fair chance to fight. That will be a grand event that attracts the attention of the 7 nations. I am proud of you. While walking, Queen Cersei added, My son, Stannis is about to attack the city. I am very uneasy, I hope. Before she could finish, Joffrey interrupted, Mother, you can stay in Mecta with peace of mind. I will protect you. No one can hurt you. Queen Cersei said warmly, Joffrey, your mother is not afraid. What I am most worried about is your safety. I trust Earl Greene more than the dwarfs. If he is by your side, I will feel a lot more at ease. I'm not a child. I don't need anyone's protection. Joffrey interrupted his mother with a slightly angry voice. I will personally kill any traitor who dares to claim kingship. He looked at his mother and continued, Before you came, I had someone give Greene the king's order. I want to see the Duke of the Eagle's Nest as soon as possible, preferably tomorrow. Mother, I want to let the 7 kingdoms know what happens if you anger their king. Queen Cersei frowned slightly. Joffrey, Stannis is a difficult opponent. Joffrey paused and interrupted again. My father once personally killed Prince Rhaegar at the Ruby Ford, and I will kill Stannis myself like my father. He continued impatiently. Mother, I will protect you. You can wait for the news of my victory over Stannis with peace of mind. Mother and son looked at each other for a while. Then Cersei gently adjusted Joffrey's clothes and said, The king is fearless. You are my pride. She patted Joffrey's arm warmly. Go, my Joffrey. Joffrey then smiled happily like a child. If I find something interesting, I will send someone to tell you, Mother. Queen Cersei smiled and nodded, then watched her son stride away. As Joffrey walked off, Sir Lancel approached Queen Cersei, paused, and said in a deep voice, Queen Cersei, I will charge on the battlefield and defeat Stannis on your behalf. Queen Cersei looked away from Joffrey's retreating figure, nodded, and said, Go back. Lancel read the perfunctory attitude from Cersei and bowed before leaving. His handsome face suddenly turned red, and his voice sounded almost like he was swearing. "Cersei, the sword in my hand will win you the glory of the Seven Kingdoms." Queen Cersei turned her head, looked at Lancel, and said, "I'm looking forward to that day." In Lancel's eyes, Cersei's blue eyes were as clear as water, extremely charming, and he was thrilled by her expectations. "Please believe me, I can do for you what Greene can, and I will do it better than him." Cersei hid the annoyance in her eyes very well. Ever since Jaime and Greene left her side, she could feel her power draining away rapidly, and it felt even worse today, which suddenly made her heart well up with inexplicable panic. Would she become just a pretty vase? Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly. The Lannister lioness would never admit defeat. Queen Cersei smiled tenderly at Lancel. "A woman also has a sword between her legs. As long as she uses it well, a man will take the initiative to use his sword for her, and it is free of charge." Queen Cersei lifted her heels, kissed Lancel gently on the cheek, and said, "Lancel, how should I reward you for your loyalty and bravery?" Her slender fingers lightly brushed under Lancel's body, and Lancel glanced around in panic, saying in a trembling voice, "Queen Cersei, we will be discovered." Upon seeing this, a look of contempt flashed across Cersei's face, and her low voice was filled with sadness as she said, "Who will care about me now?" Lancel clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, "You and me." "Yes, and you." After saying that, Queen Cersei turned around and took a few steps. She seemed to find that Lancel was still there. She turned her head slightly, curved her mouth into a slight smile, and said, "Sir, please escort me to the dormitory. Your queen mother needs rest, and she needs the protection of knights." The knights were galloping and fighting on another battlefield, and Queen Cersei couldn't help but let out a low singing voice. Amidst the ups and downs, she was recalling the sudden and indescribable joy she had felt when she read the letter during the day. At this moment, it could only be said to be similar, but far inferior. Queen Cersei thought of her favorite drink, summer red. She could smell the sweetness of the wine, and sometimes she could hold the wine in her mouth, but she could never taste the pleasure of the wine sliding down her throat. One after another, she kept thinking about what it was. Daenerys Targaryen, on the verge of the outbreak of the true dragon's wrath, stared at the three little dragons fighting, the whetstone in her hand, moving continuously. The three little dragons completely ignored the threat of their mother and continued fighting fiercely. The largest black dragon, Rhaegal, was still teaching the white dragon Viserion and the green dragon Jones, who dared to take the first bite of the barbecue. After persisting for a while, Daenerys sighed helplessly, and the dragon's anger subsided because of her soft heart. Stopping what she was doing, Daenerys looked at the whetstone in her hand suspiciously. She remembered that as long as the three little dragons listened to the sound of sharpening, which Greene called a music lesson, they would immediately behave. Why wasn't it effective now? The battle decided the winner, and as a result, Rhaegal was enjoying the barbecue alone, while Viserion and Jones could only sit obediently and watch. Daenerys's violet eyes moved slightly. Could it be because the person sharpening the knife was not Greene? Thinking of this, Daenerys's anger suddenly gathered again, and she was very angry. The consequences of irritating their mother were serious. She looked at the guard captain of Dragon's Nest and announced angrily, "Barona, if they fight again in the future, the barbecue will be halved." When Daenerys finished her angry words, the three little dragons looked at her together, paused, and then hissed, seeming to express their dissatisfaction. Daenerys crossed her arms. Daenerys crossed her arms over her chest, raised her graceful chin, and declared, "It's too late. This is the consequence of irritating mother." Leaving the three little dragons who tried to save the roast with resistance, Daenerys departed, surrounded by the blue-robed guards. Seeing Steward Serana standing outside the main gate of Whispering City, Daenerys halted her horse as she approached. After the news of Kleb's victory in the valley reached Whispering City, the entire Crabclaw Peninsula erupted in celebration. According to the Lord's orders, the Marigold ale that had been stored for half a year was opened, and the doors were thrown wide. Consequently, Serana had been very busy, and Daenerys had rarely seen her recently. Daenerys dismounted nimbly. Serana stepped forward and saluted. Your Royal Highness, Sir Mason and the garrison captain of Mermaid Port Foley are awaiting your summons. Daenerys handed the reins to her guard captain, Osanna, and asked, Lady Serana, has something happened? Serana replied respectfully, It is said that ships bearing flaming red heart flags have been seen outside Mermaid Harbor from time to time. The flaming red heart flag. Stannis Baratheon. Is he trying to invade Kleb's territory? Daenerys' expression grew serious. She quickened her pace and said, Take me to see them immediately. In the Lord's Hall of Whispering City, Daenerys, seated in the Lord's high-backed chair, addressed the room. Sir Mason, I want to hear your advice. The commander of the garrison, Mason Baker, placed a hand over his chest and said, Your Highness, although this may be some kind of provocation or warning from Baratheon, we cannot underestimate their threat. Daenerys tapped her chin thoughtfully, then turned her gaze to Captain Foley. Captain Foley, in the name of the Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula and the Guardian of Crabclaw Peninsula, Greene Kleb, please invite the foreigners staying in Mermaid Port to attend a banquet held in Whispering City. As you command, Your Highness, Foley replied. Daenerys then looked at Kleb's retainer knight. Sir Mason, in addition to mobilizing weapons, how many soldiers can we gather from the farms around Mermaid Port? Sir Mason paused before answering. Your Royal Highness, we can muster at least 1,000 archers within 3 days. After Mason finished speaking, Foley added loudly, Your Highness, there are about 3,000 citizens in Mermaid Port, and even the elderly and children among them can fight. When the flaming red heart flag first appeared outside the port, they were ready. They are all waiting to fight for you. The corners of Daenerys' lips curled up slightly. Although she didn't show it on her face, she had a better understanding of the simple folk customs of the Green people. She shook her head slightly and said, Brave Foley, according to Kleb's law, only in a decisive battle involving life and death will all Kleb's subjects become warriors on the battlefield. For now, they are still protected by us. After a pause, she added, We know that Stannis' goal is King's Landing, but... Daenerys stood up from the Lord's chair and took 2 steps forward. Her eyes slowly swept across the people standing below. Whether it is unintentional or intentional, if Stannis dares to invade the Crabclaw Peninsula. She raised her voice slightly. Are your swords ready? A dozen centurions who followed Sir Mason and Foley shouted, Long live the Crabclaw Peninsula. Daenerys raised her voice even more. Fighters of Kleb, tell the invaders that we will welcome them only with swords and blood. Sword and blood, sword and blood. Sword and blood, sword and blood, sword and blood. Everyone in the hall shouted, including several maids. In a corner of the hall, Serana stared at the future hostess blankly. She felt the scene before her blur, and when she reached up to touch her eyes, she found moisture at the corners. She realized that she had already shed tears, which flowed all over her face. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks, and Serana wiped them away, feeling a mix of joy and sadness. The candlelight swayed gently. Daenerys, now dressed in her nightgown, was engrossed in the book Genealogue, Why and History of the Major Nobles of the 7 Kingdoms, handwritten by Meister Al. When she turned to the page about the Aelin family, she paused and read it carefully. After a while, Daenerys, who had initially been very interested, had to admit that Meister Al was right. This book was indeed becoming more and more tedious as she read on. She took a sip of summer red, encouraged herself once more, and continued reading. A knock on the door interrupted her. Osanna's voice came from behind the door. Your Royal Highness, Butler Serana wishes to see you. Without looking up, Daenerys replied casually, Invite her in. The door was pushed open, and Serana entered the room, followed by 2 maids carrying wooden boxes. After the formalities, and with Daenerys' permission, Butler Serana waved the maids to exit the room and then opened one of the boxes. Daenerys looked at the contents and said with some confusion, Is this leather armor? Serana nodded slightly. Yes, this is the leather armor that Lord Greene's mother entrusted to me for safekeeping. Daenerys reached out and touched the swamp marigold emblem on the black leather armor. It's beautiful, she remarked. Serana seemed to be recalling a memory. When Mrs. Kleb gave it to me for safekeeping, she actually hoped that the next generation of Mrs. Kleb would never need it. She added, But now, as you are about to lead the soldiers to Mermaid Port, it will certainly come in handy. Chapter 251, The Jealous Inflatable Fish. Daenerys nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, I will make good use of it." Housekeeper Serana wiped the corner of her eyes quietly, paused, and then said uneasily, "Please forgive my presumptuous remarks, but every citizen of Kleb territory is a good soldier. Our mistress does not need to be on the battlefield in person. You might be able to pass it off as slightly larger jewelry." Daenerys pursed her lips and smiled. "Miss Serana, thank you for your advice. I will remember it." Butler Serana gave a slight bow and said, "This is my honor, Your Royal Highness." Daenerys reached out and grabbed Serana's hand. "I appreciate your wisdom and can feel your kindness towards me. Thank you again." She stopped Serana, who was about to bow again, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons. "Come, I want to hear its story." The Reach, Bitterbridge Camp. Mace Tyrell's face was serious as he frowned and murmured, "If it were me." The top war artist of the Reach was staring at the map of the Vale, contemplating the battle that had shocked the Seven Kingdoms. His finger pointed at the plain north of Seagull Town on the map. He wondered how Greene, with only a few thousand men, had won a war with one battle during the day and another at night against an army of more than 30,000. Kleb's reputation as a long archer had risen to prominence in one battle, and the Duke of Metz clenched his chin. Was it really that powerful? If the Kleb longbowmen were as formidable as the rumors suggested, why hadn't the Vale Knights retreated in time? Could the war horses of the valley not outrun the archers' legs? After pondering for a while, he found the answer. The problem lay with the army commander. The Duke of Metz stroked his beard, realizing that the famous Bronze John in the Seven Kingdoms only knew how to wield a sword but did not understand the art of war. Then, the Duke of Metz had to admit he was a little jealous of Little Greene's record. In fact, in his heart, he was very eager to win a beautiful victory with his own hands to prove to everyone the military talents of the Duke of Highgarden. His eyes couldn't help but move to the location of King's Landing on the map. He felt a strong urge to try, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. Although they were strong supporters of Lannister, for the sake of the Tyrell family's queen's crown, he could not compete for the command of the Tyrell-Lannister coalition. Unless Lord Tywin was defeated. No, that would mean Stannis had won. Nothing could be worse than this outcome. May the gods bless Tywin Lannister. After a pause, Duke Mace's eyes quickly moved to the location of Storm's End Castle. Maybe. He could try this place. "Father," Marguerite Tyrell's clear voice sounded. The Duke of Metz withdrew his thoughts. He looked at his daughter and said, "Oh, my Marguerite, I haven't seen you all night. My daughter is even more beautiful. Praise the gods." Marguerite gave a slight bow and said, "Thank you, Duke of Highgarden, for your compliment. This is the honor of my life." She couldn't help but chuckle, and the Duke of Metz let out a hearty laugh. Marguerite casually looked at the map on the table and said, "Father, I heard that Stannis' army is not far from King's Landing. Is the war there about to begin?" The Duke of Metz nodded slightly. "Soon." He touched his beard and continued, "You will soon sit on the throne of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, my daughter." Marguerite murmured, "May the gods bless King Joffrey." Seeing the worried look on his daughter's face, Duke Metz immediately comforted her. "My Marguerite, you can rest assured, Stannis can't win." Marguerite nodded slightly. "I trust your judgment, Father." She actually wanted to ask what would happen if Stannis won, but little Rose knew that these words should not come out of her mouth. Marguerite changed the subject and said, "Father, I heard many people talking." The conversation about the war that took place in the valley was intense. They said that the Battle Bay between Crabclaw Peninsula and the valley was a barbaric miracle. "I think the name of Earl Greene will soon be known throughout all the Seven Kingdoms," Marjorie remarked. The Duke of Metz's face grew solemn as he listened to his daughter's words. "Bloody, barbaric. This is not a good thing," he said. Marjorie nodded in agreement. "Yes, I agree with you. As far as I know, none of the valley nobles who participated in that battle survived. This is difficult to explain merely by the cruelty of war." The Duke of Metz was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "It can also be explained by revenge. At least we know the hatred of the Crabclaw Peninsula towards the valley." Marjorie looked surprised. "Father, are you planning to help Earl Greene?" The Duke of Metz shook his head slightly. It's not me, it's you. My Margery, when you wear the Queen's crown, you will need the love of the royal nobles, and the Greene family has a tradition of direct loyalty to the Queen. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. This is a good opportunity. Marjorie hesitated. Father, the Queens of the Seven Kingdoms also need to consider the feelings of the nobles in the valley. The proud look that had just appeared on Duke Metz's face immediately dissipated. He murmured, "This is a difficult problem." Marjorie added, "Everyone knows that Earl Greene is Queen Lannister's favorite. It's hard for me to guess his loyalty to the new queen." A proud look reappeared on Duke Metz's face. "Marjorie, don't worry. For my sake, at least Greene will not embarrass you." Marjorie smiled. "Father, I have never doubted your charm." Her words made the Duke of Metz laugh. After a pause, she continued, "I know you also appreciate Earl Greene's cleverness, but I must remind you that Queen Lannister has inexplicable hostility towards me, and he will be the most difficult at that time." The Duke of Metz frowned, pondering for a moment. "Margery, I have indeed overlooked Queen Cersei. Do you have any good ideas?" Margery shook her head slightly, a helpless expression on her face. In fact, when Little Rose was drafting the alliance agreement with Greene at Long Table Castle, she had already thought of a way to deal with Queen Lannister. However, this related to the heir of Highgarden, and to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings within the family, it was inconvenient for her to disclose it in person. Margary's eyes trembled slightly. She believed that with her grandmother's wisdom, her grandmother would definitely be able to think of any solution she could conceive, and she would execute it better. There was only one thing she had to do, and that was to remind her father and let him discover the problem in the Red Keep. If her father couldn't think of a proper solution, he would take the initiative to seek out her grandmother. "Let me think about it." The Duke of Metz paced back and forth, pondering for a while. "Margery, we need Lady Olenna's wisdom." The after-effects of drinking during the holiday continued to linger, and I finally managed to code these thoughts. Family members, they are obviously familiar words, but I have to confirm the pain on Baidu. Who knows? Chapter 252, The Name of Joffrey Mace. Tyrell's troubled expression immediately dissipated, and he said in a relaxed tone, "Margery, just wait patiently to wear the crown of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Your grandmother and I will arrange everything." Margary's eyes, wide and innocent like a deer's, were full of admiration for her father. "In front of you, I am like a child who has not grown up. Gods bless you." The Duke of Metz squinted his eyes and touched his beard, saying, "Margery, your father will always support you and be your strong backing." He paused, his hand still on his beard, and murmured, "Lady Olenna warned me not to disturb her before entering King's Landing. Well, she is still angry about Renly. I have to find a good excuse." Margery looked at her father, who was talking to himself. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and she said softly, "Father, I don't know when the war will end. I miss my grandmother so much." After her words fell, the majestic Duke of Highgarden resisted the urge to slap his thigh, paused, and said happily, "My Margery, you are a good child. I think your grandmother must be missing you too. She loves you the most." He stood up from the chair. "I will take you back to Highgarden. We will set off as soon as we are ready." Margery blinked her big eyes and asked, "Father, can we leave? What about the army here?" The Duke of Metz waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just tens of thousands of troops. I will keep Garland here." He stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Gods bless you. Garland is recovering well. He has been practicing using his left hand with the sword all day long. The instructor Greene gave you is very good. You are such a good boy." Margery came over and took her father's arm. Her beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons as she said, "Father, it seems that the Tyrell family needs to help Kleb." The Duke of Metz laughed. "You are all good children. I am proud of you." After a pause, he patted the back of his daughter's hand and said, "If I stay here all the time, I'm a little worried that the old lion will affect the war in King's Landing because of his too many concerns. When he knows that I am going to Highgarden, he can deal with Stannis with peace of mind." He added, "Your grandmother is right. With Lannister's evil nature, there will be no firm allies." Margaery's eyes trembled slightly. She showed a sweet smile and said, "Father, you have a sharp eye. I will remember it." Choking, choking, choking. In a training ground in the camp, Garland Tyrell and a bald old swordsman were competing with their sword skills. The two of them were going back and forth, and the harsh sound of metal collisions was heard constantly. "Oh, my son, Garland the gallant." Hearing his father's voice, Sir Garland moved his left hand, blocked the old swordsman's sword, and said, "Let's rest for a while." He took the towel handed by the attendant and wiped the sweat from his face. After he lost his right arm, although he knew that he now needed the service of others, he still persisted in his previous habits. "Good day, Father, Margaery." A smile appeared on Sir Garland's slightly indifferent face. The Duke of Metz nodded and said in a kind tone, "It seems that it won't be long before I can see you galloping on a war horse. It's truly a blessing from the gods." Garland touched the hilt of the sword on his waist and said, "Father, the reach of the Golden Rose does not lack a brave sword like mine." The Duke of Metz was slightly startled and comforted him. "Garland, my son, you will always be the sharpest sword of the Tyrell family. I believe in you." Margaery nodded slightly with moist eyes and said, "Brother, in my heart and in everyone's heart, you are the powerful Knight of Garland." Sir Garland smiled and shook his head, saying, "Father, sister, you have misunderstood. What I mean is that when the 7 kingdoms are in chaos, a sword can't do much. The Golden Rose needs famous generals like Lando." After a pause, he continued, "I heard about the battle that took place in the valley, and I felt that a sword alone could not control a war. Hehe, thousands of archers defeating tens of thousands of cavalry. I can't even imagine how he did it, Father." His eyes became eager. "It is rumored that Earl Kleb personally admitted that he learned a lot from you. Is this true?" The Duke of Metz touched his beard and sighed. "Greene is a clever child. I liked him, so I taught him the art of war." Upon hearing this, Sir Garland knelt down on one knee, his voice filled with sincerity. "Father, I ask for your guidance, and I also ask you to let me lead the army in battle." The Duke of Metz helped his son up, hesitating in his heart. He, too, needed a significant victory. On the way here, he had thought of a better target than Storm's End, Brightwater City in the Reach. The Florent family of Brightwater City was a vassal of the Tyrell family, but the entire family had defected to Stannis. Therefore, after the Battle of King's Landing, he could legitimately conquer it. Looking at Garland's empty right arm, the Duke of Metz sighed to himself. "Forget it. I'll give this opportunity to my son." Anyway, his original plan was to capture Brightwater City and then give it to Garland as a fief, and he himself would have Storm's End. The Duke of Metz patted Sir Garland on the shoulder and said, "I promise you, when the war in King's Landing is over, I will let you lead the army into battle, my son." Iron Oak City, located by the lakeside, had only a large stone bridge on land. Greene Kleb repeated his old trick, asking more than 80 Kleb soldiers to pretend to be soldiers of the city's Justice League in an attempt to deceive the gate into opening. However, when they crossed the stone bridge connecting the city gate, they were seen through by Morton, the heir to Iron Oak City, and the plan ended in failure. The cost of using soldiers to forcibly attack the city was too high. While Greene ordered Amparo to lead the main force in the direction of the Eagle's Nest City, he also arranged for the soldiers to take turns insulting the enemy outside the city gate, trying to provoke them and lure them out of the castle. From morning to night, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, there was still no movement at the gate of Iron Oak City. On the 4th day, Greene suddenly had an idea and used a trebuchet to deliver address into Iron Oak City. Then the gate of Iron Oak City suddenly opened, and Lady Anya's 3 sons with blood-red eyes led the cavalry to rush out. Lady Anya's eldest son and heir to Iron Oak City, Sir Morton Waynwood, roared on his running horse, "For Lord Waynwood." Lady Anya's second son, Sir Donal Waynwood, roared, "Kill Kleb." Lady Anya's youngest son, Willis Waynwood, roared, "For Mother." In the distance, Greene, who had excellent hearing, simply muttered. Horse hooves galloped, and the cavalry shouted in unison, "Long live Iron Oak!" Kleb's long bugle sound immediately echoed. The 3 centurions of Kleb's spearmen shouted, "In formation! In formation! In formation!" The tips of their spears, glowing with cold light, seemed to squirm as Kleb's spearmen formed a half-moon defensive formation in the direction of the charging Iron Oak City cavalry. "Arrange the spears." Kleb's spearmen stepped forward and leaned forward, their spears tilted forward. As the cavalry of Iron Oak City approached, hundreds of arrows flew out from behind the spearmen's formation, attacking them like a strong wind. Kleb's arrows rained down from the sky like a storm, and the cavalry in Iron Oak City raised their night shields in an attempt to resist the arrows. However, the density and speed of the arrows were overwhelming. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cavalrymen and their horses fell to the ground one after another. Sir Morton Waywood pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Iron Oak! Attack!" The barrage of arrows slowed the Iron Oak cavalry, but they continued their charge in a wedge formation, undeterred by their casualties. As they passed through Turow, he rain of arrows and faced a formidable line of spears. Most of the war horses halted their sprint at the last moment, veering away. A few, however, charged headlong, impaling themselves on the spear points and dying instantly. The horses leaped forward one after another, but the spears from all directions brought them down. Under the relentless pressure of the Iron Oak City cavalry, Kleiber's spear formation began to falter. The bugle sounded, and Kleiber's longbowmen abandoned their positions to join the melee directly. Sir Morton, whose mount had been injured and fallen, staggered to his feet with the help of his attendants. Blood from a wound on his forehead trickled into his eyes, blinding him. "Take off my helmet," he commanded loudly. As his heavy helmet was removed, he took a breath, but a sharp whistling sound filled his ears. An arrow struck his face with a thud, and Sir Morton fell backward, hitting the ground heavily. The encirclement tightened, leaving no room for escape. The tall horses and their Iron Oak cavalry riders became easy targets for spearmen and archers, collapsing almost instantly. In despair, the Waywood brothers, Donal and Willis, exchanged glances through the gaps in their visors. "Long live Iron Oak!" they shouted. Instead of retreating, they led the remaining dozen cavalry in a desperate charge towards the largest swamp marigold flag on the battlefield. Their death charge broke through Kleb's soldiers, and the few survivors continued to shout, "Iron Oak City," as they galloped on. Brienne, Greene's guard, watched the Waywood brothers approach with excitement. He pulled the reins and said, "Brienne, I leave those two to you." Brienne hesitated for a moment, glancing at Greene's other guards, then nodded. Greene smiled and waved. "I'm safe. Go ahead." "As you command," Brienne shouted, spurring her horse forward. As they closed in, Brienne struck Donal Waynewood in the face with her knight's shield, while her horse kicked Willis Waywood's mount. Donal was killed instantly, and Willis was thrown from his horse. Brienne dismounted and faced Willis, who picked up his fallen sword. She attacked fiercely, forcing Willis to retreat under the relentless blows. Finally, Willis fell to the grass, and Brienne ended the fight with a decisive strike, blood splattering everywhere. Brienne rode back to Greene, placing a hand over her chest. "Lord Greene, thank you for the honor you have given me." Greene nodded. "I thought you would dispatch them quickly. You did well." Brienne's thick lips moved as she replied, "He was an outstanding warrior. This is the most honorable way to die that I can think of." "Well done, Miss Brienne," Greene said, noting her influence by the simple folk customs of Crab Claw Peninsula. After a pause, he added, "They seem to have misunderstood the skirt." Brienne's clear blue eyes blinked. "Yes," she agreed. Lord Greene smiled and said, "Thank you for your honesty, Brienne. I understand your purpose is to anger the enemy, and I see that the skirt is quite ordinary." At the gate of Iron Oak City, a tall, sandy-blonde young man led a group of women, girls, little girls, and boys out of the castle to surrender to Greene. Greene tightened the reins, looked down for a moment, and then spoke. "Stranger, can you represent Iron Oak City? Please tell me your identity." The young man with sandy blonde hair raised his head. He had blue eyes, a hooked nose, and a handsome appearance. "Dear Lord Greene, my name is Harold Haddon. According to the law, I am the heir of Lord Robert Arryn," he said. Pointing behind him, he continued, "These are Lady Anya's daughter, granddaughter, and grandson. I am Lady Anya's adopted son, and I can surrender to you on behalf of Iron Oak City." Sir Harold, also known as Harry the Heir, and sometimes as the Young Eagle, was a squire from House Haddon. His Arryn lineage came from the maternal line, According to the order of succession of the Arryn family, if something happens to Duke Robert Arryn, Harold will inherit the title of Duke of the Eyrie and Warden of the Vale. After he finished speaking, Greene remained silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, Greene's steady voice broke the silence. Although I am sending troops to the Vale in the name of King Joffrey, I must admit the bravery of the Knights of the Vale. Their fearlessness and sacrifice are admirable. He sighed. Lady Anya persisted until the end for the alliance of the just. As her opponent, I admire her courage. Raising his voice, he declared, "In the name of Joffrey, I, of House Baratheon and House Lannister, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Greene Kleb, accept the surrender of Iron Oak City and promise you safety and fair treatment." Chapter 253. The Pale Prison. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden ears of wheat undulated in the wind like ocean waves, shining brilliantly. Fertile black soil, wide and soothing rivers, and hundreds of large and small lakes stretched out before them. Lord Greene, riding on his horse, wore a happy expression. He raised a hand lightly, basking in the warm sunshine. Lena's energetic voice broke the silence. "Lord, they say the pumpkins in the valley are bigger than those in Highgarden, and the fruits are sweeter too." She took a big bite of the apple in her hand, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. "Lord, the fruits here are so sweet and ripe that they explode in your mouth. I could eat a whole basket in one go." Greene glanced at the diminutive Lena, a smile on his face. "You will have enough to eat in the future." Lena chuckled at first, then suddenly froze. She leaned towards Greene and lowered her voice. "Sir, are you interested in the land here?" Greene smiled, pulling the reins to adjust the direction of his horse. "Lena, why do we want to thresh the valley?" Lena clenched a fist and replied, "The people of the valley have oppressed us for 15 years. We are here for revenge, and we must make them pay with blood." Greene nodded slightly. "Then, in another 15 years, will the people in the valley start an army with hatred like us?" Lena blinked her big eyes. "Do they have the courage? The men in the valley are too cowardly. We only fired 3 rounds of volleys, and the tall gate of the Moon Castle opened its gates and surrendered." The Gates of the Moon, located at the foot of the giant Spear Mountain, is surrounded by a moat and is larger than the Eagle's Nest. This castle guards the only road to the Eagle's Nest. Greene praised, "Well done." He added, "Sooner or later, hatred will breed the courage to take revenge. Kleb will not underestimate any potential enemy." He thought to himself, "For the right to rule after the war, we still have to find a way to sit together and have a banquet." Lena nodded heavily. "I will remember it, Lord. Sheep can also support people, and I will go all out every time I kill the enemy." Greene nodded gently. "Have you ever visited the Eagle's Nest city?" Lena shrugged helplessly. "The passage to get there is only a very narrow path, and it is very steep. I estimate it will take at least half a day to climb over. There are also 3 forts around it: Rock Castle, Snow Mountain Castle, and Long Sky Castle, guarding it." She sighed, then changed her tone angrily. "How come the damn Aelin family lives in a place like that? I think it's more like a prison built on the top of a mountain." Greene's eyes moved slightly. "A cold and pale prison is a good idea, Lena." Lena looked at her lord with confusion. "What a good idea. Did I really think of it? Why didn't I know about it?" Before Greene could reply, she asked in a low voice, "Lord, will this become Kleb's new land?" The Maiden's Tower is the easternmost of the 7 spires in the Eyrie, and therefore has the best view. Under the morning light, the forests, rivers, and fields appeared lazily, and the light shone on the top of the mountain like countless legendary pyramids. Peter Baelish stood on the white stone balcony of the Maiden Tower, seemingly overlooking the entire valley. There was a lot more gray in his hair, and he was looking out at this moment. Directly below, more than 600 feet down, was the Long Sky Castle, and then countless carved stone steps formed a winding road through the Snow Mountain Castle and Rock Castle, leading straight down to the Gates of the Moon. Peter's gray-green eyes trembled. The towers and fortifications of the Gates of the Moon were as small as Robert's toys, as if he could crush them with his legs. "Ha!" Peter suddenly let out a... The guards at the Gates of the Moon surrendered without a fight. The sworn knights who remained in the Eyrie were supposed to be reliable. Greene Kleb, Peter muttered, realizing he had lost a small, significant advantage in negotiations. His fist struck the finely carved railing in frustration. He never anticipated such an unexpected outcome, but it was a reality he had to accept. Less than 10,000 soldiers from Crabclaw Peninsula had defeated over 30,000 troops from the Vale with almost no casualties. It was said that no one survived. Peter wasn't angry at Kleb's atrocities. He was furious at the stupidity of the Vale nobles. Why didn't they retreat when they couldn't win? Was it their so-called knightly honor that made them choose to fight to the death? If the Knights of the Vale valued honor so much, what happened at the Gates of the Moon? Why did they betray their honor so easily? They were all dead, not just the true Justice League, but also the members of the Justice League whom Peter had painstakingly bribed. He had almost no cards left to play now. The bloody gate. Little Robert. Kate. Thinking of the woman he loved, Peter's eyes flickered. After standing for a while longer, he took a slow breath, straightened his clothes, and his usual elegant expression gradually returned. He had an intuition that Greene Kleb had his eyes on him and was very dangerous. Turning around, Peter stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Peter raised his hand and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response, he pushed it open and entered. Catelyn Tully stood by the window, her back to him. Ignoring his presence, Peter said in a joking tone, "Kate, no offense, but I've been assassinated by you 3 times. Please don't mind my precautions." He spread his hands, smiled broadly, and added, "At least, I knocked before coming in." Lady Catelyn remained motionless, but it didn't deter Peter's interest in the conversation. "I never thought taking care of a child would be such a headache. Little Robert threw 2 bowls of porridge this morning because there were no eggs. Meister Colmont and I had a hard time calming him down." He stopped a few steps behind Lady Catelyn and continued, "This morning, an old servant in the Eyrie told me that the weather seems to be getting colder. Could this mean that winter is coming?" Lady Catelyn responded coldly, "The gods will not forgive you. It won't be long before you understand what the real winter is." Seeing her speak, Peter raised the corners of his lips, paused, and said, "Compared to the Eyrie, which echoes when I walk, I miss Riverrun, full of childhood memories. I've been thinking about those times a lot lately." Lady Catelyn turned to face him, her eyes cold. "Baelish, you have no right to mention your past in Riverrun. You killed my sister. You are the enemy of the Tully family." Peter stared at her blankly for a moment, her charming face filled with hatred for him. He smiled self-deprecatingly and sighed, "Kate, it's time for you to leave." Catelyn's pupils shrank, and her eyes were wary. "Baelish, do you dare to let me go?" "I'm such a fool," Peter muttered, tugging at his collar. "Kate, let me tell you something. It's good news, a surprise for you." Catelyn remained alert. "What's the news?" Peter showed a bitter smile. "The person I sent privately to find out Ed Stark's whereabouts, his messenger Crow, arrived at dawn." He moved his lips. "The stupid running wolf is still alive and has brought Sansa and Arya back to Winterfell." Catelyn's eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling slightly. "Really? Really?" Peter lowered his eyes sadly and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Although I really want to deceive you and say this is not the truth, I can't. I am such a fool." Peter Baelish raised his eyelids and looked at Catelyn, forcing a smile. "Kate, if it weren't for the war in the valley, I think the news of the running wolf's return to Winterfell would have spread to the Eyrie. This is true, I swear to the gods." Tears slipped from the corners of Catelyn's eyes and flowed down her cheeks. She murmured, "It's great. It's great. Thank the gods." Despite her tears, a smile full of love and warmth spread across her face. After a moment, she wowed. I put the tears away with the back of her hand and said, "Baelish, with your cunning, you should know very well. If you let me out, you will be in danger, and I will never be able to protect you." Peter shrugged. "Unfortunately, if you are unlucky, maybe I will be gone by the time you find me." Catelyn frowned, and Peter seemed to guess what she was thinking. He said with a hint of humor, "Kate, please don't get me wrong. Although I am very afraid of death, I will not abandon little Robert for my own life. I am the adoptive father chosen by Lysa for her son before she died." Catelyn's eyes filled with the fire of hatred. She said coldly, "Baelish, you not only killed Lysa, you also took everything from her. No matter where you escape, the gods will not forgive your crime." Peter couldn't hide the sadness on his face. He paused and then changed the subject. "The gates of the moon have been occupied by King Joffrey's army. Everyone here may defect at any time in order to survive. When I come back, you have to take care of yourself. If I fail to return, I hope you will take care of little Robert for me, for Lysa's sake." Catelyn's eyes trembled, and Peter's expression suddenly awakened memories she thought she had long forgotten. 16 years ago, she was betrothed to Brandon Stark by her father. Peter, a thin boy at the time, had challenged the much older Brandon to a duel for her. Before the duel began, she told her fiancé that Peter was just a silly boy, but she loved him like a brother and would be sad if he died. Her fiancé, with his cool gray Stark eyes, promised to spare the boy's life. The duel ended as quickly as it began. Brandon forced Peter back step by step, from the castle courtyard to the steps facing the water. His attack was so fierce that the boy staggered and was covered in wounds. Her fiancé called out more than once for Peter to surrender, but he always shook his head and continued to fight stubbornly. Finally, when the water was ankle-deep, Brandon made a decisive move. He slashed fiercely with his backhand, penetrating Peter's breastplate and leather, cutting through the soft flesh under the ribs. The wound was so deep that Catelyn thought it would be fatal. The boy fell in a pool of blood, staring at her and murmuring her name, while bright blood gushed out from between his iron gloves. Peter rested for 2 weeks. When he recovered slightly, her father sent someone to put Peter in a small closed sedan and carry him back to the Five Fingers Peninsula to continue his recovery. Catelyn moved her lips and asked with complex eyes, "What are you going to do?" Peter pretended to be relaxed. "The commander of King Joffrey's army is an old friend of mine. I plan to talk to him about old times. If I'm lucky, little Robert can be safe and sound. If not, I hope you can protect your nephew. He's a poor kid." Catelyn touched the dagger hidden in her sleeve with her fingertips. "Baelish, it sounds like your so-called good friend will take your life. I don't like your word games. Just tell me what's going on outside." Peter spread his hands. "Madam, what I can tell you, I have already said." His gray-green eyes, full of love, looked deeply at Catelyn. He turned around, as if saying goodbye. "May the gods bless you, Kate." Seeing Peter about to leave, Catelyn's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. As Peter turned to leave, Catelyn shouted, "Stop, you murderer, stop!" Peter continued walking, but Catelyn stepped forward, blocking his path. She drew her dagger and pressed it against Peter's neck. "Where is little Robert?" she demanded. Peter paused, leaning back helplessly. He spoke softly. "Kate, he's in the dormitory with Maester Cormon. Little Robert is fine. You can trust me." Catelyn's voice was cold. "Baelish, do you think I would believe that a murderer who killed his mother would take good care of her child?" Peter opened his mouth, but remained silent, his eyes avoiding Catelyn's. "Kate, you know what I care about most. I beg you, let me leave in peace." Catelyn's gaze was unwavering. "I do. I don't want to guess what you're planning or who you think you need to atone to. But know this, when little Robert grows up, he will understand that you are the one who killed Lysa." A rare look of irritation crossed Peter's face. His chest heaved, and his mouth tightened. After a moment, he blushed and couldn't help but retort, "Kate, you saw me push Lysa out of the moon door. But did you forget yourself? If I hadn't shown up in time." He pointed to the dagger at his neck. "Whose abdomen would this be in? Mine. If I hadn't appeared, whose abdomen would you have stabbed? If my guess is right, who would be the murderer in your eyes? Whose hands would Lysa have died by?" Chapter 254, Greene's Tactics. Peter's face looked sorrowful. "Kate, I love you. I would rather bear your hatred than let you be immersed in pain all your life. I had no other choice at the time. Lysa, she was crazy. She wouldn't let you go. This is the Eyrie, and she is the Lady of the Eyrie." Catelyn's hand, gripping the dagger, trembled slightly. "No, it's impossible. I might quarrel with my sister, but I would never hurt her. I love her." Peter's eyes were filled with deep affection. "Kate, think about the situation back then. You had no other choice. Lysa was out of her mind." "No, impossible. How could it be?" Lady Catelyn weakly refuted Peter's malicious inference. Peter raised a hand, gently holding Catelyn's hand that clutched the dagger tightly, and comforted her in a low voice. "Kate, don't be sad. You didn't hurt your sister. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense. I'm very sorry. Lady Catelyn's blue eyes trembled. Yes, Lysa was crazy, and she was scared, which made her think about pulling out the dagger. And then, if Petter hadn't shown up, would Lysa have stopped her crazy behavior under her threat? If Lysa had insisted on pushing her through the moon door despite her threats, in the end, what choice would she have made? No. Catelyn couldn't bear the thought of what might have happened. Peter reached out, distressed, trying to comfort Kate in her grief. Just as his fingertips were about to touch her, she suddenly swatted them away. Catelyn said angrily, "Petter, these are all your excuses. You are an extremely cunning fox." She pressed the dagger against Littlefinger's neck again. Lysa was crazy, so she couldn't lie. It was you who asked Lysa to poison Jon Arryn with her own hands. It was you who killed her husband, Peter said painfully. Kate, I beg you, please don't force me. Lady Catelyn said coldly, "Are you finally running out of good excuses? Petter, the facts are the facts. It has already happened. You can't escape no matter how good your excuses are." Petter opened his mouth and said, "Kate, the truth is often cruel. I beg you to let me take it away." There were faint tears in his eyes. "This is the best result. I ask you again, Lady of Winterfell, Catelyn Tully." Catelyn stared at Peter motionless. His face was very pale, and he seemed to be hiding something. Is there really a truth that she doesn't know? No matter what she thought, Catelyn did not let down her guard. "Petter, you used Lysa for your own power. You are really—" Petyr interrupted Catelyn angrily. "She loved me, but I couldn't reciprocate her, so I chose to kill Jon Arryn. He deserved to die." After finishing speaking in one breath, he was stunned, and a look of annoyance soon appeared on his face. Catelyn was shocked. "What did you say? Why did you say Lysa's husband deserved to die?" Catelyn wanted to know the answer, not only because of the precious friendship from childhood, but also because she wanted to find a good excuse for her crazy sister. This was her selfish intention: family, responsibility, honor. The Tully daughter who poisoned her husband with her own hands was dead. She hoped there was a reason behind her sister's crazy behavior that could convince her, not just because she was crazy. What a surprise. Peter shook his head mockingly. Catelyn put away the dagger and said, "Peter, tell me the truth, no matter how cruel it is. I want to know." "Alas," Peter sighed deeply. He said in a tired voice, "More than 10 years ago, Jon Arryn married Lysa to obtain the Tully family's army. Even though he knew she had lost her virginity, Jon Arryn, who cherished his honor very much, still married her. Jon Arryn was very responsible, but he was proud and would never fall in love with Lysa. But what she needed most was warmth." After saying that, he was silent for a while and then said sadly, "I owe him this." After a pause, he continued, "Although Jon Arryn married her, he blamed her for tarnishing the honor of the Arryn family. Ha, as high as glory." Peter's Adam's app plea rolled. Peter's eyes moved up and down as he noticed the silver flagon. He walked towards it and with a splash filled a glass of wine. Reaching for it, he took a big sip. "Lysa is not a fool. She has the pride of the Tully family, so naturally, she is reluctant to sleep with him," Catelyn said mockingly, her voice cold as she walked over. "Is this the reason why you are hiding next to Lysa?" Peter smiled bitterly. Before giving birth to little Robert, Lysa had 5 miscarriages, 2 in the Eyrie and 3 in King's Landing. She suspected that the people around her were harming her, and she suspected her husband, Jon Arryn, the most. He looked at Catelyn. "She is very sensitive, and she is becoming more so. She needs someone to talk to, someone to care for her, but the proud Lord Arryn does not care about her condition at all." He sighed softly. "Can I leave? The answer is no, because I owe her." His fingers rubbed the body of the wineglass. "The daughter of the Duke of Riverrun, the wife of the Duke of the Eyrie, she has one of the most noble statuses in the 7 kingdoms, but she lives under her husband's neglect every day. Fortunately, she has her little Robert." Peter took another sip of his wine and said bitterly, "Prime Minister Jon suddenly decided, without Lysa's consent, to send little Robert to Dragonstone to be raised by Stannis. This news drove Lysa completely mad. She can tolerate her husband's neglect, but she absolutely cannot accept others taking away her son. She will do anything for little Robert." Catelyn said in disbelief, "Why did Duke Arryn forcefully separate mother and son? Could it be?" Yes, you've guessed it. Jon Arryn thinks Lysa will destroy his heir. Catelyn's pupils narrowed. So, Peter nodded slightly. So I found a reason for Lysa to convince herself. I secretly obtained the Tears of Lys and found someone to take the blame for her. Unfortunately, it was your husband who discovered the so-called truth. What are you? Shh! Wait until I'm done, Kate, Petter interrupted, spreading his hands. You know Ed Stark better than I do. Why was he able to find the so-called truth when he first came to King's Landing? Without my secret push, the wolf from the north would have just run amok. Could he have traced it back to me? He smiled. Lannister? It was me who reminded the husband of my beloved woman that Lannister is his enemy, but it didn't seem to have any effect. He almost died at their hands, and it broke your heart. He held up a finger. I only had one wish at that time. When I was taken into prison by the wolf, I was ready to bear all the charges so that Lysa could raise Robert in peace. This is what I owe her. The truth was indeed cruel. Catelyn couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although her sister had her reasons, what she did still couldn't be justified. Poor Lysa. Peter's sincere words made Catelyn feel a little relieved, which could only be regarded as a small consolation. After all, they grew up together in Riverrun, which was a wonderful time, and she had always regarded Peter as her younger brother. She didn't show it on her face, but she had some expectations for him, hoping that he was not a cruel person. Catelyn retracted her thoughts, stared at the tired-looking Petter for a while, and said, Peter, the army surrounding the Eyrie was sent by the Lannisters, and my eldest son has declared himself the king of the north. You should understand that I cannot shelter young Robert here. Thank you, Duke Benlang, for your honor. Peter rubbed his brows. The commander of King Joffrey's army is Greene Kleb. He is a nobleman of the king's territory. In the war more than 10 years ago, it was Duke Eddard who saved his pregnant mother, and he happened to be in her womb. Because of this kindness, he is grateful to Stark, which can at least ensure your safety, and if you are lucky, you can also shelter young Robert. Little Robert, Catelyn frowned, her voice tinged with concern. I know Ned. If he knew I had taken advantage of his honor, he would forgive me easily. Moreover, Greene Kleb is still a child, and I can't exploit his kindness. She paused, then added, even if he were willing to help me, I must refuse. If the Lannisters found out, they would never forgive him, and the gods would never forgive me. Petter shrugged. When Duke Eddard was in the Red Keep, he treated Earl Greene as his own child. They had a deep bond. Kate and Crab are also descendants of the ancestors, and they are all stubborn. As long as you're here, there's nothing you can do to stop him from helping. As stubborn as Ned? Lady Catelyn thought, unable to come up with a good solution. Petter's eyes flickered with a hint of calculation. Kate, I didn't want to put Earl Greene in a difficult position. I planned to tell him that I was the real culprit who poisoned Prime Minister Jon. If I admit to the crime, King Joe Foley will no longer have an excuse to conquer the Vale, and little Robert will be safe. Catelyn looked at Petter, feeling a pang of emotion. You will die. Petter smiled weakly. When I pushed Lysa down from the gates of the moon for you, I should have died. I've been living in pain every day. Maybe this is a relief for me. He murmured sadly. It's a pity I couldn't raise little Robert as I promised. I'm really a useless person. Tears welled up in Catelyn's eyes. She hadn't yet recovered from the grief of losing her sister. Was she now going to lose her childhood friend, who was like a brother to her? Peter, let me think. Peter didn't seem to hear her. Kate, your matter is even simpler. Earl Greene can pretend he has never seen you. Catelyn repeated, let me think about you. Suddenly, Peter hugged Catelyn tightly and whispered in her ear, take care of yourself. Farewell, Catelyn. He quickly let go of her, showing a pleasant smile. I will miss you. Without looking back, he strode towards the door. As he passed through the doorway, Catelyn's anxious voice called out, Littlefinger, stop! Peter finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. He was saved. At the gates of the moon, Greene Kleb unfurled the map left by Roland Arryn and spread it out on the long table. Greene examined it closely. It is rumored that the map he left behind is the most detailed, and it is true. Roland was the fourth king of Arryn. After witnessing the grandeur of the towering tower, Casterly Rock, and the many fortresses of the ancients in the Trident River Basin, He believed that the Gates of the Moon was too modest for the Arryn family. Therefore, Roland decided to build a new clan fort. Initially, he intended to destroy the Gate of the Moon and rebuild it on its site, but the severe winter and the plundering of the Alpine clan made him abandon this plan. At the suggestion of his wife, Theora Hunter, Roland decided to build the highest castle in Westeros, which is now the Eyrie. After staring at the map for a while, Lord Greene said slowly, "Amparo, we don't need to attack the Eyrie. Whether it takes half a year or a year, let the soldiers guard the Gates of the Moon and wait for the people in the Eyrie to come down and surrender." He paused, then announced, "From now on, we can call it the Eyrie Prison, or the White Sky Prison." "As you command, Lord Greene," Amparo Thorns replied. Greene put away the old map and laid out another one. Pointing to various locations, he said, "Lengshui City, Snakewood City, Hongay City, Shinsu City, and Longgong Hall still retain a certain amount of military strength." Amparo Thorns looked at the places Greene indicated on the map and said, "Lord Greene, the valley is vast." Greene nodded slightly, adding, "Remember, Kleb's soldiers cannot be wasted in siege battles. We must strategically use the opportunity to besiege Eagle's Nest City and draw soldiers from surrounding areas." He pointed to a passage in the valley. "For instance, we can prepare here in advance and launch a surprise attack when the reinforcements for Eagle's Nest City arrive. The city itself and the young Duke Arryn inside are the bait. They will keep Nding support, and we will use this method to crush the last vestiges of courage among the valley people." Greene raised his eyes, glancing at the dozen or so individuals standing around the long table. "I repeat, our goal is to eliminate all valley reinforcements coming to Eagle's Nest City." Everyone responded in unison, "As you command, Lord Greene." After the war meeting concluded, and everyone had left, Greene summoned the Maester from the Gates of the Moon. The Maester entered, trembling, and bowed. "Good day, kind Lord Kleb." Greene raised an eyebrow slightly. "How many messenger crows are there in the rookery at the Gates of the Moon?" "There are 102 in total, my lord." "I hope you choose to serve me," Greene said, his tone firm. "And I want your answer now." Chapter 255, Kleb Will Never Forget. The old bachelor of the Gate of the Moon raised his just as he was about to speak. Greene waved his hand impatiently and said, "Come here, send him to see the stranger." Two blue-robed guards roughly lifted the old bachelor up. He sighed softly and said, "Find a sharp axe. Don't make him suffer too much." Greene's last act of kindness seemed to bring the old bachelor back to his senses from the sudden turn of events, and also touched his heart. The old bachelor, who was being dragged away by the blue robes, shouted, "Wait, wait, Lord Kleb. I am willing to be loyal to you. I swear to the gods in heaven." When the two blue robes were about to drag the bachelor of the Gates of the Moon to the door, Greene made a gesture and said, "Bring him back." In a short period of time, the emotional ups and downs were too great. Coupled with the desperate struggle, the old bachelor collapsed on the ground and panted. "I don't know your name yet," Greene said. The old Maester, who was almost lying on the ground, heard Greene's voice. He stood up tremblingly and replied, "Ellen, I am Ellen, the Maester of the Gates of the Moon." Greene tapped his chin, then ordered the waiter on the side to help Maester Ellen sit down on the chair in front of his desk. With a splash, Greene picked up the silver jug and poured 2 glasses of wine. After Ellen sat down, he pushed one of the glasses in front of the old bachelor. He waved away the other people in the room and said, "Maester Ellen, the Kleb family is here for the right to rule the valley." With a thud, Ellen almost slipped off his chair out of fear. "What did he say?" "No, it doesn't matter. He didn't hear it. He didn't hear anything." The benevolent Lord Greene continued, "All the gods in the sky bear witness, but fortunately you are here, the loyal Maester Ellen." Maester Ellen was shaking violently, and the wine glass in his hand was swaying like a small boat about to capsize in turbulent waves. "Am I right?" Greene's voice sounded as gentle as the summer sun, but Maester Ellen felt the cold wind of winter. His breathing was rapid and panicked, like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. He had nowhere to escape. Maester Ellen, who is in his 60s and has a gray goatee, has served House Arryn as Maester of the Gates of the Moon for nearly 40 years. Lord Greene had a smile on his face and was very patient. He gave Maester Ellen plenty of recovery time. Maesters, like the Night's Watch on the Wall, are considered servants of Westeros. After completing their studies, a maester is sent to a castle or other residence where he serves as a mentor, healer, and advisor loyal to his master. According to maester tradition, any maester is theoretically apolitical, and if control of a dwelling changes, the maester is expected to pledge allegiance to the new master. For this reason, the person who wins the maester's necklace is stripped of his surname, and from then on is addressed only by his first name and title. But some maesters still retain or insist on the original loyalty. Maester Ellen was not sure how much time had passed. When he finally regained his normal breathing, Greene's voice sounded. "Have you thought about it, loyal Maester Ellen?" Swallowing the little saliva in his mouth, Maester Ellen trembled his lips and said, "My lord, according to the true history, an account of the history of Westeros, the Arryn family has ruled the Arryn Valley for thousands of years. The ruling power of the Arryn family has been deeply ingrained into the people of the valley." Valley people. Greene tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, paused, and said, "The people of the valley you are referring to are the knights of the valley, or the common folk." Maester Ellen was startled and thought for a moment. He licked his dry lips and said, "My lord, no one cares about the voices of the common folk in the valley. They only know how to serve their respective lords. The vassals of the Arryn family are the big and small lords of the valley." Greene chuckled and said, "Unfortunately, the man they call the Bloody Earl has caused the Aelin family to lose most of its loyal vassals." After speaking, Greene raised his glass, and Maester Erlin quickly nodded in thanks. Then, gudong gudong. He drank all the wine in the glass in one gulp, and his pale face turned a little red. He stroked his beard and said slowly, "Please forgive my offense. The name of the Bloody Earl resounds throughout the valley. The remaining vassals and heirs of the vassals of the Aelin family. They will close the gate and stick to the steep walls of the valley, clanhold until they are forced to evacuate the Vale of Arryn." Greene took a sip of summer red and said, "I like your advice. It's very pertinent, Erlin." His brown eyes moved slightly. "When Kleb arrived at the Gates of the Moon, you sent out several messenger crows asking for help." Maester Erlin opened his mouth and said frankly, "I only had time to send out 3 letters for help. The letter crows are not safe. They all flew to the heart city of the Corbray family. I didn't expect Lady Lysa's sworn knight to open the Gates of the Moon so quickly. I had no choice but to stop holding the quill in my hand." Greene said, "If there are only a few soldiers here, will they leave the castle and raise troops to save the little Duke of the Eagle's Nest city?" Maester Erlin, you know them better than I do. I need your wisdom. This is your duty. Also, don't test my patience." Erlin's body trembled. He swallowed his saliva and said, "During the last war, the proud knights of the valley have lost their sense of honor. They will value the continuation of their family more. I think they will find a suitable excuse and stick to their clan fortress." Greene held out 2 fingers and said, "What if Lysa Tully's marriage is included? For example, the Lady of the Eagle's Nest will marry the first vassal to arrive at the Gates of the Moon." He added another finger to his outstretched hand. "For example, choose one of the vassals of the Arryn family who support the Eyrie to become Robert Arryn's adoptive father. Before the young Duke comes of age, that person will be the guardian of the canyon and the duties of the governor of the valley." His fingers stretched out further. "Also, the marriage of the young Duke. Also, the land, title, and golden dragon." His palms turned into fists. "Are these things enough to reawaken the honor of the Knights of the Valley, Maester Erlin?" Maester Erlin nodded blankly. There seemed to be some irresistible temptation in Greene's voice. "I heard that you have served the valley for nearly 40 years. So I can think, do you know the character of those people very well? Or do you know what those families desire most, right?" Master Erlin's necklace jingled softly. He nodded slowly at first, and then said tremblingly, "Those people, what will be their ending? Master Greene, they are already in the last valley. A knight." Greene glanced at the bachelor's necklace on Maester Erlin's body. One of the links was red copper, which represented knowledge in the field of history. 300 years ago, Aegon the Conqueror changed thousands of years of traditions and inheritance of the Seven Kingdoms. Your quill is about to rewrite the history of the Vale, and I will leave the new historical account of the Vale to you, Maester Erlin. Kate, the Kleb family is called a semi-savage noble. You are taking a risk. I am used to the rudeness of the first men at Winterfell, and I trust Ned. He would never like a child of bad character. Petter, I wish you would call me Lady Stark or Lady Catelyn. Well, I always knew that no one could change your decision, Lady Catelyn. Petter, I decided to accompany you there for the sake of Lysa and little Robert. I don't want you to have any other misunderstandings. At least I haven't thought about forgiving your crime. What a superfluous explanation, but I have to admit, I still feel sad, Catelyn. Please call me Lady Catelyn or Lady Stark. Okay, are you bringing the dagger again, Lady Catelyn? It at least gives me peace of mind. It's Ned's thing. Don't worry, even if I die, I will keep you safe, madam. Are they going to search you? They can't mistakenly think that a weak woman will start a fight with a dagger. You were never a delicate flower, Lady Catelyn. If necessary, I will take the initiative to explain, Peter. Click, click. After a while of shaking, the gondola lowered from the Eyrie arrived at the gates of the moon. Peter helped Catelyn out. Her face was very pale. I really hope this is the last time I ride in that basket. God bless, she said, taking a moment to steady herself. She then immediately left Peter's arm. Thank you, but there's no need. Peter raised the corners of his lips slightly. Madam, please don't be polite. He glanced at the dense blue robes surrounding them and said loudly, We are the envoys of the Eyrie. I am Petter Baelish. In the name of Duke Robert Arryn, I request an interview with Lord Greene Kleb. Peter and Catelyn waited for a while as the blue-robed guards made way for them. In the name of King Joffrey, Lord Greene has granted your request. Please come with me, said a little silver-haired herald. Peter bowed gracefully. Thank you, Miss Knight. Hey, Mr. Mustache, I'm not a knight yet. Peter shrugged and took the lead, while Lady Catelyn tightened her cloak and followed him. In the main hall of the Gate of the Moon, Lord Greene retracted his thoughts when he saw Petter and Catelyn approaching. He stood up from his stone chair and walked down the steps, smiling. Lord Petter, it's a pleasure to see you again. Truly a joy. As they approached, Petter, who was about to salute, was interrupted by a hug from Greene. When they separated, Petter's smile was a bit strained. Earl Greene, I am also very happy to see you. Greene continued to smile. The valley is a nice place. Petter's eyes moved slightly, recognizing the private transaction between them. He changed the subject smoothly. Earl Greene, your reputation has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. On behalf of Duke Arryn. Greene raised his hand, interrupting Peter. Lord Petter, King Joffrey is not a warlike king. You should know why he sent troops to the Arryn Valley. He is a kind king, but before negotiations can begin, I need to see the Duke of the Eyrie's sincerity. Merciful Joffrey. Peter's eyes twitched slightly. He bowed gracefully. Of course, please believe in the sincerity of the Duke of the Eyrie. We will do our best for the peace of the kingdom. Greene nodded slightly. The Blood Gate is the sincerity of the Duke of the Eyrie. If you are interested in peace talks, as a sign of sincerity, you must first hand over the Blood Gate to King Joffrey for keeping. Peter sighed. Earl Greene, your sword is still as sharp as ever. Greene's slender fingers tapped the ruby hilt of his sword. Lady Silence. Lord Peter, please forgive my presumptuousness. This is a prerequisite for peace talks. The two stared at each other for a moment before Peter shrugged. We understand each other, and you and I are indeed good friends. He sighed deeply, took out a rolled parchment, and handed it to Greene. This is a personal letter from the Duke of the Eyrie. Please give it to the Knight of the Blood Gate. He will open the iron gate of the Blood Gate. Greene unfolded the parchment and read it, his eyebrows raising slightly. Your little finger is so clever, he remarked. He re-rolled the parchment, looked sideways at Rhaena, who was standing aside, and said, Rhaena, I leave this matter to you. You, set off immediately, Greene commanded, tossing the parchment to Rhaena. She caught it and responded loudly, As you command, Lord Greene. Rhaena then trotted away, leaving Petter to regain his composure. Earl Greene, it seems you will soon witness the sincerity of Eyrie City, Petter remarked. Greene smiled, gesturing towards the long table. There is no bread and salt, but I have arid wine. Please, Lord Peter, and— His eyes fell upon Catelyn's face beneath her hood, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Sansa, how did you—" He quickly corrected himself. "You are not Sansa. I'm sorry." Catelyn had been observing Greene closely. She noted his warm and happy expression when he mistook her for Sansa, confirming that Peter Baelish had not deceived her. With newfound confidence, Catelyn lifted the hood of her cloak, revealing her blue eyes. "Earl Kleb, I am Sansa's mother," she declared. Greene was stunned but pleasantly surprised. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't mean to offend you, dear Mrs. Stark." Petter stepped back, giving them space, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Lady Catelyn approached Greene, her gaze unwavering. "I am Catelyn of the Tully family, and Lord Ned is my husband." Greene placed a hand over his chest and said, "It's an honor to meet you, madam." Lady Catelyn continued, "Lord Crabbe, I have heard of the friendship between the Stark family and the Crabbe family." Greene's eyes flickered with emotion. He met Catelyn's gaze and solemnly replied, "Madam, Kleb will never forget." Catelyn smiled softly and nodded. Suddenly, she pointed at Peter, who stood aside, and declared, "This man, my father's adopted son, pushed my sister down the moon door with his own hands. He is the murderer of Lysa Tully. Count Kleb, I beg you, let the guards arrest him." Without hesitation, Greene gestured, and two blue-robed guards immediately strode over, firmly restraining Petter. Catelyn approached him, and he stammered in shock and disbelief. "Kate!" "I'm not an innocent little girl," she retorted. In a flash of cold light, the dagger in Lady Catelyn's hand slashed across Peter's neck, and warm blood gushed forth. Chapter 256, Distinguished Guests. "Carry it down," Lady Catelyn instructed, her voice trembling as Peter's body was taken away. She let out a low sob, her grief palpable. Greene Kleb stood silently by her side, waiting until her body stopped shaking before speaking. "Madam, would you like some wine or hot tea? I would be happy to assist you," he offered gently. Catelyn managed a faint smile, her lips curving slightly. She wiped the tears from her face, exhaled slowly, and turned to face him. She stepped forward, kissed Greene on the cheek, and looked at the young man with tender, tear-filled eyes. "Thank you for your help, Count Kleb," she said softly. Greene bowed slightly. "At your service at any time, Mrs. Stark." After a brief pause, he continued, "I heard that the Ironborn from the Iron Islands have invaded the north. Please forgive me, but when did you arrive at the Eyrie?" Catelyn's attention was immediately drawn to the news. "Greyjoy?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Greene nodded. "Theon Greyjoy, the adopted son of Duke Ned, betrayed the North. Rumor has it that if your husband hadn't arrived in time, Winterfell would have been occupied by the Ironborn." Catelyn's face showed a hint of panic. "Gods, how could this happen? My children." "Madam, I believe your husband will protect your children." "Please rest assured," Greene comforted her, extending his hand to invite her to sit down. After she sat, Greene ordered a waiter to pour wine for her. "Madam, please try the sour wine from Crabclaw Peninsula. It is very sour, but according to the tradition of Whispering Castle, it is a must for entertaining distinguished guests." Lady Catelyn nodded and took a sip. The sour wine was much more tart than she had expected, and she couldn't help but frown. She sighed inwardly at the winemaking skills of her ancestors. Despite its sharpness, she took another sip, finding it oddly compelling. "I went south before my eldest son. I was." Perhaps due to her unprepared state or the comfort she felt from Greene, Catelyn began to open up about her journey to the Vale, as if they were old friends chatting. As she spoke, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. She struggled to stay awake, but the scene before her became increasingly blurry. Eventually, she fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Her breathing became gentle, and Greene, who was already standing next to her, reached out to support her as she slumped in the chair. The next day, as the sky began to brighten and the eastern horizon turned a light golden hue, a carriage moved slowly along the winding mountain road. Its wheels creaked on the muddy path, and the outline of the bloody gate gradually faded into the distance. Dozens of swamp marigold flags fluttered in the wind around the carriage. Inside, Lady Catelyn, nestled in a warm blanket, stirred slightly. Her eyelids fluttered, and a faint smile played on her lips as if she were still in a sweet dream. Meanwhile, between Storm's End and King's Landing, a straight King's Road stretched out. Stannis's army, composed almost entirely of cavalry, had arrived at the south bank of the Blackwater River ahead of his fleet. Despite leading nearly 20,000 soldiers, the horses and 12-foot spears were no match for the vast deep waters of the Blackwater River and the high stone walls of King's Landing. Stannis camped on the south bank, suppressing his anger as he waited helplessly for his fleet. His teeth chattered with frustration. "Melisandre, I want to know where Sir Imry has taken my fleet," he demanded. Before the red-robed priestess could respond, Stannis's prime minister, the Earl of Rainwood, Davos Seaworth, spoke respectfully. "King Stannis, the current wind is from the south, and the recent bad sea breeze has likely delayed them. The fleet often needed to replace sails and use oars. I estimate that Sir Imry will arrive in 2 days if he travels quickly, or 3 days at the latest." Melisandre's low, hoarse voice echoed, "My king, I have foreseen the fleet under the Red Keep in the Holy Fyes Ree. It will be at dawn 3 days from now." Stannis's jaw moved silently before he spoke. "My prime minister, please ensure everyone prepares rafts that can cross the Blackwater River. The more rafts, the better. Do not let them idle." "As you command, King Stannis." Lord Davos nodded first, then raised an eyebrow and glanced at the red-robed priestess. Melisandre chuckled. "Lord Davos, I can also help if you need it." "King Stannis, if Lady Melisandre continues to be by your side, people will attribute the victory of the war to the Red Priestess. Not you," Davos said, biting the bullet. "Others will say that you relied on her magic to sit on the Iron Throne." 3 days later, the waves in Blackwater Bay were rough. Sir Imry Florent, Lord Commander of Stannis's royal fleet, looked at the Red Keep towering on Aegon's Hill. The black building stood against the lemon-colored sky, beneath which lay the mouth of the Blackwater River. The unpredictable wind rattled the sails, and Sir Imry issued an order on the Fury: "Reef the sails! Lower the mast! Get the oarsmen in position!" The rumble of the war horn crossed the sea, its whistle hoarse and deep, and the orders of the fleet commander were passed from ship to ship. "Oars down! Row!" After receiving the order from the Fury, the oarsmen of the fleet beat the drums one after another. The roaring drums were like a huge and gentle heartbeat. Each beat made the oars move in a uniform manner. Sir Imry showed a look of contempt. The Imp King's hastily built fleet had fewer than 50 broken ships. His captains laughed and called them children's toys. Their total number of ships was 4 times that of the Lannisters. He organized the fleet into 10 battle lines, each consisting of 20 battleships. Sir Imry's tactics were simple. The first 2 columns were responsible for clearing the river and destroying the Lannister fleet. The ships that followed would land a large number of archers and spearmen at the foot of King's Landing, then join the battle on the Blackwater River. The smallest and slowest ships were placed behind, transporting Stannis's cavalry from the south to the north shore. The fleet at the end of the team stayed at Blackwater Bay to prevent the Lannisters from hiding their warships on the shore and waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack the rear of the fleet. The sea was filled with roars and shouts, the trilling of trumpets and drums, and the sound of thousands of wooden oars rising and falling against the water. The current where the Blackwater River enters the sea was strong and rapid. Through the turbulent white foam and regular lapping, the signal for the general attack was sent from the front deck of the Fury. "Speed ahead!" the captains roared. The drum beat sped up at the oar officer's command, and the speed of the oars caught up immediately, with the oar tips flying across the water. On the deck of the ship, the infantrymen struck their shields with swords, while the archers quickly strung their bows and drew arrows from the quivers on their waists. The war drums beat wildly, the oars rose and fell, and the ships of the first battle line broke through the waves and entered the Blackwater River. The Red Keep had steel-reinforced fortifications, huge castle towers, and thick red walls. The cliffs under the castle were rocky and steep, dotted with moss and thorns. It seemed to squat on a high hill, watching Stannis's fleet enter the Blackwater River like a ferocious beast. As Stannis's fleet entered the Blackwater, the Lannister fleet began to retreat. Under Tyrion's orders, Stannis's massive fleet seemed to stretch to the horizon. As more and more ships entered the Blackwater River, the distance between them grew shorter, and the formation became denser. Suddenly, dozens of flaming pitch canisters, trailing long tails of fire, were launched from the Red Keep and arced down the river. The river water swallowed up most of the flaming jars, but some hit the decks of the ships, exploding and scattering sparks. A second wave of attacks, mixed with wet, flying arrows, followed, throwing the soldiers on the ships into chaos. Flying high on the battlements of the Red Keep were the gold-crowned stag banner of House Baratheon and the roaring lion banner of House Lannister on a red background. Asphalt firepots fell like rain, filling the Blackwater River with fireworks, screams, and cries. On the south bank of the Blackwater River, under the banner of the Flaming Red Heart, the army was in formation, and soldiers were dragging crude rafts into the water. In the smoke screen on the other side, Stannis' ships near the riverbank released gangplanks. The archers disembarked, raising their bows high and wading into the shallows to keep their bowstrings dry. As they rushed onto the narrow beach, rocks, arrows, and spears rained down from the city walls, causing soldiers to fall one after another. At this moment, cavalry in golden robes suddenly appeared. They charged down the riverbank, their horses' iron hooves splashing through the shallows. The knights crashed into the archers, charging like wolves into a flock of sheep, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The infantry hurriedly arrived, using spears and battle axes to resist the cavalry charge, buying time for the archers to regroup. On the top of Visenya's hill, the sun shone brightly on the 7 crystal towers of the great sept of Baelor. Behind the city wall, giant trebuchets emerged, one after another. Hundreds of stones the size of human heads climbed high into the sky and then quickly fell, either splashing huge waves or penetrating the decks of ships, crushing people into broken bones and flesh. The river water quickly poured into the gaping holes in the ships, and groups of soldiers fell into the river. The living struggled to survive, while the dead floated silently. Soldiers wearing plate or chain armor sank to the bottom of the river, dead or alive, and ceased moving. Suddenly, a flash of green light caught Sir Imry's eye. It flew forward and landed on the port side. In an instant, he seemed to see a nest of emerald poisonous snakes hissing, rising, writhing, and burning. Wildfire! Cries filled with despair and fear echoed around him. Chapter 257. The Lioness and the Little Lioness. It was widely rumored that when Stannis Baratheon, bearing the flaming red heart banner, conquered King's Landing, he would burn all the pagans who believed in the 7 gods alive, sacrificing their souls to his god, R'hllor, the Lord of Light. Therefore, when news of Stannis' fleet's arrival reached the city, King's Landing was filled with the fearful and pious singing of its people, praying for the blessings of the gods in heaven. They prayed for divine intervention to obliterate Stannis, who had betrayed the mortals on earth. The sound of their singing, mixed with the neighing of horses, the clang of steel, and the creaking of the huge bronze city gate, creating a strange and terrifying symphony. Outside the throne room of the Red Keep, the King's Guard and Sir Meryn Trant helped King Joffrey mount a bay-red horse. In the early morning sun, the gold-plated mail and crimson enamel plate armor that Joffrey wore reflected golden and red light, making them shine brightly. Impatiently, he said from atop his horse, "Where is my dog? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The war had begun, and Joffrey was worried that if he arrived too late, the ugly dwarf would claim Stannis' head first. Sir Meryn lowered his eyes, his silver plate gleaming in the morning light. He said, "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother Regent has ordered that you are not to approach the battlefield." Joffrey immediately retorted angrily, "Meryn Trant, I am the king. I can go wherever I want. If you dare mention my mother again, I will have your tongue pulled out." The Kingsguard retreated silently, and Joffrey raised his chin, snorting haughtily. Not long after, he saw Sandor Clegane holding a girl in his arms. "My dog, come here quickly. Hurry up. Hurry," he commanded. The hound strode over and roughly threw the girl at Joffrey's feet. "This is the delicate flower you wanted, King," he said. The brown-haired girl trembled beneath the horse. Joffrey couldn't wait to draw his sword. Its blade, made of fine steel, glowed with a blue light and was edged on both sides. The hilt was wrapped in leather, ending in a gold lion's head. Its name was Lion's Tooth. He extended the sword in front of the brown-haired girl. "Kiss it quickly and bless my sword," he ordered. With a cry of surprise, The girl burst into tears. "King, I beg your forgiveness. Please let me go," she pleaded. Joffrey was furious. "Kiss it. Kiss my sword," he demanded. "Delicate flower, listen to the king, or he will poke it into your mouth," the hound's harsh voice sounded. "Quickly, bless my sword," Joffrey insisted, his lion's tooth almost touching the girl's lips. Dazed, she touched the metal with her lips. Joffrey sheathed his sword in disgust. "My dog, you have found an idiot," he said. The hound shrugged. "This delicate flower runs the slowest," he replied. Joffrey was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. In a good mood, he said, "Don't let her leave. When I come back, I want her to kiss my lion's tooth again and taste my uncle's blood." The girl was taken away by the gold cloaks, and the hound said, "King, you should find a woman who loves you and kiss her." Joffrey arrogantly affirmed, "I am the king. How could she not love me?" "You will have your hands full," the hound remarked as he mounted his horse. "Today is a fateful day. I will personally deal with my traitorous uncle. Let's go." Joffrey kicked his spurs and galloped off. Sandor Clegane, Sir Meryn Trant, and Sir Osmond Kettleblack followed closely behind, accompanied by more than 24 red-cloaked Lannister guards. When Joffrey arrived near the Mudgate, the shouts of death, the clash of weapons, and the neighing of horses could be heard from the other side of the wall. Stopping his horse, Joffrey's face looked a little pale, and the hand holding the reins trembled slightly. The voice of the hound broke through the tension. "King, over there are the mercenaries I found." Hearing his voice, Joffrey swallowed nervously and looked in the direction the hound pointed. For a moment, he raised his chin and sneered. "Dog, do you plan to take these beggars to fight? Will they even have the courage to draw their swords when facing Stannis?" The hound replied, "I warned them that if their weapons aren't stained with blood, even if they die, I'll kill them again." Joffrey laughed for a moment before suddenly asking, "Where is my dwarf uncle? Why don't I see him? Is he hiding?" The hound's eyes flickered slightly. "He's on the city wall, commanding us." Joffrey pulled the reins, turning his horse's head. "I'm going to pull him out. He is my prime minister. I can't let my traitorous uncle make a fool of me." Before leaving, he added, "My dog, I'm going to look after my cowardly dwarf uncle. You can bring Stannis' head to me later." "Your satisfaction is guaranteed, King." Outside the gate of Meg Tower, the Queen Regent's new guard captain, Osfrey Kettleblack, addressed a newcomer. "Are you Geoffrey of Crabclaw Peninsula?" Osfrey was tall, with black hair and a hooked nose. He had a habitual frown and a serious demeanor. The Kettleblack family was of royal nobility, their crest a black pitcher within a shield-shaped frame on a red background. Osfrey was the second of the 3 Kettleblack brothers. His elder brother, Sir Osmond, was a current Kingsguard, and his younger brother, Osney, served with Queen Cersei's guard alongside Osfrey. Initially, the 3 brothers were used by Tyrion to spy on his mother, Queen Cersei, but after Sir Osmond was appointed to the Kingsguard by Cersei, they defected to her. Rumor had it that the Kettleblack brothers were very popular in Magta, always smiling and quick with witty words. They were well liked by knights, squires, waiters, and grooms, and especially favored by the maids. The leader of the King's Landing Survey Corps, Geoffrey, greeted Osfrey. "I am Geoffrey. The Queen Regent has ordered me to see you." Geoffrey's appearance was characteristic of his ancestors. Beneath his slightly curly dark hair were a pair of light-colored eyes. He was half a head shorter than Osfrey. Osfrey scrutinized him carefully before saying, "Follow me." The ballroom of Meg Tower was less than 1/10 the size of the castle hall, but it was elegantly decorated. Large polished silver mirrors behind each torch holder doubled the light. The walls were adorned with exquisite wood carvings, and fragrant rushes covered the floor. The south wall was lined with a row of arched windows, but thick velvet curtains blocked out the light and muffled the sounds of prayers and battles outside. All the noble women of King's Landing gathered here, wives, daughters, mothers, and sisters. Outside, their men were fighting Stannis' army. The lively melodies of flutes and violins floated from the balcony, but the atmosphere was solemn and everyone was somber. The Lord Chamberlain's voice rang out, "We all stand in silence to pay tribute to Her Majesty Cersei of House Lannister, Guardian of the Realm, Queen Regent." Everyone in the hall stood and saluted. After Queen Cersei took Princess Myrcella to her seat on the high platform, she said, "Welcome, everyone. Please be seated." Queen Cersei glanced at the hens below and asked the chamberlain, "Are they all here?" The chamberlain glanced down and replied, "Your Majesty, one young lady from the Bookwell family is missing." The Bookwell family was a noble house of the royal family, fiefdomed in Antler Castle. Their crest was a pair of golden antlers on a blue background with white spots on the fur pattern. The clan motto was pride and determination. Queen Cersei frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" The chamberlain looked at Princess Myrcella, who was sitting quietly aside. She lowered her voice slightly and said, "Miss Buckwell was taken away by King Joffrey, Your Majesty the Queen Mother." "What a lucky girl. What a pity," Queen Cersei remarked, ignoring the chamberlain and raising her hand to signal for the food to be served. She raised her glass and took a sip of summer red. Her green eyes moved slightly as she asked, "Myrcella, what are you looking at?" Hearing Cersei's voice, the 9-year-old Princess Myrcella immediately retracted her slightly stretched neck and replied, "Mother, there are 12 red robes and 12 gold robes here, and they have the same number." "Nice observation," Queen Cersei said, swirling the wine in her glass. "Would you like some, Myrcella?" Princess Myrcella stared at the golden wine glass in her mother's hand for a moment before gently shaking her head. Queen Cersei reached out and caressed her daughter's face, asking, "Myrcella, are you afraid of death?" Princess Myrcella shook her head again and said, "Mother, as long as you are here, I am not afraid." Queen Cersei tapped her chin thoughtfully, took another sip of her wine, and moved her gaze to the guard standing by the hall. "My daughter, you have never seen what a sacked city looks like," she said, leaning lightly on the armrest. "If Stannis breaks through the gates of King's Landing, our guards will eagerly take off their gold or red robes, steal whatever they can, and leave. Those servants, washerwomen, grooms, they are all the same. Their first consideration is their own lives, not ours." Princess Myrcella blinked and said, "Mother, it would be great if Sir Jaime and Earl Greene were here. They are real knights, and real knights will protect women and children." Cersei gritted her teeth inwardly. She gently rubbed her daughter's hair and said, "Women also have ways to protect themselves from being insulted, little Myrcella." Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly as the tall wooden door was pushed open, and her guard captain led 12 blue robes into the hall. The others stayed in one part of the hall. Osfryd led Joffrey to the bottom of the high seat. After receiving permission, Joffrey walked up the stairs alone. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Salute to you, Your Majesty." Queen Cersei glanced at the person kneeling on the ground out of the corner of her eye and said, "Greene told me that you are a trustworthy soldier of the Kleb family." Joffrey seemed a little nervous, but he said frankly, "Yes, Your Majesty. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, many grandfathers, have always been Kleber's clan soldiers, and their loyalty remains unchanged." Queen Cersei nodded slightly and said, "Keep an eye on everyone here, and step back." After Joffrey left, Queen Cersei called the chamberlain over and asked, "Where is my son?" "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, the King and the Prime Minister are on the city wall together to appease the defenders and boost morale." The musicians were playing, the jugglers were performing tricks, and everyone was laughing loudly, but it seemed insincere, as if it could turn into sobs at any moment. The long table was filled with delicacies, but today all the food was spiced with a flavor called fear. Suddenly, a noble lady began to cry uncontrollably. Queen Cersei ordered her maid to give the lady a glass of sleeping wine and arranged for her to go to the bedroom to sleep. "Tears," Queen Cersei snorted. She raised her glass and took a big sip. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was a bright and fanatical look in her blue eyes as she looked down at the hall. Her mother seemed to become more and more beautiful as she drank, and Princess Myrcella's eyes were almost fixed on her mother. Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly. She raised her lips and said, "My Myrcella, why do you keep looking at me?" Princess Myrcella's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were shining brightly. "Mother, you are so charming." Queen Cersei smiled, put down the wineglass, and said, "Myrcella, when I was young, my mother often said that tears are a woman's weapon." Princess Myrcella looked up at her mother, Queen Cersei, with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "A man's sword?" she asked hesitantly. Queen Cersei nodded, her gaze sweeping across the women gathered in the hall. Yes, Myrcella, the truth is harsh, but you are the daughter of a lioness, so you deserve to know it. If Maegor's holdfast falls, every woman here will be at risk of being violated, not just by the soldiers who have fought fiercely, but even by the guards who are supposed to protect us. Mother. Myrcella's voice trembled as she reached out to grasp her mother's hand, her small fingers shaking. Queen Cersei frowned, displeased by her daughter's display of weakness. Myrcella, at least their noble status will offer some protection, as every woman here is worth a substantial ransom. But the women on the streets and the maids in the Red Keep will not be so fortunate. After a brief pause, Cersei looked directly into her daughter's eyes. Myrcella, are you afraid of death? Tears welled up in the corners of Myrcella's eyes, but she fought to keep them from falling. She shook her head slightly. Mother, if it comes to that, I would rather die. A look of satisfaction crossed Cersei's face. She gently brushed Myrcella's golden curls away from her neck. If King's Landing is attacked by Stannis, the wildfire I have arranged will destroy this place in an instant. With any luck, Stannis will be reduced to ashes along with us. Mother. Myrcella's voice was steady, her clear eyes filled with determination. As long as you are here, I will not be afraid of death. Queen Cersei lowered her head and kissed Myrcella's forehead. Your mother will not give up easily, my little lioness. Chapter 258, Game of Thrones. The two Kettleblack brothers, Osney and Osfrid, pushed through the crowd, ascended the steps, and approached Cersei Lannister. Osney, with a smile on his face, reported, Your Majesty, our fire ships are out, and the entire Blackwater River is bathed in wildfire. 100 ships are ablaze, maybe more. Queen Cersei tapped her chin thoughtfully. Where is my son? She inquired. Osney replied respectfully, The king is at Mudgate with the Prime Minister and the Kingsguard. He speaks to the soldiers on the castle tower, teaching them how to operate the crossbow. Everyone praises him as a brave king. After a brief pause, he added, Everything I said is true, I promise, Your Majesty. Queen Cersei snorted softly. My son wants to be a living king, she remarked. Her green eyes shifted slightly as she turned to her guard captain. What about you? She asked. Osfrid's face was grim. Your Majesty, the young men in red robes caught a groom and 2 maids. They stole 3 of the king's horses and tried to sneak away through the side door. Put their heads on spears and hang them outside the stable as a warning, Cersei commanded. As you wish, Osfrid replied. After the Kettleblack brothers left, Queen Cersei turned to her daughter. This is the first batch of traitors, but not the last. Myrcella, at this moment, if you show mercy, traitors will spring up like mushrooms after rain. You must ensure they fear you more than they fear your enemies. I will remember, Princess Myrcella nodded obediently. Queen Cersei stroked her cheek with satisfaction. A while later, Osfrid hurried back. Your Majesty, there are many people gathered outside the West Gate, mostly merchants and craftsmen. They request refuge in the castle. Queen Cersei's voice was cold. Tell them to go home. If they don't leave, have the soldiers shoot a few with crossbows. No attacks are allowed, and no doors are to be opened under any circumstances. After the guard captain left, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. I really can't wait to go to the battlefield with a sword, she exclaimed. Queen Cersei had drunk a lot, and the blush on her face was as gorgeous as the sunset and as delicate as a rose. Her beautiful eyes, slightly blurry, reflected her inner turmoil. I have reached the pinnacle of women in the 7 kingdoms, yet I saw my most desired dream from a little savage, and it happened vividly before my eyes, she murmured. She drained her cup of wine, paused, and then smiled. I hold the 2 best swords in the 7 kingdoms. Mother. Princess Myrcella's clear voice was filled with concern. Her green eyes moved slightly. Queen Cersei put her arms around her daughter. Myrcella, in front of the sword, there is no difference between a noble woman and an ordinary woman. Remember your mother's words, never let your sword leave you. Always keep one by your side. Queen Cersei stopped the waiter who was about to pour her more wine. She turned the glass over and said, That's enough. I need to stay awake. When Stannis' flagship, the Fury, passed beneath the Red Keep, Tyrion sent a signal urging the Gold Cloaks to whip the cattle into action. The iron cables were extremely heavy, so the huge winch rotated very slowly, making a creeping roar. Just as Tyrion had rehearsed the scenario thousands of times in his mind, Stannis' entire fleet entered the Blackwater River. The shining metal penetrated the water, and the giant chain emerged, dripping with water and stained with shiny mud, until it became taut. Stannis' fleet sailed into the Blackwater River with no way out. Tyrion Lannister crouched as still as a gargoyle on the battlements, overlooking the battlefield. The air was filled with smoke, arrows, and screams as the kiss of wildfire reduced Stannis' vast fleet to funeral pyres. The city. If I don't show up, the morale of our men will crumble faster than a sandcastle in a storm. Bronn's eyes narrowed as he considered the offer. All right, my lord, but my price has just doubled. Tyrion chucked Kleb, though there was no humor in it. Done. Now, let's get ready. As Podrick helped Tyrion into the heavy armor, the dwarf's mind raced. He knew that the battle ahead would be brutal, and the odds were not in their favor. But he also knew that he had to lead by example. If he could inspire even a fraction of his men to fight with the same determination, they might just have a chance. The armor was cumbersome, and it took all of Podrick's strength to secure the last of the straps. Tyrion felt like a child playing dress-up in his father's clothes, but there was no time for self-pity. He had a city to defend. Let's go, he said, his voice muffled by the helmet. To the Mudgate. As they made their way through the Red Keep, the sounds of battle grew louder. The clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, and the roar of wildfire filled the air. Tyrion's heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to be strong, for the sake of his men and for the city. When they reached the Mudgate, the scene was chaotic. Stannis' forces were relentless, battering the gate with a massive ram. The defenders were doing their best to hold them off, but it was clear they were struggling. Tyrion took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Men of King's Landing," he shouted, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "We stand on the brink of destruction, but we will not falter. We will fight for our city, for our families, and for our lives. Show these invaders the strength of the Lannisters." His words had the desired effect. The soldiers around him straightened, their resolve hardening. They raised their weapons and let out a cheer, ready to follow their unlikely leader into the fray. With Bronn at his side, Tyrion led the charge. The battle was fierce, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and smoke. But Tyrion fought with a ferocity that surprised even himself. He swung his axe with all his might, cutting down any enemy that came within reach. Despite their best efforts, the tide of battle was turning against them. Stannis' men were relentless, and the defenders were being pushed back. Tyrion knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Just as hope seemed lost, a horn sounded in the distance. Tyrion's heart leaped as he recognized the signal. Reinforcements were coming. The gates of the Red Keep swung open, and a fresh wave of soldiers poured out, led by none other than Tywin Lannister himself. The sight of his father filled Tyrion with a renewed sense of determination. With a final, desperate push, they managed to drive Stannis' forces back. The Mudgate held, and the city was saved. As the dust settled and the last of the invaders were driven off, Tyrion collapsed against the wall, exhausted but triumphant. He had done it. He had defended King's Landing. Tywin approached, his expression unreadable. "You fought well, Tyrion," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. Tyrion looked up at his father, a mixture of pride and relief washing over him. "Thank you, father." The battle was won, but Tyrion knew that the war was far from over. There would be more challenges ahead, more battles to fight. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had proven himself, not just to his father, but to the entire city. And as he looked out over the battlements, watching the sun set over the Blackwater, he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could survive this after all. King's Landing. Bronn received a positive answer from Tyrion and grinned. "I will accompany you. Mercenaries are occasionally used by their employers for free." Tyrion reached out and patted Bronn's thigh, pausing before he grinned. "Put up any conditions. I'm a little worried that you will betray me, and I don't feel at ease." Bronn's smile turned vulgar. "After the war is over, I want to stay in the Shataya women's branch for a month, sir." Tyrion exhaled exaggeratedly. "Now I am finally relieved. The 7 gods are witnesses." Podrick had just helped Tyrion put on his chainmail when Joffrey approached, surrounded by the Kingsguard. He lifted his visor and said, "I'll leave this to you. Mother asked me to go back to the Red Keep to protect her." Tyrion looked up at Joffrey, noting that his nephew, the king, was trying hard to hide his fear. Tyrion grinned. "My good sister suddenly has a well-behaved and obedient son." Joffrey's face twisted, and he blushed. "If you fail to guard the city wall, I will chop off your head." "Stannis will be faster than you," Tyrion replied. He made a gesture, and his guards quickly gathered around. Joffrey looked around, panicked. What are you going to do? I am the king." "I know you are the king, my dear nephew." Tyrion stood on tiptoes, reached out, and pulled down Joffrey's visor with a bang. "Don't lift it up. You don't want to ruin this beautiful face. Be careful of stray arrows poking into your eyes." He added, "Your cloak and banner will remain. Do you agree, my king?" "I won't let you go." Joffrey glared at Tyrion hatefully, then turned and strode away. When Sir Osmond was about to follow, Tyrion grabbed his wrist, put away his smile, and said sternly, "No matter what happens, you must protect Joffrey's safety. Lannister always pays his debts." Sir Osmond paused, raised the corners of his mouth, nodded slightly, and said, "As you command, Prime Minister." After seeing Joffrey obediently handing over his cloak and king's flag from a distance, Tyrion withdrew his gaze. "Bronn, have Joffrey Eye's lion and deer banner raised to the highest place." As soon as Tyrion put on his breastplate, the Lord Commander of the Gold Cloaks climbed up to the tower where he was and approached him. He looked at Tyrion's outfit with a calm face and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I heard that you want to charge into the battle yourself?" Tyrion was a little confused about Sir Jacelyn's attitude. He nodded. "If I—" Before he could finish, Sir Jacelyn interrupted. "Are you sure?" He paused, then said solemnly, "Prime Minister, I'm not dead yet." He raised the iron hand on his right arm. "I will use this to smash Stannis' head on your behalf. Just stay here and watch." With a flick of his golden cloak, Sir Jacelyn turned and left. After a few seconds, Tyrion seemed to come back to his senses. "Did Iron Hands steal my job?" Bronn smiled. "My lord, Sir Jacelyn seems to disdain your craftsmanship." Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, and he murmured, "Green eyes like fire. I have to admit, the glorious knight in the ballad is real." After a pause, he suddenly said, "Bronn, hurry over and tell Sir Jacelyn about Sir Lancel. Long live Renly! Long live Renly! Long live Renly!" A group of cavalry holding high the banner of the golden-crowned stag suddenly attacked Stannis' army, who had just breached the king's gate. The man charging forward on horseback was covered in dazzling green armor, with golden antlers shining with fire. Seeing Renly riding towards them, some of Stannis' soldiers threw away their weapons and ran, while more soldiers knelt down and surrendered, shouting, "Long live Renly," and offering little resistance. After easily defeating the enemies at King's Gate, Lancel Lannister, wearing Renly's armor, trembled with excitement. He kicked his spurs and pointed his long sword in the direction of the Mudgate. "Attack!" Much of Stannis' army, a legacy from his younger brother, quickly fell into chaos when Renly and the crowned stag appeared. By evening, the Rose Banner and the Lion Banner emerged, signaling the arrival of the Lannister-Tyrell coalition led by Lord Mace Tyrell of the Reach. They launched a fierce attack on Stannis' forces. Gradually, Stannis' army began to collapse. Lord Tywin Lannister personally led his cavalry to break through Stannis' camp on the north bank of the Blackwater River, delivering the final blow. The tide of battle turned, forcing Stannis to retreat with his remaining troops. The next day, as the first rays of dawn appeared in the east, the bells of the Red Keep rang, joining the resonant sounds emanating from the 7 crystal towers of the Great Sept of Baelor. Boom, boom, boom. Tyrion, who had been sleeping in the Mudgate Tower, was awakened by a fierce knock on the door. He opened it, his eyes wide with surprise. A tall, thin figure stood outside. "Sir Adam?" Tyrion asked, blinking in confusion. The man had dark, copper-colored, shoulder-length hair and an expressionless face. "Tyrion Lannister, it's time for you to set off," he said. Tyrion woke up almost instantly. He grabbed the door with one hand and asked warily, "Set off? What for?" Adam Marbrand nodded slightly, his tone cold. "This is Lord Tywin's order. You have been appointed as the envoy of the Red Keep. He has ordered you to go to River Run immediately. I am to accompany you." Tyrion rubbed his face, still in disbelief. For Jaime? Set off immediately? Father must be joking, he muttered. Chapter 259, The Savior of King's Landing. Yesterday, at the end of the Battle of King's Landing, Sir Jacelyn Bywater, Lord Commander of the City Watch, who fought on behalf of Tyrion, was killed. Lancel Lannister, who had disguised himself as Renly and fought in the battle, was seriously injured. Tyrion's eyes trembled as he burped lazily, reeking of alcohol. Sir Adam, where are my squire and captain of the guard? He asked. Adam Marbrand replied expressionlessly, They are waiting for you outside the gate of the gods. Tyrion grinned. Did I give the order in my sleep? This is Lord Tywin's order, Adam responded. Tyrion's face twisted with sarcasm. What a kind father. He glanced at his dirty clothes and said, Let me get ready, Sir Adam. Sir Adam stepped aside to make room for the door. With one hand on the hilt of his sword, he said, Lord Tywin's order is to set off immediately. Tyrion grinned again. Sir Jacelyn, who had helped him control the city watch, was dead. Bronn, the captain of his guard, and even the young squire Podrick had been invited away by his father. Yesterday, he was the powerful hand of the king and the hero who saved King's Landing. Today, he woke up as a lion without teeth and claws. No, he was always a ridiculous dwarf. No matter how great his achievements or honors, would a dwarf son ever be anything but a stain on Lord Tywin? No matter how hard he tried, his father would never look at him seriously. The corners of Tyrion's eyes grew hot, and a surge of endless grievances and humiliation welled up in his heart. He should have known this outcome long ago. He was truly a foolish dwarf. Tyrion took a slow breath, paused, raised his head, and looked at Sir Adam. My squire is not here, so I must trouble you, sir, to help me mount my horse. Sir Adam's hand tightened on the sword's hilt. I will arrange for someone, he said. Tyrion smiled. I refuse to be served by others. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, sir. Sir Adam's icy facade finally cracked, revealing anger. This is Lord Tywin's order. If necessary, I will use force. Ha! I like it rough. Thanks again for the thoughtfulness, Tyrion grinned. A Lannister always pays his debts. Well, that's what Lord Tywin always told me. Sir Adam's chest and abdomen heaved with suppressed rage. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, I am happy to serve you, Lord Lannister. Tyrion then put his small hands behind his back, hummed a cheerful tune, and limped out of the room. Dang, dang, dang. The great bronze bells of the great Sept of Baelor tolled low, their sound resonating through the hills and valleys, through the streets and towers, reaching every corner of King's Landing. The people of King's Landing were shouting and cheering, Saved! We are saved! It's over! It's over! Stannis has fled. It was Lord Tywin of House Lannister who defeated Stannis, who wanted to burn us to death. He is the savior of King's Landing. The great Lord Tywin saved the king in King's Landing. Lord Tywin is the savior of the Seven Kingdoms, eternal hand of the king. Lord Tywin, Lord Tywin, Lord Tywin. Amid the cheers of the people of King's Landing, Lord Tywin Lannister rode his steed through the majestic King's Gate and entered the city. Lord Tywin wore gorgeous armor, blazing red steel plates inlaid with intricate gold scrollwork. His massive helmet was adorned with a circle of sunburst-shaped diamonds. The roaring lion on the top of the helmet had ruby eyes, and the two swords on his shoulders were clasped by lionesses. A long, heavy golden cloak fell down to cover the horse's rump. The horse beneath him was clad in gold-plated armor, its ornaments shining with crimson silk, bearing the lion crest of House Lannister. The image of the Duke of Casterly Rock was like a hero walking out of legends and songs. When his figure appeared, the cheering crowd roared even louder. The crowd suddenly stagnated and then burst into even louder cheers. Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! At the same time, Lady Catelyn had just woken up, looking around the carriage with some confusion. Ma'am, would you like something to drink? Lady Catelyn blinked and saw a strange girl sitting across from her. The girl appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a slender yet strong figure, with clear blue eyes beneath her short black hair. She wore a black riding leather coat and silver-plated chainmail. Isn't she supposed to be at the gates of the moon? Why is she here? Before Catelyn could ponder further, the girl's cheerful voice interrupted her thoughts. You are now in the carriage heading to Winterfell. Outside are the guards of the Kleb family. Lord Kleb ordered me to inform you as soon as you woke up." After a moment of silence, Lady Catelyn suddenly said, "That glass of wine, that sour wine, it was tampered with. It was mixed with sleeping wine. Lord Kleb, I apologize to you. This is what the Lord ordered me to say." Lady Catelyn paused, then asked, "My child, who are you?" "Madam, my name is Mia Shidong, and I am honored to serve you." The black-haired girl's smile was full of confidence. Hearing her name, Catelyn frowned slightly. According to custom, each of the 7 kingdoms has a surname specifically for illegitimate children. Shidong is the surname for illegitimate children in the Aran Valley, similar to Snow in the north and Rivers in the Riverlands. Because of her own marital experience, Lady Catelyn could not have a good impression of illegitimate children. Seeing Lady Catelyn's silence, Mia Shidong spoke in a concerned tone. "Madam, do you need me to pour you a glass of wine?" Lady Catelyn nodded first, then suddenly said, "As long as it's not the sour wine from Crabclaw Peninsula." She couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. "Would summer red be okay?" Mia's smile was so contagious that Lady Catelyn couldn't help but smile back. She nodded and asked, "My child, are you a maid of the Kleb family?" Mia's expression turned sad. She shook her head slightly and said, "No, my former master was Lord Nestor Royce." Sir Nestor Royce belonged to a branch of the Royce family. He was not only the eternal guardian of the Gates of the Moon, but also the Grand Steward of the Duke of the Eyrie. Lady Catelyn took the silver wine glass handed by Mia, took a sip, and asked, "Former master?" Chapter 260, Speculators in the Valley. Mia Shidong looked sorrowful. The people of Crabclaw Peninsula summoned a rain of arrows before entering the Gate of the Moon. Most of us were hiding in our homes at the time. Only a few were hit by the arrows, and my master, Lord Ste, happened to be one of them. Lady Catelyn sighed softly. "In chaotic times, surviving is a gift from the gods. At least you are a lucky child." Mia forced a smile. "Michelle also said I am a lucky girl, but unfortunately, I don't feel that way." Lady Catelyn took a sip of wine. "Michelle, who is he?" "He was my lover once." Mia shrugged and continued. "His name is Michel Redford. We planned to marry once he became a knight. Michel participated in the battle in the valley that shocked the 7 kingdoms. Before he left, I kissed his sword and blessed him, but he never came back." Lady Catelyn's eyes trembled slightly. The Redford family was a noble family with a long history in the valley, and they had the blood of their ancestors in their veins. The girl in front of her might have been Michelle's lover, but the Redford family would never allow him to marry an illegitimate daughter. Even if she had been with him, it wouldn't have meant anything. Lady Catelyn sighed inwardly. Perhaps Mia was indeed a lucky girl. The death of her lover was tragic, but it might be better than the grief of being abandoned by him. She comforted Mia softly. "You will meet someone who truly loves you, Mia." Mia's big blue eyes were very beautiful. She grinned. "I'm not sad anymore." After a pause, she continued. "Compared to me, many of my friends have lost more. They've lost their fathers, elder brothers, younger brothers, and lovers. They cry all day long. Seeing them, I suddenly found that I couldn't be sad anymore." Looking at Mia's face, Lady Catelyn suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Her heart stirred, and she said, "Child." She looked at Mia again, and then asked, "I'm sorry, do you remember your father?" "Father." Mia shook her head slightly. "I just remember that when I was a little baby, there was a man who liked to throw me into the air. He looked like a giant, and his hands were so powerful that I felt like I was flying. We laughed and laughed until I was breathless and even crying, which made him even happier. I was not afraid at all. I knew he would always catch me." She swept away the black hair hanging down in a bun, then put her hair up and continued. "One day, he missed it. Later, the man left, and I found that men are like this. They either lie, die, or leave." After a pause, Mia's face brightened with a smile. "The mountains in the valley are different from men. Shidong is its daughter. I believe in my father, and he will never leave." Mia's smile was pleasant and beautiful. Lady Catelyn couldn't help but think of Sansa. She smiled slightly. "May the gods bless you, child." Lady Catelyn had almost guessed who Mia's father was. She was silent for a while, and then said, "Mia, did Count Kleb ask you to accompany me?" Seeing Mia nod, her slightly lighter blue eyes moved slightly. Child, do you know why Earl Kleb chose you? Did he ask you some other things? If possible, please tell me honestly. To be honest, I don't know why I am here, madam. Mia thought for a moment, then continued. When Master Kleb was inspecting the mountain road to the Eagle's Nest City, I was brought before him by his guards. I was so scared. I thought I would be. I even prepared myself to outrage the man and would rather die than be insulted by the savage. She sighed softly. When I saw the bloody Earl that everyone calls him, he didn't have long fangs and a bloody mouth, and his waist wasn't covered with wailing heads. He looked like. She opened her mouth. The legendary knight sung by the bard. Mia looked at Lady Catelyn, made a face, and said, I mean his appearance, ma'am. After a pause, she explained sheepishly, This is not just my opinion. Many of my friends share the same sentiment. Some even doubt the authenticity of the fight. Lady Catelyn smiled and nodded. When she was a child, she too was full of fantasies about legendary stories. Greene Kleb was indeed. She suddenly remembered the sour wine she drank without warning, and her smile faded. The lady from the Lee family clenched her fists. Mia continued, Master Kleb asked me my name and age, looked at me for a while, and then asked me to leave. Then, at noon yesterday, he called me over and told me to be your handmaiden until we reach Winterfell. And she touched the position on her chest. There is a letter here. He asked me to hand it to Lord Eddard Stark. In the rickety carriage, Lady Catelyn, who had just finished her lunch, opened the curtain and stared into the distance. She was very worried about her eldest son. Although he claimed to be the King of the North, it did not change the fact that he was still a teenage boy. Lady Catelyn longed to fall into her husband's arms as soon as possible, but she couldn't leave Robb alone. She felt reassured that the other children had Ned's protection. Robb was alone outside, and she was very worried. If she were there, she could at least assist her eldest son in appeasing the lords of the Riverlands and let her father and brother do their best to ensure Robb's safety. She wanted her cub to be safe and sound and to bring him home. Thinking of this, Lady Catelyn withdrew her gaze and said to Mia, Please help me tell the groom that I want to go to Riverrun first. Mia met Catelyn's firm gaze, hesitated, and said, Madam, I'm sorry, but you can only go to Winterfell. Lady Catelyn frowned. Is this Earl Kleb's order again? Mia, I am not his prisoner. Mia said cautiously, If you want to change your destination, Lord Kleb ordered me to convey some words to you. Lady Catelyn didn't want to embarrass the girl in front of her. She pursed her lips and said, What are you talking about? Mia nodded slightly and said, He said he specially selected 52 guards with families to escort you to Winterfell. If they fail to act according to his orders, even if they escape, their families will not escape punishment. He said he expected your mercy to save his innocent soldiers. The lady of the Tully family couldn't help but clench her fists. Mia continued, He also said you will not be free until you see Lord Eddard. At night, the Eyrie City's financial controller, Gryven Hussey, took his eldest son, second daughter, and others to the Gates of the Moon via a steep mountain road and asked to see Greene Kleb, who had been declared the governor of the Vale. When he heard the news, he drank the wine in his glass and took a step forward. Lord Greene planned to greet him personally. In the small hall of the Gates of the Moon, the Hershey family, one of the nobles of the valley, awaited. Their family emblem was a winged chalice on a pink background. Sir Greven, nearly 40 years old, was tall and thin, with slightly sparse chestnut hair and a pair of dark green, almost black eyes. His eye sockets were deep, and the wrinkles on his face made him look much older than his actual age. Sir Greven bowed deeply and said in a loud voice, The Hershey family pays tribute to you, Lord Greene Kleb. Welcome, Sir Greven of the Hershey family, Lord Greene said, showing the most cordial smile since entering the valley. Please allow me to introduce. Sir Greven pointed to the young man on his right and said his name is Ryan Hershey. He is my eldest son and heir. Ryan Hershey, wearing dark brown leather armor and a pink cape on his shoulders, looked like a younger version of Sir Greven. His expression was a little shy as he caressed his chest and said, Salute to you, Lord Kleb. Greene's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he nodded. Welcome. Then Sir Greven pointed to the girl standing next to his left hand, and Her name is Miranda Hesse. She is my second daughter, Sir Greven introduced. Miranda Hershey was wearing a strapless blue dress with a cape, and her chestnut hair was casually tied up with a snow-white headband hanging naturally on her chest. Her bright dark green eyes glanced at Greene gently. Miranda raised her skirt and said, "Good evening, respected Lord Kleb. It is Miranda's honor to be received by you." Greene smiled slightly. "Good evening, charming Miss Miranda. Welcome." He raised his hand to signal, and the waiting waiter brought a plate with bread and salt to Sir Greven and the others. Greene's gentle voice resonated. "Welcome again." The hall was quiet, except for the occasional sound of turning pages. At the table, Greene was looking through the book presented by Sir Greven, which contained detailed records of the wealth accumulated by the Arryn family over generations. Lord Greene raised his eyebrows slightly as he read about the territories and castles they controlled, the countless jewels, and the full warehouses of gold, silver, and copper. This was a wealth of tens of millions of gold dragons. Greene stood up from his chair and said, "Sir Greven, I see your sincerity and loyalty." Sir Greven's expression became more respectful. "Lord Greene, I believe this is the choice of the gods. I am merely following their will." Greene smiled, tapping the books with his fingers. "Where did the Arryn family hide these treasures?" "As wise as you are, Lord Greene." Sir Greven bowed slightly. "Most of the valuables, such as gold and jewels, are stored in the Eagle's Nest City. The Arryn family always believed that as long as there were no dragons, no one could break through it." He paused before continuing. "As for other properties, the long-established Arryn family has warehouses almost everywhere in the valley, guarded by trusted personnel, many of whom are minor nobles loyal to the Arryn family." Greene's brown eyes moved slightly. "Will they hand over those things obediently?" "This is exactly what I want to report to you." Sir Greven turned to his daughter. "Miranda, come, give the items to Lord Greene." As Miranda approached, Greene raised a hand. She handed him a rolled parchment, her fingertips gently brushing against his. Greene raised his eyes slightly and met Miranda's passionate gaze before calmly lowering his eyes to unfold the parchment. Sir Greven's voice broke the silence. Lord Jon Arryn's death was sudden, and Lady Lysa was eager to escape back to the Eyrie. She failed to take over the wealth of the Arryn family. This list was compiled according to Lady Lysa's orders by looking through previous records. Much of the Arryn family's property could no longer be traced. Later, when I learned that Lady Lysa had poisoned Lord Jon, I hid it. "Well done. You can take your time with the rest," Greene said, tapping his fingers on the table. "Sir Greven of the Hershey family, please kneel." A look of excitement flashed across Sir Greven's face as he and his children knelt on one knee. "Greven Hershey, your wisdom and courage have confirmed your incomparable loyalty. Your family will receive due glory and rewards in Kleb's New Land, Valley, and Old Land, Crabclaw Peninsula, to honor your merit." Greene raised his voice. "I, Greene of the Kleb family, in the name of the Governor of the Valley, grant Iron Oak City as the family fortress of Greven Hershey and canonize Greven Hershey as the Baron of Iron Oak City. This fiefdom, tax, and honor will be inherited by his descendants from generation to generation." Although Greene was not yet the true ruler of the valley, his canonization was a tacit political agreement, a step towards legitimizing his rule. Greven's voice trembled as he spoke. "Lord Greene, the Hesse family is always at Kleb's disposal." Greene nodded slightly and helped Baron Greven to his feet. He patted the Baron's arm and said, "Come, Baron of Iron Oak City. I have prepared fine wine and food by my fireplace. Let us discuss the loyalty seal there and hear your advice." The wood in the fireplace crackled as it was engulfed in flames. Baron Greven put down his wineglass, paused, and said, "Lord Greene, your reputation has resounded throughout the valley. They are all afraid of you, but—" Seeing Baron Greven hesitate, Greene smiled and said, "But they are not willing to obey my rule. In addition to fear, they also harbor hatred. Greven, I know that fear alone cannot secure true domination." Baron Greven sighed softly and said, "Most people still have unrealistic illusions about the Arryn family. They have ruled the valley for thousands of years. This concept is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The valley's inhabitants cannot believe they are about to have a new ruler." Greene leaned back in his chair, his brown eyes glinting slightly. Loyal Griffin, you want to tell me that even if the Kleb family becomes the ruling family of the valley in the future, the people will still long for the Aaron family. Is that right?